from consultants. Wow, that's quite a day rate. I made $173.04 in a day. Funding the legal infrastructure of capitalist oppression is probably not what most TYT viewers expected their money to do. Like this place, Mitchell, Silverberg, and Nunn. They brag about representing the AMPTP, Hollywood's boss cabal, who viciously battle and demean the WGA, SAG-AFTRA, and IATSE, the writers, actors, and production unions that entertainment and media bosses like Cenk would be utterly helpless without. That's TYT's law firm, one of them anyway. Like all bosses, the AMPTP benefits from the structural violence of coercion to gain leverage. Never more clear than when an executive stated they'd let the system force people into destitution, prompting one prominent union member to say this.
The motherfucker who said we're going to keep this thing going until people start losing their houses and their apartments. Listen to me, motherfucker. A lot of ways to lose your house. Some of it is financial, some of it is karma, and some of it is just figuring out who the fuck said that. And we know who said that. And where he fucking lives. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that on people. You wish that families starve while you're making $27 fucking million a year for creating nothing. Be careful, motherfucker. Be really careful. Because that's the kind of shit that stirs shit up. Peace out.
Yeah, that's right, motherfucker. TYT members deserve to know how much they've contributed to this anti-worker industry. Or maybe it's totally fine that the Home of Progressives helps fund
the worst guys in America.
And anyway, they lost. It was all a waste. Worse than a waste. Disaster. Eesh. Get that 1 star on Yelp there, buddy. You got hosed. A different decision would have saved Cenk so much trouble. Me too, by the way. Honestly, it would have spared me from having to make this goddamn awesome documentary. How this lesson wasn't known before Cenk pulled the lever is a complete mystery. Apparently they don't teach these kinds of things at the Fancy Lad Finishing School he is so proud to have attended.
Look, I went to the top business school in the world, so they're not going to get anything past me.
Hey, Genius Factory. Here's a headline for you.
Well, I can say Washington is not ready for you, Cenk.
Yeah.
With his political campaign in the morgue, Cenk's bullying campaign continued unabated. Not without pushback, of course. TYT Union's Twitter kept a light on for those seeking a trustworthy source of information. And Cenk's world-historic hypocrisy earned himself and his company a starring role in a montage produced by the Motion Picture Editors Guild Local 700. That's the one I would have chosen.
We've got to have collective bargaining so you all have power.
Working class should have power.
Are we allowed to stand up for working class people? The answer is yes! Yes, you are!
You don't have collective bargaining. And you want to go into your boss and say, all right, I'd like a pay raise. You're going to have absolutely no ability to do that. The only way that any boss would take you seriously is whether you could bring everybody in together.
Oh, this music over black and white? That means only one thing. You're the best. Oh shit, it's Haas!
Hallo, Haas, wie ist Ihr Vorgang? Sexy boy is my sweaty. Sexy boy is my sweaty. Okay, Haas, this is your mom from Lottery. Sexy boy is my sweaty.
Can someone explain to me what A-log means to?
gonna watch the casino?
Anti-Semitism alert! Anti-Semitism alert! Now, as we have Dicker's political doom in killing bullshit.
Okay.
Here we have Dickers just absolutely depressed, sad, just doom posting about Kamala Harris, the failures of the campaign.
I love how they're all just admitting it's over.
I just want to point out,
Yeah.
Dickers flip-flopped on the election. I think this is his third complete flip-flop.
Really?
So, when the assassination attempt happened, where the bullet hit Trump in the ear, Review Tech immediately came on and said the election's over, Trump's winning, it's a 100% chance, it's over. He cried, it was very sad.
Yeah.
Then, the moment Kamala was announced, he then immediately switched up to there's now a 100% chance of Kamala winning. And that's what he said. Every time he goes, it's a 100% lock. There's nothing that can change this.
There's
and
never
then
100%.
And then just a few weeks later, he just completely reverses his position. So now we're at the point where he's saying it's all over.
He found the TYT video of Cenk Uygur for 16 minutes going, guys, it's over, don't panic, we'll make it through this. Like, it's like,
we're gonna make it, boys.
We're gonna make it.
Okay.
I think you're a big support. Let's go.
Kamala Harris has a pretty good chance now of losing the election. All of the momentum behind her campaign is all but dead.
Let's go!
Oh, you thought Brad would save the election? Brad! Oh, no. Dude from, what's his name? Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad is endorsing Kamala. What, was that not the answer, Dickers?
I'm disgusted. Breaking Bad. L.
And it's their own fault. I give it at best a 40% chance of winning. Most of the polls are saying the swing states are either tied or going to Trump. We don't elect people with a popular vote here.
So here it comes
the
cold from Dickers.
Isn't it always the cult though? It's like, oh, you know,
it's a popular vote. It should be decided by.
Well,
that's not the way the Republic was set up. But the founders were smarter than you, Dickers. Look at Dickers' eyes, how fountain he is. Look at how wide his eyes are. Just the sea. No refunds, buddy. No refunds for the Kamala campaign, buddy. But he's so ignorant, he doesn't even know why it's like that in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's like that, so the more populous states can't just run roughshod over the lesser populated states. It's like that, so the representation is more diverse across the country. It's a good system. And it doesn't even know why there's an electoral college in the first place, because running elections back in the 1700s, 1800s was hard. So each state had its own election and sent its slate of electors based on its population and representation to Washington for the electoral college to then tabulate everything and decide the presidency. But he knows nothing about America. He knows nothing about history. He knows nothing about politics. But he just loves to run his clicker about it and pretend like he's the everyman's champion.
The Electoral College decides the vote.
Well, thank God it's not you. You're Dickers with a drop box.
You know?
And
He knows nothing about tech as well.
I don't know. Holy shit.
Dickers just wants the tyranny of the majority. He just sees what the electoral college and everything.
Well, thanks, Diamond, for some. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
So watch Fox News and really get what you mean with activism.
Oh my God.
He's
I know
funny.
straight. He came on fucking
And you know what? I didn't follow this shit for a while. I'm like,
Then why are you?
Why are you talking about it? You Let me tell you, buddy, this went on for hours. I trimmed it way down. It was just hours of doom posting about Trump, and his whole audience was like, "What are you, some sort of fucking maggot?" And he's like, "Oh no, I'm just looking at real clear politics." He didn't even say that. I'm looking at the oh god.
Yeah, he did. He just focused on
Like, stop it.
I'm like, all of a sudden, and it's not just because it did.
What? So for some reason he's blaming Kamala's failures on Diddy. Why? Can anyone explain that to me? Why Diddy is the reason the Kamala campaign failed? Because Diddy's black?
That came out of nowhere. That came out of
This is
nowhere.
the Review Tech political take. Is that because of Diddy that now Kamala's campaign is failing? And he went on this crazy rant. I should have probably kept this in, where he starts talking about Bill Cosby and how it's like Bill Cosby's fault because he's basically saying that all the diddlers are black, which isn't even true.
Well,
And then he's saying that
in the news right now.
well, yeah, but
It's on top of the Diddy.
there was Epstein who wasn't black, okay?
Exactly.
Like, I don't know. I don't really understand what he's going for. When he said this, he goes, "It's not just Diddy." Who was saying that? I didn't realize that was the prevailing political narrative, was that Diddy was behind the Kamala collapse. I didn't realize that.
How does he hit start streaming on OBS every day and say the worst, most retarded takes ever? Like,
Not every day, more like once a week.
It's not just because it's. And look, if Diddy getting arrested threw off her campaign, then it wasn't strong.
wait, what is he talking about?
Okay, has anyone heard this? Has anyone heard this? Did anyone hear this take from anyone else other than this
I'm
man?
gonna stop my coffee.
And did he like this? This is Dicker's hot take.
I can't even sip my coffee.
Political analysis. Dicker's. Yeah, dude, I really think that Diddy cost Kamala too. Everybody thinks black people are diddlers now. Oh, the Diddy. Maybe I was saying it's just weed induced great. I don't know.
I gotta
He sees what we mere mortals cannot. Analyzing the race on like the 15th Ethereum event.
I got shit.
He's astral projected out into the public consciousness, into the zeitgeist itself, and we observed that the moment Diddy was caught with the freak-offs, Kamala was cooked. That's everybody suddenly believed that Kamala was a super predator.
But this is the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Okay. Like, where is Tim Walz? Why is he being kept?
By the way, the Waltz thing that came out today, did you see this?
No, what happened?
Oh my god, hear this. So Tim Waltz used to work for a fucking school board. And now all these people have come out talking about how he sexually abused them.
No.
Yeah, like the evidence is piling up. I'm not kidding. It was done by some guy he followed the whole election thing. But yeah, all these like people at the school board are all saying these stories and like giving details that only like if you were in that school you know. So Tim Walz now is the fucking diddler too. Like allegedly. Something that looks fake gay. I mean, maybe gay off, but
But here's the thing that's crazy. Dicker's complaint is that they're not giving Tim Walz enough of the spotlight. Does Dicker's just forget the last time Tim Walz got the spotlight in the debate and said that he was friends?
it was proven fake. I'm sorry. Okay, apparently it was proven fake after it came out. All right.
But no, but besides that, like Rich, like Tim Walz failed at the debate, said he was friends with many school shooters. He got dog walked by JD fans. Tim Walz is is just like walking gaps and failures.
He sucks.
Why is he in the cage? Why don't they let the walls out? He's back in the cage because he sucks, buddy. He's in the cup cage because he eats white people tacos.
Did you see Vance first that chick, like that feminist? And he destroyed her. It was such a good, his answers are just, she's yelling. Took this professional interview, she's screaming at the top of her lungs. And he's sitting back on the couch like this, listen. Just felt in her, whoa.
Okay. Oh, why? Because he actually has populist viewpoints and he was supposed to.
Wait, it wasn't even fake. One of the victims is suing Waltz.
I don't know.
I'll show you later. I'll show you later.
Yeah,
I'll show you later.
To just be the token populist, make everyone amped. Don't worry, he's my VP. We'll just keep him hush-hush now because we're not going to do anything that he wants to do. That's exactly what it is.
But
That's exactly
he's the
what it
vice
is.
president. He's not the top of the ticket. Why do you expect that he's going to dictate the policy of the campaign? I don't really get it. And why you guys got so upset? Oh, it's Walls! Good balls to the Walls for Walls! What a reason, buddy. Tim Walls let Minnesota be burned to the fucking ground over a fentanyl addict. He's done.
Let me go.
Listen, buddy.
Phil's water. Okay, Phil's water.
Wait.
Phil
Now watches? No.
Phil was not, in fact, watching.
Wait. I believe that immediately? What the?
I hope she wins. I will be ecstatic to be wrong. I will be ecstatic to be wrong.
He's on the
But
verge.
it's not.
Yeah, and his shirt is real.
It's greasy, buddy.
Look at this.
Polls are showing it is an extremely tight race.
His tits.
And if there are some
Tit and Ralph.
polls that she's winning in, which
It's a seltzer deposit.
why is my seltzer exploding?
Look at the way he's sucking off the seltzer fountain.
Oh, no.
No!
You really can't. No.
What are you doing, buddy?
Bro. Bro.
So Rich is now saying that the only way the Republicans can win is to keep the electoral college. All right, listen.
But hear that.
It never happened because then another Republican point of fuck.
Did you hear that? Oh, wait. Is he hang on, no.
Oh, it never happened because then another Republican point of fuck.
You're like, what talking? I can't even do that.
The electoral college has saved Republicans' asses so many times. Do I know specifics off the top of my head? No.
He doesn't know what he's talking.
Do I know? No, but
You know how many times it's happened? Twice. It happened in 2000 with Bush, and it happened in 2016 with Trump. That's it. So many times! Literally only happened twice in the history of the Republic. Okay, Nickers, it's such a problem! What about Hillary? Oh, what about Al? Oh, no!
But it has.
And then, we have to take his political take seriously instead of perfect, a filthy barbarian like the Nate. Wow, guys, what a great take, Nickers! Globulous
just goes up like a monster, dude. Monster. He's gonna be Biden. Wait, he's big.
No, he's asking. Wait, he's becoming involved.
He's gonna be Biden.
Look at him. Wait, he's kicking his underwear up his ass.
Ew, he shoved his fingers like, oh, this sweaty crap. my god! Ew!
Wait, it's kind of funny when he sang. He's actually saying Kamala's gonna suck anyway, even if she does get elected, she's gonna be Biden. Wow, way to drum up this report, buddy!
Where's the lie with that? Like,
Ew! And then he puts his hand that he's had rubbing in between his ass cracks, sweaty crap, on his face. Are you kidding me? Come on!
2016 all over again. I feel like it's
You know that's tough! Stop, difference! Stop! Yeah, it's 2016 again, boys! You'll never come down! Stop, Dickus! I wanted to have you go back to 2016 and live it. Look at how belted he is as he said it all. He did it! He sniffed his dirty ass. Look at the tears! Look at the tears! Oh my god! Yeah!
And then there's people, rich people like you that are going to get her nominated. So my fat fucking irrelevant
Never
ass.
not the news. By the way, he's called himself fat and irrelevant. True. He's being objectively correct today. Broke the law, right voice. Hey, Dicker.
I swear, I've caught my coffee so many times from being spit out. I'm chugging around and funny shit.
She didn't even get 20 likes on Twitter.
He can't even get 20 likes. Oh my god, self-filter.
Hey,
Self-filter.
Casino here is just out.
You'll 3W Casino. You'll 3W's.
If her campaign's fragile enough that I cannot get slightly off course,
Listen, you won't do that. You don't
You'll
drop.
get nothing. You'll get nothing, you fool. You'll get nothing.
for her to lose, she was going to lose anyway. Who needs to be based and red pilled? What the f is red pilled? If someone
Don't bring it back. It gets better. It's better than that. It's even better than that. This is so good. This
fragile
is such
enough
a,
that
you know,
who needs to be based and red pilled? What the f is red pilled? Could someone explain to me what A-log means too?
You're watching the casino?
I love this shit. You know, because he would never be introduced to that if it wasn't for the casino.
I know this.
And he just somewhere out what this A-logging mean? What does red pill mean?
Okay.
Wow, the hits just keep coming. They just keep coming.
I'm like scared to unpause because it's just there.
It's just such concentrated felt I put together here, you know?
Oh yeah, dude, if you are anti-Israel,
No, thank you for watching. Whoa, hang on.
So wait a minute, Dickers is now going to go in on the Jews. So we are actually in like the insane like timeline where Dickers is anti-Semitic.
Are you kidding me? Gabe? Can someone DM Gabe?
He's complaining about Jews deplatforming
Wait, what?
me. Yes! No, he really is!
Wait,
It's Adolf Dickers!
oh yeah, dude, if you are anti-Israel, they'll bury it. I'm anti-Israel.
Oh, no! What? Dickers, what?
Alexa.
Sound like Dickers. Anti-Semitism alert! Anti-Semitism alert!
Hey,
Oh,
hey, Alexa, can you play Erica? What the?
They're like, what are you doing?
So straight up.
Dickers can page her quote. So cell phone explodes in his hand. Dave made the call.
The DDoS just starts hitting him.
The stream just goes down mysteriously. Whatever happened to Dick? I don't know.
There's always like tonight I would call it more of a philitizer.
What?
Oh, like Phil. It's like appetizer or philitizer. I'm gonna forgive you.
That's my term for it. Like, we're not going to be like balls deep into film.
Are you? Wait, what?
Alert! You want to be what into Phil? You're gonna be balls deep in Phil? Maybe it's time to leave Phil alone. Leave him alone! Leave Dark Side Phil alone! Leave him alone! That space playthrough was great! It was wonderful! This top 10 racist moments! I should keep paddling now!
I don't even know what to say. Like, you really, because when I did like the post show yesterday, when I finished, Ashton just texted me, goes, "But Phil, RTU is spiraling." I'm like, "Let's go, let's go." I love this dude. I love this.
All right, everyone.
No way.
I'll have the Dickers take on Sticks, Hacks, and Hammer. Are you ready?
No, I am not ready.
Here we go!
But let's hit play anyway.
Talk about weird time.
All right, everyone, look at my chest.
That's going out of the video? Hey, like, I swear I didn't abuse my girlfriend. Oh, look at his chest. How about you stay on target, bud? Oh my god!
He just had to. He just had to, didn't
Buddy,
he?
like, are you fucking kidding me?
Like, has he ever explained why he always thinks that showing off his hairy breasts is a thing?
Wait. The self-awareness is on a whole other level. Go ahead.
You go.
You're always showing your hairy man moves every extreme. What are you talking about, buddy? What is like the glass house and the stones that are being tossed? Whoa.
You take off your shirt for $20. They Dickers.
Stop the Dickers?
Is that like his trademark? Is like it?
You had it the last time I tuned into you Dickers. You had your shirt off and the chew cup was half in your mouth. Okay?
So you probably were wondering where I was for an entire week, and actually I was in jail. Don't worry.
It's still so funny.
Actually, I was in jail.
No problem. The charges there pretty spurious.
I'm gonna have no problem in jail. Why are you not gonna have problems?
The elusive Dickers, not even Dickers gets it. When even Dickers recognizes that you're delusional and insane, it's probably
like the Bigfoot of dummies has disappeared. And by the way, then won't you believe us? It's a blurry, like, doctor video evidence.
I would like to know that. All that.
okay, pause. So, Review Tech is too poor to afford a phone plan with an actual provider that gives you a unique phone number, right? So he's with one of these like pay-as-you-go phone plans that gives you somebody else's phone number. So the phone number that he had was the phone number of a college-age girl.
Shut the
And
fuck
so
up.
So Dickers keeps getting all these text messages and phone calls from these teenage girls. And Dickers like creepily like picks them up and shit.
Stop.
And like starts talking about his bodily functions and fluids with them. Anyway, this woman calls him during the show and he hangs up on her. Well, she calls again. He hangs up on her. Finally, he decides, you know what? I'm just gonna call this bitch on air and teach her who's boss. So now we have the Dickers versus college age white woman arc.
This is actually insane. This is insane.
Sherry, are you still at the bridge? You know, you can't make this shit up. You know, you can't.
No. My mind. We leave him alone for a few months, and we come back and his life is falling apart. It's over. Holy shit.
I took a photo of my ass and burped.
What, like, this is like a young girl.
Oh no.
And he's talking to her about taking pictures of his ass.
Are you joking?
Burping.
Isn't that like still harassment?
In a way. In a way.
Hello? You want that photo?
Do you want the photo of my ass?
While he's farting?
Is this the way he tries to pick up chicks? Is this why he kept getting rejected all those many times? Like, what a sicko.
Oh my god.
What a freak, guys. You want to
Clip
see it?
missing from that video.
I should have kept more of it. And I thought, like, the way he tells the story of, like, the text messages with these girls, it's, like, so boring that I cut it. But I realize now I should have kept it in.
I'm gonna move my screen. Oh, look what's happening. Yeah. Dickers of watching film.
Was watching Dickers.
And, like, we're in incentive. This is. We really started a domino effect of something that can't be explained. Like, for real, right? Like, it really is.
Oh, see, now the baby kicked in and I lost my train of thought.
Wait,
So, like,
wait, in the video that he's watching?
yeah.
Or in him now?
Oh, in both. In both. So I watch him. He lost his train of thought because he's high. In the video where he's reacting to himself, losing his train of thought because he's high.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Bring it up, filled up. Like, it was over from this point.
Why?
I snort the pink cocaine, dude.
Why
That's
would
the
you
thing,
say
too.
that?
Oh my god!
I don't even think it's still that picture photos.
Of himself?
Drink, Phil. I had a Michelob Ultra Light with dinner a few nights ago.
So he claims he doesn't even drink, but then admits to drinking a beer.
Okay. Like, we know you're
He genuinely believes that if he doesn't drink, then he doesn't have a problem. But the thing is, Dickers, you're getting high at your job. Every time you
Yeah.
do your job, you're stoned and you fail at it. That's the problem. Yelling about how you don't drink and somehow that makes you, like, good is not the solution.
at all. Like, whoa. I'm actually bad.
There,
Like, I'm actually fucking bad.
there it is.
Yeah, because you call it pussy.
exhaling the weed.
Long as smoke it's in the Bibles.
I mean, yeah.
It's a skinnery filler, everybody. Even he's admitting he's a skinnery.
Like,
Blowing this weed smoke into the mic.
this is like so unbelievable.
We're gonna do the human centipede on Mr. Burnell.
What?
Oh,
So, like, we're in Human Centipede 2. He kind of looks like the guy from Human Centipede.
He died,
You
scientist.
want to know the truth about it? No, not from Human Centipede 1. Have you seen Human Centipede 2?
I haven't seen either. I just like seen like
There's this like
react.
hot, greasy, shirtless bum that is in Human Centipede 2 that's like sick and like he's an incel and he's like stitching them all together. That's what Dickers is like. He wants to go ass to mouth with Philip
No.
Burnell. He wants to be the middle piece of the Human Centipede.
Oh.
He just wants to eat Phil's ass.
the king has won.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, I'm glad you finally admitted it, Dickers. Bring it up. Bring Phil up.
The easy win.
Now, Phil, I'm weird. Some ways you're bad, I'm sure.
Wait, because weird and in some ways bad. Yes.
Yes.
You are a freak. You're a weirdo. You're sick.
Or
He just admits it. This is so funny.
I'm still waiting. I don't want you on my show, babe, because I don't think it would be good content. You just embarrass yourself like you're doing right now, like every day.
Just laying down the
Oh
law.
my god.
Just devastating.
But if you like turns,
Oh,
we changed like directions. So we went back in time and changed history and came to the future, and now everything's changed. We're watching Phil RTU while RTU watches. Like, it's crazy.
it's crazy. By
Wow.
the way, after all the shit Dickers has talked about Phil,
Yeah.
this whole show he was doing was about the fact that he's ducking Phil. Phil, in his graciousness and his magnanimity, decided to allow the stoned bum review tech on his stream
Whoa.
to debate him under one condition,
Oh.
that Review Tech had to remain sober. And Review Tech couldn't do it. He couldn't put down the weed.
What a fucking bomb. He's been begging for years.
It was his life dream to interview Phil, to be around Phil, to touch the hem of Phil's garment. But he's so addicted to marijuana that he just couldn't do it. Sad.
Pathetic.
Pathetic!
Wow. Oh, right. Wow. That was a great segment.
So I've been wanting to respond to Noah's for the coverage of my Why I Hate RedTubers video, which he decided to split into multiple parts for some reason. Unlike him, I don't like wasting my audience's time, so I'll only be going over the main and egregious points Noah made. I'll link all of his videos below. Don't harass the guy, obviously, I'm looking up for full transparency. What really caught my attention of Noah's response is the downright slanderous stuff he said about YouTuber, streamer, and fat British guy, Chub Logic. In my original video, I brought up this infamous Noah tweet where he called Chud a pedo and insisted he should be brutally killed. I'll address this tweet more later, but let's focus on the important part. Noah is outright trying to paint Chud as a pedo, something no other YouTuber agrees with.
But this Chud Logic guy, I called him a pedophile for, I think, more tangible reasons. He was horny texting an 18-year-old fan of his in his Discord. He was in his mid-30s, so like at least 35. I said 37. I don't remember exactly what it is.
He was only 18!
References kind of asks about her virginity. He says, I'm going to penetrate the shyness. She says, you just don't understand me because you're a boomer. And he says, nah, you're just a shy virgin, lol.
So let's go over the full context. In early 2021, a Twitter user made a thread detailing her experience of Chud the year prior. She said she was a fan of his, and he'd messaged her first with this glorious image. Ayo, is that Mudahar? They sent messages back and forth for months, usually being flirty or inappropriate. Sure, they're weird and creepy, but you can say that for any leaked sexual exchanges. Not once does Haley push back against what Chud is saying, and she clearly removed context based on these screenshots. At one point, Chud says that he doesn't want to flirt with someone who's a young adult, with his limit being someone half his age plus 7. Chud was 34 at the time, meaning the youngest he'd flirt with is 24.
I asked her, obviously I can't speak to someone that's underage, how old are you? And she said she was over 18. She didn't give me like a specific age. But then later, when she came up with the kind of tweet about it, she said that she was 17 at the time.
So did she claim that you were like grooming her?
Yeah, that was the claim. And funnily enough, in the original allegation, which again you can see in the Destiny video, she never said, like she said herself, I said that I was 18. I never really made a big deal out of this idea that I was some sort of pedophile, but that became the narrative. That became the narrative correct off the back of it.
So yeah, this Haley person lied about their age, and is now playing victim while trying to ruin Chud's career. Noah that makes fun of debate bro logic by using the term aphibiophile.
Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who is underage or even young like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not an pedophile, he's an aphibiophile. This is a meme. It's the debate lord meme that you're differentiating.
That definition is straight up dumb. It conflates that being attracted to 15-year-olds is the same as being attracted to 19-year-olds.
7. So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not an pedophile, he's an aphibiophile.
Dude, I want to use slurs against you. Evophile stretches to the age 19. No. The fuck out of here. Evophile is not somebody who's attracted to 19-year-olds. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Okay, maybe it's dictionary definition. I don't care. He's Jesus fucking Christ.
Chud was flirting with someone he believed was an adult, so nothing he did was morally wrong. You can call him creepy, but in no way is Chud a groomer. And yes, Noah calls him that.
Not a pedophile, an evophile, and a weirdo and a groomer. Because again, this was a fan of his in his Discord, who he reached out to personally as a 35-year-old man. And again, she was underage, but she lied about it, so not a pedophile. Just all of the things.
Again, she lied about her age maliciously to get attention from him. If he knew she was 17, then yes, you'd be right. But that's not the case and you'd know it. Plus, she could have been lying about her age there too, to make him look worse.
He's an evophile and a weirdo and a groomer. Because again, this was a fan of his in
How is he a groomer?
his Discord, who he reached out to personally
Who cares? Do you know what grooming is?
as a 35-year-old man. And
That doesn't make anybody a groomer. You realize that grooming is more than just talking to somebody younger than you, right? Like, grooming is an intentional, methodical process of setting up typically a child, typically up for sexual exploitation. Contacting somebody who's 18 years old, a fan of yours, is not grooming. Just because they like you because they're your fan already, doesn't mean that you've groomed them. Or are you going to start making videos about groupies? I would love to see the videos about people who make music and how they're raping all their fans for having sex with those groupies. Okay, it's not grooming. It's just more like potentially building a relationship to sleep with somebody, get more comfortable with them before you potentially sleep with them or hit on them. It's not grooming.
Noah also tries calling out hypocrisy for me joking about his appearance.
wait a minute, the thumbnail of this video says that stranger danger with my face. He's kind of doing that, isn't he? I get called a pedophile every other day on my YouTube channel, and it's because of my mustache and my haircut. You know, mustache. It's sort of a classic insult.
Noah, you falsely calling Chud a pedo is in no way comparable to me making a goofy thumbnail. The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable. If one of his friends was in Chud Logic's shoes, he'd defend them to the very end. But here he just has to go the extreme length to label someone he doesn't like a groomer. This just proves the dehumanization point I made in my original video. He's gotta label him the worst thing ever. No other YouTuber agrees with this take from Noah, not even Chud Logic's sworn enemies, Xander Hall and Keffels. And speaking of Keffels, Noah does a lot of downplaying in these videos, with one such case being Keffels. In my original video, I stated that I think Keffels is way worse than Vosh, something Noah scoffs at. One of those defenders was Keffels, who in my opinion is way worse than Vosh.
Breaking, Rob's Media thinks Keffels is worse than Vosh. More at 11. Log off, please log off, please log off.
He basically ignores most of my criticisms of her, and only covers the thumbnail discourse. He doesn't think Keffels was acting in bad faith during her drama of Mudahar, and thinks that the thumbnail could have been seen as unintentionally transphobic.
Drawing people ugly or like fucked up looking manifests in different ways. It can manifest in exaggerating certain features, and those features can create caricature. You can imagine someone drawing a picture of someone and trying to make them look ugly, and in that ugliness, making them into a racist caricature, let's say. And so one way I think this could be transphobic, not even necessarily intentionally, is drawing someone ugly by masculinizing their face, which is a very common way for transphobes to essentially try to paint trans women as men in disguise. Do I think the artist did that intentionally? You know, I personally don't. I have no reason to believe that based on the history of the works of art he's done. But the transphobia in question here is more of a broader structure of types of things that happen. And I think that's a conversation worth having. Is it a conversation that needs to be had before addressing all the like serious shit that this person did? Probably not. Like, you can see how this comes off here.
That was a whole lot of nothing. He can't outright admit that what Keffels said was wrong, so he does this whole speech about transphobic art. Like, yeah, Noah, art like that exists, but woman's art wasn't trying to do that. He didn't make her face masculine. He just made her look tired and sweaty like everyone else. Keffels shouldn't have called that out. Also, Noah doesn't seem to think this is a trump card by Keffels, even though it was pretty much the only way she could actually go after Muda. She was using this to rile up her audience, and get them to baselessly attack Muda, without hearing out his criticisms laid out in this video. Now, Noah doesn't really defend Keffels, but he really doesn't have much to say about her actions. I do think Keffels was worse than Vaughn, because she's negatively affected way more people. Remember, she scammed her fans out of $100,000 to go on vacation. Both are bad people, but Noah doesn't have the ability to say that. Surprisingly though, Noah has the courage to defend his pal Ethan's online. At first, I was going to speculate on how Noah is defending Ethan's online and his girlfriend, Alexa Dog. But in part 4, he flat out admitted to wanting to do so, at least for Ethan. Once Noah begins covering my take on the super mega drama, he recommends a video by Unpoetic Justice. I want to give one more example of these guys weaponizing their audiences with malicious intent, the super mega drama. I won't get too detailed into this, because there's lots of other videos that do a good job at that.
Okay, I'm not gonna either, because exactly, there's way too much content on this. Probably the best piece of content I saw about this whole thing was from a YouTuber called Unpoetic Justice. I think if you're interested in this controversy, you should go watch that. Honestly, that's my take from here.
What take does she have? Well, she does agree that Matt and Ryan were unfairly targeted, but also sympathizes with Lex, and never criticizes her actions. Because even if you agree that Lex was assaulted, the way her and her friends handled everything else in this drama was poor. Justice mainly just goes after Nick. In commentary channels like Lyrics who are critical of Lex, she doesn't show the more egregious shit Lex did, like her livestream with Ethan where they celebrate Super Mecha's sub-loss. Just like Noah, she pretends to be nuanced in order to subtly defend her side. What really got me wanting to make this response is this part in Noah's second video.
But Rob's argument here is just fucked up. I didn't see anyone even making this argument.
Throughout this drama, they pretty much use the topic of essay to motivate their audience to cancel Super Mega.
He doesn't show how that happens in this video. And so, from what I remember, there's a lot of disputes about the specifics of these stories, but the essay itself isn't one of them. Which again, just go watch this video, you'll learn a thing or two. Alright, so anyways, in conclusion, audiences being weaponized, I don't think so. Other than when Vosh did a thing, using trans people in his audience as a shield against the fact that he was doing related activities, that was definitely audience weaponization. The rest of these, I simply disagree. But that's just my opinion. This has been Drama Boy time, silly Drama Boy time. Make sure to go outside and Ryan.
Notice anything? Yeah, Noah completely cut me out of context. Throughout this drama, they pretty much use the topic of essay to motivate their audience to cancel Super Mega, even holding a live stream on Ethan's second channel to celebrate. This was pretty gross behavior, especially when Matt and Ryan's late friend Daniel was brought up. Lex alleged that the two would make jokes about his passing, which they denied. Even if they did, who cares? They're allowed to make jokes about their trauma. I mean, Ryan was the one who found his body. I then showed Ryan talking about how their mention of Daniel negatively affected him, and then mentioned how Daniel's goodbye video was bombarded by negative comments. Noah cut out an entire minute and a half of my video because he didn't know how to argue with my points. He just shows the beginning of my argument and not my example to make me look bad. And just like Justice, he doesn't show the live stream with Ethan and Lex. This is downright malicious and hypocritical,
as Noah has criticized others for wearing less. He just cut that line right out. And this is important, right? Because this line directly refutes Sean's narrative that Illy is promoting obesity. This phrase, dietary restrictions, rules out the more extreme situations that Sean is referring to when he says that this will cause viewers to eat themselves into an early grave. And for those who haven't seen EBYS's response, he cut out that line for copyright reasons, and because it was an "I'm not saying" clause that has nothing to do with his main argument. What Noah cut from my video does contribute to my argument, which is that the main accusers against Super Mega are weaponizing serious claims to destroy their careers. Noah will complain about 3 seconds being cut, but will cut a minute and a half of my video because it makes his friends look bad. And yes, him and Ethan are friends. Noah cuts out other parts of my video, though the only other egregious one is him removing my criticisms of Sneeko to make me look biased. While talking about Ethan's sketchy coverage of the Ava Chris Tyson situation, I made this joke which Noah takes offense to. The recency bias should apply. God, he looks like a Persian Carly dog villain. Okay. Jesus, dude. I'm trying to take this thing seriously, and then randomly he'll throw stuff in like that. What's up with that, man? You know, there's a cottage industry of videos out there dunking on Ethan is online. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in those videos that is fucked up. It's just very normalized, so.
This guy is not unique. There's like 500 of this exact dude. They got the same politics, the same IQ, the same smugness, but you know what they've not got? They've not got his blood cholesterol percentage. They've not got his BMI score, and you can't take that away from him.
I think I'll probably do a separate video called In Defense of Ethan is Online, because regardless of what you personally think of the guy, I feel like the amount of backlash he's received is very much not proportional to the crimes in question, at least from what I've seen, such as examples such as this. Yes, Noah wants to make a video defending Ethan is Online. The hate Ethan gets is pretty reasonable, and it's not just coming from commentary channels. A lot of leftists heavily dislike this guy for valid reasons too. He spreads lies and false allegations to help cancel a YouTube channel his friends don't like. He's willing to defend pedos in order to criticize Alex Rosen. He labels anyone of slightly different opinions as far right in order to demonize them to his audience, and he's just as hateful as those he criticizes, making targeted attacks and completely dismissing valid criticism. If you want to die on that hill of Ethan, go ahead. But I'm telling you now, Noah, that video will not go well. I also love how we play like clip from Big Bungie here. This legitimately made me laugh out loud. Holy shit. Bungie says way more edgy shit in this video, so I wouldn't be surprised if Noah only watched the intro and thought that was way too much for him.
Another character that Ethan has tried to take down with his finite wit and intellect was Alex Rosen. So what happened here is that Ethan saw this guy go on Matt Walsh or some other Daily Wire show, and after that he researched him and said, what does this guy do? Oh, he arrests pedophiles? Get fucked down with a pedophile. Pedo alive.
I find this all interesting because of how bizarre Noah's takes on edgy humor are. I briefly talked about saved edginess in my original video, and Noah has given me way more examples from his newer videos alone. He's incredibly inconsistent, thinking certain things are okay to say, and others are completely unacceptable. For instance, Noah will take the time to justify his edgy death threat tweets, trying to explain the joke to his audience. But what really got him banned was this tweet describing how he killed Elon Musk. Oh, this one was a banger, man. Elon Musk, I will kill you to death with a knife and a gun and a bomb and a nuke. Parody, 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 parody. You know, I don't really miss using Twitter, but I miss the way that it would frame my brain into cooking up some good shit. Is this a good tweet? This was also around the time where people were kind of pushing the limit on tweeting to see like what would get them banned, because I think Elon had just taken over, or people were getting banned for like random reasons. I never had a problem with this by itself. My issue is that he clearly doesn't think it's okay for people to say edgy shit against him, or people he likes. I mean, he just saw Pearl clutch over Ethan being called fat, and in another video, he takes offense to Think Before You Sleep calling him a retard. There is no way someone who has not suffered multiple head injuries can be this retarded. Okay, so where to begin with this one? I guess the R slur. Why? You know, why use that? I'm pretty sure this guy's like 35. What are you doing, man? If you think that I'm wrong about something or your criticism, there's a lot of other words you can use to transmit that thought. It still always catches me off guard on the internet because there's a lot of spaces that just throw this shit around all the time. You can just use a different word and then not alienate a large subset of the population. Okay, but is he wrong though? Also, as a guy, I give Sean the retard pass. We need proof. Here's my Lego collection. I am indeed worthy to give out the pass. But based on what Noah said in his next video, he clearly isn't that offended by the word. In fact, he says he used to say it.
He's doing this to appeal to his audience. This is what I meant by the fake nice guy shtick. If you're going to be performative like this, you probably shouldn't be justifying the edgy tweets you made about wanting to kill people you don't like. The issue here is that Noah clearly only thinks it's okay for those on his side of the aisle to say edgy stuff. So when he hates does it, then they're the worst person ever. I mean, this is the guy pretending to be disgusted by Chud Logic's messages, which amount to sex jokes. But him saying how he'd murder Elon Musk is A-okay.
I think I got banned for this one.
Bro, it's just like, people are showing receipts of you saying insane shit and you're like cope laughing about it. Like saying, yeah, this one's a banger. Like highlight reel. Like, dude, you're just openly saying like this guy should be killed in the streets. It's just so cringe. Especially coming from someone like this. But like Ben Shapiro tweeted this shit out about some trans person. Bro, this would be a full 40-minute cinematic experience analysis video on your channel. Showing how he's this fascist if he tweeted out something like that.
Noah also downplays the consent comment made by Jake Doolittle, which he tries to excuse as out of context, despite the original comment being made out of nowhere. Though Jake turned off the comments and edited out part of the video that made him look bad, that being the weird consent comment.
There's a possibility that you can't do with certain things, like bench an unconsenting girl, right, Orange Peanut?
Want to repeat that one for me, Jake?
Okay, yeah, the thing was removed, so I don't know what that was in response to, but he removed that part of the video, right? He said something, he was criticized for it, and then he took it out. He deleted it. They do it to make himself look good, and maybe.
Probably. I mean, the fact that he edited in the first place is far too comfortable. It's definitely inappropriate.
But also,
there's no justifier for that type of, there's no justifier for that ever. So, just to be clear. The fuck?
He just did it because he made a mistake, I don't know.
I feel like you're downplaying that mistake. It's a widow sussy that you're downplaying that one. A little too much for me, alright? A little too much downplaying on that one, buddy. Okay?
Free woke and cancel culture of you, Mr. Rob, to hold people to their mistakes that they never rescinded. See, there it is.
Okay, again, this one's a pretty big mistake. This one completely ruins the tempo of this entire video for you. If you're gonna downplay somebody, like, just insinuating somebody's a rapist because they don't agree with them, that's a pretty suspicious baka move, in my opinion, okay? It's not really hypocritical. But okay.
I guarantee you Noah doesn't think it's bad when his friends say awful things like that. I mean, he's positive Hassan Piker, who constantly makes disgusting remarks.
Friend of the show, Noah Sampson.
I mean, here's him justifying the rape of spoiled rich girls.
At least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire, wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
But I can guarantee you that during his Ethan defense video, he'll call out edgy jokes made by Big Bungie. What Hassan said there wasn't a joke. He believes this shit. He's also safe edgy, making statements like that, but will plead that the mod of livestream fails for them to delete posts making fun of him. Noah's friend Banda Banada also makes edgy statements, like this one that I don't even want to read. Do you think that's okay to say, Noah? Because if it's bad to call Ethan fat, then you should think it's bad for your friends to make even worse statements. The main reason why I decided to make this video is because Noah flat out defends Banda Banada, though he pretends to be willfully ignorant. I called out Noah's association with Banda Banada because the guy is notorious for doxing and harassing his opponents, and Banada being a horrible person is pretty widely accepted. Even tankies hate the guy. In fact, Noah himself admitted 2 years ago that he thinks that Banada is a bad person. For context, this is from his Debate Bros video, where he shows a clip of Banda Banada criticizing Bosch.
Did you really just cite Banda Banada in your video? Looks like you've lost me. That guy is a bad person. Everybody knows that.
Me citing a clip of Banda Banana saying something that's objectively true is not an endorsement of everything that he's done on the internet. Please stop being a fucking baby. Just look at the meme, okay? Look at the meme.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's really helpful for me, actually.
I'm slowly swinging around your baby's crib so you can gently fall asleep.
Okay, thank you.
Now I do concur that agreeing to someone's take is not a direct endorsement. That's why I didn't show that clip in my last video, because in that first video I showed a clip of Xander Hall criticizing Noah, and it's obvious that I don't endorse Xander Hall, because he's a moron. But now, Noah is defending Ben Abinada's actions, and claiming he needs better evidence that the guy is a terrible person.
Is he a known doxer, though? As far as I know, that's not true. I've never seen evidence of that, but I could be wrong about that. So let's see what Rob has to substantiate his claim that Ben Abinada is a known doxer. First up, tweet exchange. It's Drew Pablo says, Ben Abinada is now messaging me personally to threaten to post my home address and sue me for defamation. And then there's a quote tweet from Ben Abinada that says, I'm not going to post your home address or phone number, Drew, but maybe the people who keep sending them to me will. So first thing is that there's no screenshot provided here for the DMs that this person drew references of Ben Abinada supposedly threatening to post his information. That would be doxing, and those DMs would be a threat of doxing, but you can't make that claim just because this guy said that it happened.
So here are those DMs where Ben Abinada threatens to dox Drew's family and shares a phone number. Luckily, this phone line was cut. Here's another tweet of Abinada threatening him. Here's him threatening to dox another person. And here's Abinada threatening someone and saying they should kill themselves. My question is, if Noah knew 2 years ago that Ben Abinada is a bad person, what changed? What made Noah change his mind? Because Abinada never changed. In fact, just a week prior to Noah releasing this video, Abinada got banned on Twitter again for leaking Drew's phone number. It's obviously been taken down now, but there's still remnants of this tweet online with the original caption. Even if he got this off Google, that doesn't make things better. You think Snapwolf got Jack's phone's address on the dark web? No. She got it off Google. She's still revealing personal information to harass someone she doesn't like. Ben Abinada isn't doing this to seek legal action like Noah later suggests. He's just being a dick. If he really was trying to seek legal action, he should just hire a private investigator instead of doing things publicly. Now this next part I'm going to assume Noah doesn't know about. After I released my original video, Abinada faked a tweet to make me look like a pedophile, and he admitted it's fake, as he had a Freudian slip moment in my comment section. Someone asked why Abinada would make that fake tweet, and he explained why without pushing back on it being called fake. He also admits here that the tweet is fake. His reasoning is because he claims I called him a pedophile, even though I merely said that someone else was alleging he was. And I just stated that the evidence against him isn't concrete. Could I have worded it better? Probably. But I never called him a pedo. He used this as justification to send his fans to harass me, though he deleted all of this once he realized I wasn't going to engage with him the way he wanted me to. He also sent me this DM calling me a child rapist, so that was nice of him. Noah, please stop defending this guy. If you like his videos, I won't take that away from you, but publicly associating with him was a bad look. Most people weren't criticizing me for wanting to go on that live stream because they're Zionists. It's because he's a bad look for the pro-Palestine movement. My main criticism still stands. You shouldn't define of Abinada's behavior, and then shit on TV white ass by saying he's responsible for Alienation's doxing. All that's changed is that I don't have to speculate on if these two are still friends. Noah confirms it and gives him a massive shout out. An issue with Noah's recent response videos is that he unintentionally proves people's criticisms right. I mean, in his response to Shredded Nerd, he doesn't disprove anything. He just spends 25 minutes nitpicking and not understanding jokes. His best argument is to portray his opponent as some chronically online loser who is envious of those around him. This coming from Noah is hilarious. As in his first response to me, he said it took him an hour and a half to record his reactions to 5 minutes of my video. God, that poor editor, having to edit through so much bullshit ramblings. Noah's audience doesn't seem to gel with this content from him, as I've seen numerous comments telling him this. A lot of them seem tired of Noah getting into pointless drama over and over again. So Noah, if you are watching this, I'm not saying to stop making these sorts of videos in general, just make videos of actual solid points instead of just nitpicking. Most of his critiques of my video can easily be chalked up to him having a different interpretation, or him being biased towards the people my criticisms are targeted at. Here's an example from my discussion of denims. Basically, she spends 2 hours slowly reviewing the drama, and cherry-picking the lousiest evidence to show to her audience.
Cherry-picking is a risky accusation to make because it's kind of hard to prove. In order to prove this, that she was cherry-picking, you would need to go through the stream and show examples where she deliberately ignored certain evidence in favor of less tangible evidence. She might have been doing that, but we have no idea because he just calls it cherry-picking, does not show how that happens, and because he's the one making that charge, I don't have to go through all of Denim's stream to try and debunk it because he's not showing it.
The thing is, Noah, I went out of my way to archive the entire 2-hour segment. I also made a separate video, which I mentioned in this RedTuber video, where I go over this point in more detail. I linked to my archive in the description of both, which has timestamps for people to follow along. And my more in-depth cover came out 2 weeks before Noah posted this, so he probably knows. Stuff like this is the average argument he makes. I'm not saying everything he said is incorrect, but he does a bad job explaining himself. Like, I do agree that I could do a better job at showcasing the example that I have, though unlike Noah and many other YouTubers, I link to the videos I talk about. My overall issue with him is Noah's artificial nuance. He pretends to be unbiased, but instead downplays or defends those on his side. I mean, the only person in my video that he outright condemns is Vosh, and rightfully so. Though it's clear he's still butthurt about losing that debate from 2.5 years ago, which is why he didn't want to debate Sean several months ago. I don't believe he's here to have an honest conversation. He's pissed he got mentioned in a video of 500,000 views, and wants to paint my arguments as weak in order to justify his own actions. The only time he apologizes for something is the comment forgetting he did to Xander Hall, but he still gives out excuses about how he only had 5,000 subs at the time. I don't think he has the capability to apologize for something unless there's been a long enough time. I mean, I just found out he apologized for his video on Patient Cena in the comment section to Unpoetic Justice's video on the topic, and honestly, Patient's critiques of him are just as relevant as ever. Noah claims that her nuanced takes are artificial, but in reality, his are.
I don't know, it worries me a little bit because this ecosystem of content, it thrives on the death of nuance.
No, Noah, your political views rely on the death of nuance. They rely on people not seeking out different perspectives and different information. The fact that you seem to feel the need to shelter your audience from alternative perspectives, and the fact that you seem to feel the need to shelter your audience from discovering different pieces of information kind of implies that your position relies on ignorance. It relies on your audience not knowing anything else outside of what you tell them. It relies on them not exploring other perspectives and not exploring other viewpoints on issues. If your views are so coherent and your views are so strong and you're so confident in your views, you should be very confident to allow your audiences to go and explore different perspectives and different opinions on issues with the confidence of knowing that they won't necessarily change their views. But if your views rely on no nuance because you don't encourage them to seek out different perspectives, then that kind of shows that you don't actually think they hold up on their own. If you have to police what your audience views and you have to tell them what to avoid and what not to avoid, then quite clearly they're quite flimsy. Because if all it takes is one of your viewers to watch a video like mine or watch a video like Abraham Preach to completely change their mind, then those views can't be that strong on their own, can they?
Anyways, I don't know if Noah's actually going to respond back to this in any way. If he does, I'm sure he'll double down and not correct the record, especially in relation to Hannah Panada. In fact, that guy will definitely use this as an excuse to send another harassment campaign my way. Noah will just ignore that and pretend that the hate against Panada is unjustified, just like with Ethan. To be honest, I wish that Noah did try to be fair, but his bias sticks out like a sore thumb. There's no point in trying to correct him anymore, so this should be the last video on him. If his takes in the Ethan defense video are as bad as I think they'll be, I'll mention it somewhere. And if he responds to this video, then I'll respond back in a community post. Thanks for watching, and if you want to hear my take on any of Noah's other points, you can ask in the comments below. I'll try to respond to as many as I can.
That's a new term that they're using now. Wing of the party, as represented by Suella Braverman, just don't see eye to eye on anything. The likes of Jeremy Hunt, Alicia Kearns, Rory Stewart, Tobias Elwood, the Wets, basically, all of these kinds of characters, they think that the Tory party needs to be even more left-wing, to come even more into the centre ground, and to be a progressive, basically the party they've been for the past 14 years, to double down, to triple down on the Cameron project, okay? Whereas the Suella Braverman wing, or the National Conservative wing, And Braverman said this in her speech. She retained her seat. Basically think that they need to outflank Nigel Farage and occupy that ground to win back those disaffected voters who've gone to Farage. And this is a genuine problem for the Tories because these two visions have very little in common. There's almost no, they talked for many years about the broad church of the Conservative Party. And back in the Thatcher days, the wets and the dries, the dries were the more hardcore Thatcherite libertarians. Well, after Liz Truss, who is now widely seen to have crashed the economy, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that is just embedded in the mythology of the country now. She seems to have killed the idea of a kind of small state libertarian Tory party. The Thatcherite went dead. Okay, so it's not really a split between hardcore kind of libertarian Thatcherites and more kind of paternalistic One Nation Tories anymore, which was the old kind of Thatcher-Heseltine split. It is more now between these kind of globalist WEF types like Jeremy Hunt and Tories like Braverman, who get it on immigration, who get it on the dissatisfaction in the base of the party, and who want to basically go where Farage has gone. And it's going to be very difficult to see how those two things can come together. I think it's almost inevitable that the Tory party is going to split in two, and that they're not going to be able to mend this. Whether that means the Jeremy Hunt types leaving the party or the Braverman types leaving the party remains to be seen. But basically this has to happen. Either Alicia Kearns joins the Lib Dems or Braverman joins Reform. And it's not just Braverman, she's the figurehead. There are lots of Tories in that boat. Because of the Cameronite tactics of embedding the most left-wing, diverse, SJW-ish types in the safer seats, as per Alicia Kearns, it does mean that of the 121 MPs, more of them are of the Jeremy Hunt, Alicia Kearns stripe than of the Braverman stripe. So it may be easier for the Braverman types to join Reform than it will be for the One Nation types to join the Lib Dems. But let us see what happens. I think it's almost going to be impossible to mend this rift. And, it's an existential fight basically for the soul of what the Tory party stands for. There's a chap called David Frost who wrote a very, very strong piece in the Telegraph arguing the Braverman position. That I have equally seen articles counter-signaling that in the Spectator and elsewhere, putting over the wet position more. And there are two real problems here which seem to me almost impossible to overcome. This is a genuine impasse here, because there's the reform factor, Farage basically, who have made it nearly impossible for the Tories to win in traditionally working class areas now, across the Red Wall and the South East, and places like Wales. The Tories were wiped out in Wales. I saw Bridgen went Tory in 2019, went back to Labour. So, all of those seats that Boris Johnson picked up on the back of Brexit in 2019, it's hard to see them ever going Tory again unless they basically join forces with Farage. Or they take Farage's message and don't water it down. So that is a big chunk of seats right there that they lost. They were just wiped out in all of these areas. And Reform took a huge amount of votes from them. I think it was 4 million votes Reform took basically from the Tories in this election. So, you know, and in fact, if you combine the Tory vote and the Reform vote, they got more than Labour combined. So, yes, I mean, when they said that the right was split, that is true, basically. But you can see why Reform has happened. Because, well, what was Zero Seats about? It was the betrayal. First and foremost, you cannot import 6 million people in 14 years after saying repeatedly that you're going to reduce immigration. I mean, it's not just that, they failed on every single other issue as well. I don't want to go back over all the electoral points now. But that, you know, that sense of betrayal is going to be very difficult for the Tories to overcome with basically the white working class. And then on the flip side, the other factor is that the Lib Dems had a huge night, historic night. I think they got over 70 seats. Biggest win for the Lib Dems in a long time, where they took the so-called Blue Wall, which is nearly the whole of the south of England. You know, it's from all the way, you know, it's from Cornwall all the way to just west of London, the home county. All of that is traditional Tory ground, and the Lib Dems cut through it like a knife through butter last night, or the night before. These voters, these kind of, all of the voters in those areas basically are the British equivalent of what I mean, if I was to make an analogy, it's like the suburban women who find Trump off-putting, right? These sorts of voters are essentially well off, they're middle class, they're, broadly speaking, neoliberal, NIMBY voters, right? Okay, so that means that they kind of don't really care that much about immigration as long as it doesn't affect them. Not in my backyard, right? They don't care about the woke stuff as long as it doesn't affect them, right? And so, you know, they have this view that they want to stay off culture war issues, they want to focus on economics, and basically, you know, they support green stuff because that basically means not building in their areas. It's all NIMBYism, really. And all of those areas basically went Lib Dem. And it's this pressure from the Lib Dems with these sorts of voters that prevents the Tories becoming more populist. That is the argument that Jeremy Hunt will make. And in fact, I'm sitting in Jeremy Hunt's seat right now in Godalming. And I've been keeping an eye on Jeremy Hunt's campaign. He won this seat through, he won back this seat through a very defensive campaign. It was a masterclass in defensive campaigning, actually, where he went round little tea shops and coffee shops and took selfies with the locals and had tea and cakes and, you know, went cycling, you know, took selfies with Lycra Man. And, you know, he just about did enough to hold on from the Lib Dem threat in this seat. And likes of Kearns do the same, you know. That's how they keep hold of these seats, by appealing to, you know, the local character of the place which they protect, okay, which is quite Tory, you might say. But then, in the national government, of course, they're woke, they're, you know, globalist and all the rest of it. So it's a kind of neat little trick the Tories pull off to keep hold of these seats. But the argument from the Wets would be that the likes of Braverman and Sunak engaging in the culture war stuff, which they dabbled in, and Boris Johnson to some extent as well, appealing to populism, put off these voters. Now, the counter-argument to that from the Braverman types will be like, well, hold on a second. Boris won all these seats, and he won the Red Wall seats. It was only when Sunak was installed that all of these seats fell away. It was only when they went full kind of globalist WEF that you had this disaster. Because Sunak basically couldn't really decide what the party wanted to be, and there was so much fighting between the two wings that they ended up kind of doing neither of them. They didn't go full Cameronite and they didn't go full populist, and it was kind of a fudge in between, and they ended up being the worst of all worlds. Whereas with Johnson, they ended up kind of, Johnson had a populist appeal, but he was still basically a WEF globalist. So he managed to tick both boxes somehow. And it's going to be incredibly difficult for the Tories to go back to that without returning to Johnson, which they may do. And the late intervention of Boris may signal a Boris comeback in the future, because it's very difficult to see any other person who's going to unite these two wings of the party again. Now let's look at the problem for Labour. Now Labour lost a lot of votes from Corbyn. Corbyn got over 13 million votes, I think it was, in 2017. And he definitely got more votes in 2019 as well than Starmer got here. Only Johnson got a whacking break at 13.9 million election. And so what is the problem for Labour? They've really got two problems, which I'm calling the Rayner factor and the Gaza factor. So let's go into both of those now. The Rayner factor is basically that message discipline is going to be rather difficult to maintain with 411 plus unknown MPs. There's a lot of new faces there, and factionalism.
Because it's something very visible in the comments. About a third of the comments blame the Jews or some other globalist conspiracy theory on what Tucker is talking about, including one on the clergy club. Now, if you want to learn about this conspiracy in particular and why it isn't something you should rely on, I recommend this video by Lavin. Now, there are several things which conspiratorial thinking do which damage the right. First is that, ironically, it encourages gullibility. How would it do that? How would you say that, you may ask? After all, conspiracy theories expose lies we've been told, make us pay closer attention to the goings-on which work against us. Knowing them makes it easier for us not to fall for the lies authorities tell us. Thank you for asking, my viewer. And I love you, random citizen. And thank you for the effort you put in formulating it so nicely. Well, it does. It's pretty easy to see why. We begin by noticing that conspiracy theories promote the message of authorities being unreliable and malicious. For this, they show either various scandals which were covered up, or quotes by prominent members which imply they are acting against the stated goals of the organization. Once the reliability of the institution is put in a position where the assumed default is its invalidity, then it's easier to lower the standards of what counts as contributing to the conspiracy. It's well known by people who study conspiracies that conspiracists very rarely believe only one conspiracy. That makes perfect sense. Once you have this one institution which is unreliable, showing a connection between it and another one won't be as big as a gap as convincing someone who doesn't believe in any conspiracies at all. When you reach the level that you believe there is a system of corrupt institutions, the level of evidence you will need to believe that another one is also corrupt will be much lower than at the beginning of this radicalization. After all, it's no wonder that I started this segment by presenting a conspiracy that is both false and quite commonly believed in the British right circles. There are other conspiracies about Davos, about the World Economic Forum, about other forms of cabals which are all creating the state of the world. It is, after all, easier to believe that things are going according to a plan, even if that plan is evil, rather than nobody being in charge. Now I support the idea of democracy, which is the system of belief which states that nobody is in charge. The whole system in power is too big for anyone to contain. But ultimately that's an issue for another day. At the end of this one, it wouldn't matter if any of these conspiracies is true. There are three things I want to say about conspiracies in general. Most of the time they have two purposes. First is the aftermath. One doesn't watch conspiracy to feel better, and watching conspiracies, seeing the amount of betrayal, loss, malice, would make anyone more hostile, less amenable to anyone who rejects the belief. Or worse, someone who may be involved. Second is the demoralization factor. Conspiracies have a paralyzing effect once you see yourself surrounded both on a personal level, but especially on an institutional one. It feels more productive to simply learn about the conspiracy rather than form groups and take actions which go against them. There is simply too much power in the already existing systems for someone who doesn't know how to change things to do anything wrong. I recently saw a video on this.
Yeah.
You don't know practical solutions like
What? It was good.
Drunk Monkey. I recommend giving it a watch. Ultimately, awareness of conspiracies serves no purpose unless it's directed at productive actions, which it won't. I therefore propose an alternative model of how you should interpret conspiracies, and that is the following. In the majority of cases, things decay. The politics of the day get worse over time because of indifference, not because of malice. We, as people, are not born with the totality of the knowledge we need to organize society as well. This means, every generation, we need to teach again the values needed for prosperity, and ensuring as many people as possible have the experiences needed to understand those values on an intuitive level. Get rid of that, and you're left vulnerable to influences which will worsen your way of life. Therefore, the most important things you should know is how to bring that awareness to you, not one of how others work against them. Okay, we're done with that, we're done with Candace. Who's next? Oh yes, Matt. The guy who, instead of learning how to write stories directed at children, he wrote a book, set the age range to preteen, and called himself a children's author. Now if this was the biggest of his blunders, it wouldn't be worth mentioning in the video. But no, he said and done much worse things. Case in point, his approach to law enforcement. Now Matt, I can't believe I need to remind you, but you're allegedly a Catholic. The things you say here are not something that any sort of Christian should be advocating for. Christ has quite famously been excoriated for hanging out with drunkards, with prostitutes, with tax collectors. He did it to make them renounce their sinful ways. Even though he also acted to reduce the amount of sinners, the way he did it was also very agreeable for the sinners themselves. Nothing even approaching beat thugs with a cane until they bleed. Now there is no surprise that leftists are no fans of you. You are better despised here in those parts of the internet. And how much can you blame them for being here? Because of these kinds of attitudes that there is even any ground for throwing out the accusation of fascism. You are someone for whom the only solution to social problems. Do you think anyone for whom wanting to help people is part of their regular life would ever be caught saying these kinds of things? No, people like that don't think like this. I can only pray that with that edit, Christianity is not a big part of your life, because you're not getting what you need from it. Christian scholars have studied the virtues for centuries, and all that seek to align themselves with them would be horrified at the thought of saying something like that. And given your typical brashness, it's not surprising that you would say such a thing. I'm not even going to look up for more examples. Not right now. I'm not going to look into anything Michael knows it, but it's in a similar vein with Matt Walsh. And since we're moving on from the Daily Wire, I must say it should not be possible for every single one of the major hosts of one of the largest right-wing channels to be involved in such controversies. Now let's see what Jordan Peterson's been up to. Ah, look, 2 weeks ago, he's released a new song. In the song, he plays a revolutionary, coming from a dead-end job and looking at the TV where his song plays. And the song is about mocking philosophers which are aligned with progressives. Are there no things more productive to do with your time? Nothing other than something as mean-spirited as this? Yeah, again, you don't like the idea that these people came out. But do you think mocking them will help? This is a problem you in particular have been up to since your return from rehab. Ever since you did that, your behavior has been nothing short of unhinged.
Up yours, old moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
What do you think will happen? That the universities and big social media platforms will just be intimidated by you? Dr. Peterson, you should know, an enemy who is stronger than you will never fear you. And when an institution bans you, you can be quite confident that you're not the person being abused. I'm now going to describe a concept recently featured on Dave the Distributor's channel. That of the 4 horsemen of the decay of the modern world. Those are fake, incompetence, cringe, and lust. You're right, most embodies the first 3, and the kind of thing which leads to, for example, Peterson's song, is cringe. It's a clear failure to judge which course of action is appropriate in a social setting, not being in touch with what is needed and how it will be received. Cringe needs to die, and it's a problem affecting mainstream politicians as well, through its combination with fake. The political class championing the right's goals has no sincerity, and is plagued by the same brutality which I've already discussed in this video. How many politicians do you know who look like demons? People so saturated with cancerous thoughts, angry and hateful, that it begins to show on their faces, at best simply masked behind a fake veneer. The political class of the right has lost its nobility, and supporters of the right on the ground no longer hold the expectation that their leaders should be noble in the first place. On the channel I will try to cover how to change that, what actions we can take as regular people and supporters of the political process to reinstate the nobility rather than the hopeless hellscape we're currently experiencing. Speaking of the 4 horsemen, let's look at the mainstream market. Quite famously, in the past year to 2 years, a major issue in their platform has been that of trans issues. Progressives have been keeping track of this. There are maps noting hundreds of bills relating to the banning of this or that issue. Hundreds of them. For 0.2% of the population. Don't you think that maybe the right could address an issue larger than that, which also covers that problem in particular? I mean, sure, retargets group, yet still, at the very superficial level. Worse, in a way, throw things at the wall to see what sticks. It doesn't appear to give any guidelines other than banning things until something works. People who take this seriously have at least some model of how things work. That's why, for example, when it comes to banning materials in school, there are figures speaking out about what is developmentally appropriate in different stages. But this is about their life. Let's say that you want to stop perversion, and there is something about it which you see is most extreme in the trans community. Do you know how perversion works? Do you study lust and how to fight it? Do you take appropriate measures when it's brought to your attention? And trust me, we're getting to that. Maybe you even oppose the sexual revolution itself. But do you know what incentives we have, particularly during this time, that increase the amount of promiscuity? And speaking of incentives in gender relations, rather than having this whole conversation be negative, let's focus on another issue which is of interest to the right, and it doesn't seem to be doing much to solve. I'm talking about the male loneliness question. The right's typical boilerplate answer is for men on an individual basis to improve themselves and work out and get rich and so on. But what too little of the right acts aware of is the degradation of the social relations themselves, besides the other explanations which are convenient because they are ideological. I don't remember in the American context there being any organizing efforts to facilitate socialization and improve the kinds of activities which young people can engage in. I know I am playing fastball here, but I wasn't planning on addressing more than recent controversy and anything related that is better to be aware of and address sooner rather than later. Where were we? I asked the mainstream right. Well, there is a reason I call it mainstream, and I will address a right which is not mainstream very soon. That would be the dissident right. This right has another name for a good portion of the American Republicans, and that name is rhinos. Simply put, rhinos are Republicans in name only, politicians who instead of following conservative politics, they either follow interests which are not in the interest of the nation or worse off, mere progressives. Because of rhinos, it's possible to have commentary on the states of American politics like neo-Trotskyists are real transports. This mirroring the language and value set of the left is obviously detrimental to the right. It lets the left set the framework of what the right should be, meaning that when the right slides left, the left sees that as emboldening of their own position. That to have better politics means to be more like them. And the left doesn't suffer from this weakness because of their reactionary and evolutionary distinction. If left-wing politicians affirm some right-wing value, that is just an incomplete radicalism. It's an element of reactionary thought which will be removed over time. Moving to the left, however, means deconstructing and dismantling the values of the right. That only leaves it with less legitimacy. The second issue I'm going to discuss right now relates to the following clip.
2 hours for a serious debate on the issues that matter most.
We have anti-Semitism all over our college campuses.
People stand with Israel.
Support Israel with whatever they need, whenever they need it. It is not that Israel needs America. America needs Israel.
They founded Israel. If America is here, no matter what it is you need at any time to preserve the state of Israel. The question of Matthew Brooks, the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition. Jewish students across the country are threatened with urgent anti-Semitism across this country. Anti-Semitism. Maybe campus that allows for anti-Semitism. You should lose your federal funding today. I would look for you. No, it's the anti-Semitism that's spiraling out of control. Jewish students and synagogues.
Anti-Semitism is just as awful as racism. The Jewish people
providing Israel with the $14 billion that they need. We are 100% undeniably standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel.
Let's make sure that we have the backs of our friends, whether it's in Israel.
Anti-Semitic, horrible stuff. Making sure that Israel situation, Israel must be defended. On behalf of being a Republican ambassador for all of us at NBC News, good night, everyone from Miami.
No. Have any opinion on the conflict in Israel. But it's probably a little bit weird for one country's politicians when they campaign for their own elections to have nearly unconditional support for a foreign nation. It's just a tiny bit weird. It goes a little bit of a way to show why rhinos are disliked by the dissident right. It is truly addicted to losing. Now, the dissident right is not getting off scot-free either. One of the most major figures in the dissident right, which coincidentally also showed up on Tucker Carlson, is Matthew Smallman, or Curtis Yarn, as you prefer. He's a marketer libertarian to the point of absurdity. The guy literally advocated for corporations to run everything because they're more effective. He is working in the tech sector and wants to throw the right under the bus so that he would be part of the elite. He somehow got to be a major figure on the right because he popularized the concept of the cathedral, as in all institutions not explicitly in the government, like the media or universities for example, act as course-correcting safeguards when politics don't go according to the elite view, which is currently leftist. If you want to see more on how his ideas don't stand up to scrutiny, I recommend this playlist if you got 50 hours. Wait, wasn't he talking about the mainstream right just now?
You sly dog! You got me monologuing! I
Who else is relatively mainstream? Oh, yes, PragerU. And would you look at that? They've got a recent adventure on trans issues, of course. But it can be so bad, right? Right?
But eventually my father found out what I was doing. And due to our culture, he was not happy. And he took me to Mexico and had me have a sexual relationship against my will with a prostitute. He was trying to prove that I was a man. That broke me, obviously.
And I'm not joking. After this, they moved on to continue talking about the transitions. Mr. Prager, Dennis, are you insane? You feature a story about reacting to a child transness with hiring a prostitute unit against the child's will, and nobody bats an eye. These are the kinds of things that make people make every decision. Go, make that's done wrong to be justified. Please. Such a mention should have been caught in several layers of editing before release. It's good that it did include it because but if you are going to include it at all, dedicate a chapter to appropriate and effective reactions to a child coming out of trans. And since your goal is to include this identification, by appropriate and effective, I mean the reactions of the people surrounding the trans person, which reduces the distress about gender, and which doesn't damage the relation with the rest of the family. For example, speaking of the same documentary, there's another trans person you feature which caught the attention of the internet. Now, what seems to be the problem here? Well, PragerU seems entirely unwilling to offer support for the interviewed members of its feature production. Every elected's reaction to the statement of this person is that she is still struggling with the feeling of transness, but is suppressing it due to religion. In other words, despite the force of action which would improve her well-being. Or how many transitions have PragerU offered for assistance, psychological assistance, community assistance, perhaps paying some of the medical bills of the detransition process? Actually, possible things which can't be dismissed as contributing to fear of. For as long as the mainstream right is like this, as long as it has these reactions and these lacks, which are described in both the case of Daily Wire, PragerU, mainstream politicians and associates, the right winning, has good reason to not be a source of release to many people. That is regardless of how many political victories it has, because who is in charge matters. Now this could be addressed by popular demand if the people on a smaller level were instilling in each other the qualities that would make them worthy of leadership. If they became capable of addressing the problems about which the mainstream right fails, that would not be so bad. It would just mean that we would have to wait for the generation to begin getting employed in the positions that current large figures occupy and start making sure things turn out for the better. One thing that does improve my mood about the behavior of common people on the right is that they don't fall for obvious fed posting, for organized events which are clearly far-right in intentions and aesthetics, which are there to put them on a watch list. As far as I'm aware, however, most smaller right-wing figures have a community problem. They don't collaborate. Neither commonly does. Righties don't link to each other's channel, they don't organize events which they show how to mean their success offline, and the majority of right-wing content from smaller channels that I've seen is mostly theorizing. Theorizing for which I don't see follow-ups of plans, as in, how well did this plan apply to the real world? Or who did it? What did they find out while doing it, which wasn't included in the original video? I don't see these kinds of questions answered in smaller right-wing creators. Even channels who used to be active in this kind of community organizing and inter-channel collaboration, like Settlers Lament, no longer made content for nearly a year. And I'm doing the best I can. I have lookouts for right-wing, left-wing channels, and channel recommendations. In fact, I've already recommended several channels in this very video. The only time when the right did have some growth, some organic collaboration, was during the anti-SJW days. People there collaborated, had one person have dialogue with someone else within the same script. But that is lost the most. Most that happens is that sometimes people have interviews on each other's channels, but I don't see any more addressing of common issues in a joint voice at all. What the online right focuses on, instead of community building, is studying these obscure radical figures like Carlyle and Deborah. People join the right less out of anything that the right is for, but for what it is against. That is not something a healthy movement does, and it's made worse by the fact that the real right has origins much older than its 19th and 20th century ideologies. Figures which, on occasion, have been responding unfavorably to them for not aligning with right-wing ideas. Take Pope Paul VI. He held up Ebola as an object of lesson of what could happen to an intellectual who surrendered the search for truth in favor of intellectual excitation, i.e., those strange forms of cerebralism and neurasthenia, of intensive cultivation of incomprehensibility, of the metaphysic of obscurity, of cryptology of expression, of pseudo-mystical precocity, of Kabbalistic fascinations magically evaporated by the refined drugs of Oriental erudition. Ebola's literally fireworks did make a gaudy impression, and they left an acrid odor in the air. But Montini, which is the name of the Pope before he became Pope, concluded that this reheated paganism was all sound and fury with no genuine meaning, except perhaps as a lurid symbol of modern man's capacity for egregious self-deception. The right needs to focus less on these figures which sound smart and more on those who would help them develop as people and communities. Less 40K, more Tolkien, less Ebola, more Aquinas, less Moldbug, more C.S. Lewis, less Spangler, more Chesterton, less De Maistre, more St. Peter. And if you can read them in the original languages, that's even better. If you don't, you'll end up like James Lindsay, the 45-year-old understooder who wastes his time trying to portray the political situation in the most accurate and technical jargon to the point it bores everyone else out of their minds, and it's not even succeeding in what he's trying to communicate. I will end with a fan comparison. My final case study for today is Benjamin Boyce. Now I'll hand it to you. Benjamin is a very active channel. I've checked up what his content has been like for the past year, and there are 156 videos. That's almost one video every 2 days. Impressive rate of production. The problem is what those videos are about. Almost half of them are just stories from detransitioners, and they are the same kind of story every time. Big Pharma is untrustworthy, don't accept the indoctrination children are facing in school, all valid things to say, but it would be probably a lot better if these stories were grouped together in one anthology with several testimonies. Let's do a topic count-up. Trans talks, 74, woke, 19, right-wing, 12, man-relating, 5. Combos of trans and woke topics, 14, and of anything else, 4. He's trans, non-trans, trans, something else, trans, new thing, trans, new thing, right, trans, right. We'll go down a little bit. Then trans, right, trans, woke, something else, woke, else. Trans, else, woke, trans. Oh, Benny Manuel. What this reminds me of is another episode which the other political side did and was worthy of ridicule. Right now.
Why not take up the strongest, most robust feminist argument you can find and really challenge yourself?
I think I figured out what that was, Kristen. Apart from the greatest concentration of facial smoke that can be and has been stuffed into a belly can. I asked you to nominate someone or something you consider robust about feminism. And you did go on to nominate a book. It's obvious to me now that John Walter's side, you were nominating yourself. There is a sign of frustration in letting out, a cry for attention. Why do you always talk to those young, misguided, pretty hip criminals? You could be making me famous. Okay, if you insist. We'll take a look at that's a robust channel. So, we've got a video about bearing, another video about bearing, a video about Trump, a video about Sargon, Trump again, bearing again, bearing again, bearing again. Oh, base fish! Combo breaker. Good guys. Okay, Sargon, bearing, bearing, Sargon, Barry, Sargon, Barry, Trump, Barry. Oh, Dawkins! I see a Dawkins! Dawkins has showed up on this scene. What is he doing? Is he just watching? Alright. Sargon! Oh yeah, I can't. The time has come for this to bear repeating. And to repeat Barry. Barry, Trump, Sargon, Trump, Barry, Sargon, Barry, Trump, Barry, Sargon, Barry, Trump, Barry, Sargon.
That's like even lower, right? That's healthy. Isn't that self-refuted, huh? Fuck up.
You may have noticed I haven't taken you in the least bit seriously, Christian. And I won't. It doesn't matter if you have a doctorate or who gave it to you or what for. If you've never in your whole life done goose bollocks to actually heal anyone. I am not a doctor. I am the doctor. Because people come to me. And even stitches.
I hope you've enjoyed this video, and that you've taken the right lessons from it.
Hello everyone, welcome to yet another day in this farming cave, the cave where things are only going to get worse before they get better. However, this is a video where I can actually see things getting somewhat better. I think it's fair to point out at the beginning of this that I am a member of the forum and do put all my backing behind the forum and being obviously on the right. I also appreciate how the free market works and that when you have competition, everyone effectively tries to outcompete each other to be the most useful seller in the market of buyers. And at the moment, we have a massive buyer's market for right-wing sensibilities, mainly in culture. Obviously, economically, there's still an awful lot to do to teach people about economics, but we'll get to that. This, however, is going to be a video on how Tories are actually probably going to now avoid electoral oblivion. So what has exactly happened? Well, let's get right into it. Tories have announced that they are at their final two candidates for the leadership election, having whittled out all of the candidates down to Kenny Baylock and Robert Jenrick, two candidates who are seen at the right of the party. And when it comes to the Tories, I don't particularly have a dog in this race. I don't really care who of these people actually become leader of the party. If I was to have a preference, I was not a Reform member, I was a pretty radical prefer, I would probably prefer Robert Jenrick. I think he would have a better chance of getting the party into a state where it could actually win in 2029, or at least have a Reform Conservative deal where they co-sign Labour to electoral oblivion. I'm going to keep using that word, because they are more unpopular than Truss now, at least with the over 65s, which is both the party's main demographic. But Kenny Baylock as the alternative, I don't think she was as good as Jenrick. She was definitely my second favourite, but she was second favourite by quite a long way. The issue I have with Kenny Baylock is her record. I'm not going to go into detail on it in this video, but effectively, very much like a lot of people in the previous cabinets, she has a habit of saying one thing to the electorate and doing another when actually in power. Now, I still have to cope that I live mainly down to the civil service. However, she still seems fine with allowing hundreds of thousands of foreign students into the country because they help fund the university system. And as far as I'm concerned, Tories should be trying to absolutely annihilate the university system as they see it now. However, even bearing that in mind, she does annoy all the right people. And as far as I'm concerned, I just want people in positions of power that are annoying all the right people. Kenny Baylock does that quite well, as does Robert Jenrick. as we will go through, and because of that I will still be quite happy if she wins. In fact, in some ways it's better if she wins, because then it is a better chance for Reform to actually do well in the coming Welsh Council and even future general election. After learning that she'd won, Kerry Badenoch released a statement on Twitter saying, "I'm absolutely delighted to have toppled the MP phase of this contest. A huge thank you to all the MPs who put their faith in me, especially those who campaigned for me. I am grateful to all my supporters, both members and non-members online and offline, who kept me going. With much to do, I am going to fight for every member vote, but tonight I just want to say thank you. This campaign has never been about me." Okay, yes it has, but it's been about Renewal 2030, which is obviously Kerry Badenoch's group within the Conservative Party that is effectively about remaking the Tory Party. Again, I want to make it clear, both these candidates are actually for completely shaking up the Tory Party. I'm perfectly fine with that. I am not on the side of the Tory Party needs to die no matter what. I am on the side of the Tory Party needs to be destroyed if they put someone like Cleverly in charge, some NPC party man who has no interest in actually changing the party but just carrying on with business as usual. Because it doesn't work and it's made Britain completely stagnant for 40 years. Fixing the broken system and renewing our party and country, well there you go. My main issue with Kerry Badenoch is that I don't trust her, but I'm completely on board with the rhetoric. Because the thing is, if you're using this rhetoric and Kerry Badenoch touches it and does it completely wrong and is lying about it, you open the door for someone better to take their place, and over a long period of time, this is a good direction for the party anyway. My point being is that I don't trust Kerry, but the direction she's going is much better than most of the candidates, apart obviously from Robert Jenrick, who pushes in the same direction, just harder, and is more trustworthy because when he was Immigration Minister, he resigned basically over the fact that the civil service was completely against him actually reducing it, and he realised how bad the immigration problem actually was. Not too long after this thank you, Kerry Badenoch also released another tweet with a video titled "It's Time to Tell the Truth," hashtag vote Kenny. 2 minutes long, and yes, we are going to go through it. This first image, by the way, is an absolutely perfect example of why I do not trust Kenny. Her rhetoric, as I say, has been perfectly fine and reasonable. No identity politics, Britain is great, more free market, blah 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 blah. Perfectly fine with all that. But then for some reason, the first person she put in her campaign video is a co-founder of a group called Women to Win, which is feminist identity politics. Again, as I say at this point, my only real incentive is for the Tory party to give me decent content for the next few years. I really don't care about them beyond that. And triggering the left is genuinely all I'm looking for. So I'm fine with Kenny being leader. I'd rather Robert Jenrick for more serious matters. But this is exactly why I don't trust her. She is happy to be backed by open identity politics. And as many people pointed out in the past, she even uses it herself to help. The first thing she did on this campaign trail was say, "Oh, David Tennant called me out. Isn't that ridiculous? I will fight this woke thing, this white guy's having a go at me." It's like, stop using identity politics. That's what people have an issue with. Just call him a bit of a moron and move on. You don't need to say he's white. I think you get the point of the campaign video at this point. It's a load of people recording themselves, effectively telling people, "Oh, we don't trust politicians," and Kenny's here to say, "You can trust me." The idea of the video at this point is little more than platitudes of, "Oh yeah, trust us this time." And I'm sorry, Kenny, but you've been in Parliament for quite some time. You've had some, good showings here and there. I'm happy to say that. That's why I'm fine with you being leader, because your rhetoric is definitely in the right direction. It's just that, when you're trying to claim, "Oh, the Tories are different," and then pretty much everyone has seen Starmageddon, and actually the main difference between them and the Tories is that their tax system is absolutely bananas, when Tories already put us in a 70-year high for taxes, yeah, it really doesn't seem that different. Again, on the surface level of it, I'm perfectly fine with it. Like I've said for quite a while, the Tory party needs complete transformation. I just don't trust it will actually transform too much under Kenny. I kind of want her to be leader just to see what she does with it. Again, the Tory party is expendable to me, and she is clearly in the running to win this. She's putting out this campaign video straight after being in the final two. She didn't waste any time. She is serious about winning. It's just hard to see any Tory as anything other than a career politician doing this for barely other reason than Starmer. However, as I say, at least with Kenny, she's putting the rhetoric in the right direction and getting closer to what the electorates are actually after. If she isn't going in to be Prime Minister for someone like Starmer, just to kind of be there, like, that's fine as long as she does things I like. But, you know, I don't really care why people are Prime Minister as long as they're delivering what I want. The problem with Kenny is that she has been in positions of power and not fully delivered what I want. However, as I say, she has done some good things. She was a decent business secretary, and as I say, definitely my second favourite. But that was in a distant place to Robert Jenrick, who I can only respect after winning the final MP round because he was actually in third place in the previous MP round. James Cleverly was ahead by like 18 points or something, and then he managed to lose the last round. It was actually pretty incredible, and everyone's surprised that there's no video into why that happened, because I'm waiting for more information on it. But Robert Jenrick's reaction to winning this round when he was the most likely to leave was literally just to have a picture of him with a pub saying, "End of a good day, racing back on the road on my 150th member event in Lebanon, Suffolk," which feels way more authentic than what Kenny threw out, which again is another reason I like Jenrick. He seems much more authentic as a politician, and it's probably more for show, but a lot of people like authenticity, at least the show of it. Kenny feels very inauthentic. But, as is the point of this video, both of these people are going to make the left melt down, and that's all I'm rooting for when it comes to the Tories at this point. Firstly comes your typical response to Labour on Sky interviewing Conservative MP Andrew Griffith. He was asked generally what's the thought process of your average Tory was at this point, and Griffith mentions that in his view, Kenny is the candidate that Labour fears the most. And as I said, the others in the room, and Jess Phillips of the Labour Party, who are currently in government, just replies saying lol, which is just many of the co-conceived tweets you are probably going to be seeing over the next few years. Because if there is one clear reaction to all of this, it is that clearly the leftist establishment, including Labour, including an awful lot of the media, that entire bubble, is so far removed from reality that they genuinely think that the way you win elections is by being centre-left. Despite the fact that absolutely every party has been centre-left for the past number of years, and one time it looks like it's not going to be centre-left under Boris Johnson, you have an absolute surge of people voting for it. Margaret Thatcher kept the Tories in power for 17 years by being openly right-wing. These people are never going to learn anything. And I'm not being funny, but rhetoric results of what win elections. Kemi Badenoch actually does have the rhetoric, as does Robert Jenrick. The problem they have is that they have reform to deal with who are going to be trying to, they're basically going to be, I see a lot of people saying that Jenrick is planting the reform on the right. Reform's issue isn't that they're not right-wing enough. Reform's issue is that not enough normies know who they are. But that's going to completely change when it comes to the next few years. They have a plan, and I am fully on board with trusting it. But anyways, pointed out, yeah, Labour MPs are effectively coping around this, or at least those that are stupid enough to comment on it at all. Next up, Aisha Hazarika, who is a Times Radio presenter and Labour Lord, by the way, is again trying to parade this as a victory, saying, oh look, clearly Tory MPs are way more right-wing, the party wants to head into its comfort zone and chase reform, which is obviously a good strategy given that there are plenty of polls coming out showing that reform is actually ahead of the Tories in
quite a few constituencies, especially in Wales, which is the next major devolution election coming in about a year and a half. Again, it just shows the mindset that these people have, that the way you win elections is on the centre left. And again, they've been trying that for decades. And the only reason it's worked this time around, they seem to not have noticed, is because the right-wing vote is completely split in half. Anyway, it should remove the ability to apply to this as well, which typically indicates that they don't like hearing that they're wrong. Tim Farron, the ex-Labour Dem leader, has said, well, blimey, I think this could actually be the point when the Tory party ceases to be a movement pretending for government. Lib Dems now have a very serious responsibility and opportunity to go, yeah, this is our moment. Again, we're on the centre left, don't you realise that's where most of the electorate is? Every study says no, they're way to the right of most MPs. There's barely an MP we have that is actually to the right of your average voter. Again, Lib Dems have the same issue. They don't realise the only reason they've got 72 seats is because the right-wing vote is split. And guess what Tories are going to do next time, especially if Robert Jenrick's in charge? They're going to look and say, right, okay, Tories are actually going to step back from areas where Reform are in the lead. Like, this is there is a good chance that this is what happens. And Reform say, okay, we'll step back from Tory safe seats. And in doing so, you reduce, almost minimise, the effects of the right-wing split. If you think Lib Dems are going to come in and being slightly to the right of Labour will actually get them any, and I mean any, long-term political position, then you're just mad. The best that Lib Dems ever did was getting in coalition, and that ruined your chance of ever getting back to in government again because you overpromised and under-delivered. Because of course you're going to do that. How can you expect to promise and deliver anything when you had, a quarter, if that, of the size of the Tory coalition part? So this is what I mean by cope and see. I'm happy to call Lib Dems left-wingers because for an awful lot of them they are the party of middle-class socialites who don't like calling themselves socialist, even though they are, because they feel it's a disfinitive word. And they are going to keep that cohort, but that is not who the Tories are after. The Tories are after their core vote, which has been leaving them bit by bit for the past 2 decades, because Cameron and then pretty much all subsequent PMs apart from Truss did nothing to stop Cthulhu's swimming left. I think the people most annoyed though on Tory Wets is David York, who recently wrote in Conservative Home, Conservatives' very own online magazine, and David Gork, an ex-Tory MP, wrote that he has rejoined the Conservative Party about 3 months ago, and instantly after this election he has said, well, that was £39 that could have been better spent. Tory Wets, I think, are the most annoyed group of this because what it seems, I'm going to quickly comment on the James Cleverly situation. James Cleverly was effectively the Wets candidate after Tom Tugendhat had left. He was the one that the left was now pretending was their biggest threat, which is just such a joke because he was in the previous government that they absolutely trapped. There's no way they think that the Sunak continuity candidate was any threat to them. They're just lying to them. But Tory Wets unironically wanted it because Tory Wets are effectively the type of people that should be Lib Dems, and the only reason they're not is because Tories are better at winning seats. It's exactly why Rory Stewart became a Tory, because he was told by the Lib Dems, if you're aiming to become an MP, become a Tory because they win elections. But now that they have lost their favourite candidate, they are now coping and seething, because effectively it's just it's too much of an ick for them to be seen by someone who thinks that actually immigration is too high. They have these uncouth views such as taxes should be lower and spending should not be as ridiculous as it is now.
And the national debt actually matters. Because at the end of the day, these are people who don't have views. These are people that just want to have pleasant conversations while cashing in a cheque of nearly £90,000 a year. So as far as I'm concerned, people like David York can just be ignored completely. And he can enjoy trying to change the trajectory that either Kemi or Robert Jenrick are going to go on for the next 5 years from the sideline to a party that they hate. Next up is one of my least favourite podcasts ever, The News Agents, who released a clip where they try and say that actually, once again, in a co-conceding manner, number 10 Downing Street will be the people most pleased to hear this result that the Tory party is actually going to move right of where they are now.
One sense it matters in the sense that what's happened to them is that the candidate they voted cleverly is
I don't know anybody that believes that. I don't know anybody that believes that. Hell, again, my parents who are kind of like centre-right normio people, they have sent me clips of Penny Badenoch saying, I really like this woman's shit. I know of nobody that was excited for James Cleverly, and I'm not being funny. I simply do not believe these people when they say, yeah, we were definitely scared of James Cleverly. There was no sense of that whatsoever. This is just hope from these people because they need to believe, they have basically gaslit themselves into believing, I should say, that the electorate is to the centre-left and completely reject the right wing. I don't know how they can say that, but this has not been true in America, this has not been true all over Europe. And that was not true for the Brexit debate, and that was absolutely not true for Boris Johnson. And if you want to go further back, Maggie Thatcher co-conceived that the party man at NBC James Cleverly was who they feared the most. Total nonsense.
People will be most worried about this result right now. The AFCs they've had, what is the head of they have got clear resources.
If you ever want a perfect encapsulation of what the Westminster and media bubble is, just watch The News Agents. It's fascinating. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that the rest is politics is another part of that bubble, but that's more the political bubble. Just on complete display. Whenever someone tells me that they listen to the rest is politics or this, I literally just tell them you may as well just have The Guardian on repeat. Just have them reading out the articles. Because you will learn absolutely nothing from them. In fact, you will be even less informed than literally if you just go on TikTok for 5 minutes and scroll through things with hashtags UK politics. Because this is their conclusion. Like, their conclusion is, now it looks like there's going to be a complete differentiation between Labour and the Tories. Therefore, Labour are going to be really happy because now there's less of a threat to the centre-left. Who else on the centre left? The Greens. The Lib Dems. Plaid Cymru. The SNP. Like, you've still got competition there. And, you have these two main line right-wing parties, Reform and Tory. I'm not being funny. Anything can happen in 5 years. Hell, a week is a long time in politics. Anyone with a brain, and of course by that I mean me, will largely be thinking along these lines. That Reform are going to mainly try and become a household name. That's why they've been throwing up parts of political broadcasts about Labour being useless the other day and pushing the CPS to actually get law and order when it comes to the Manchester airport attacks. Like, that stuff gets in the news. That stuff gets people to not only remember failings that we are seeing in the British state at the moment, but that Reform is on the side of the voter effectively, that you want law and order. You don't want people to have free reign to just beat up female police officers and hospitalise them. From there, they are going to try and do public campaigns as much as they can to do well in council elections, but mainly the Welsh election. Their aim for that is to at least be the opposition party to Labour. And from what I've seen from the polling in Wales, that is not an unreasonable aim. And with that, if you are in one of the devolved parliaments, the household name, alternative to the mainstream parties, that does absolute wonders. The SNP took over Scotland until it turned out that they were all corrupt, greedy morons. I have trust that Reform are not going to go down that direction, and I have trust that they are not going to waste that potential. And with them being taken seriously at that point, Tories are going to have to take them seriously, or frankly face a completely hung parliament where they're not even necessarily the minority government. They are going right wing because they see Reform as a threat. I don't know why Labour don't see Reform as a threat, but I think they're going to have to take them more seriously after the Welsh elections. In second place in 100 constituencies, that is literally the best start that you can ask for. Because they're not just stuck in Scotland like the SNP or Wales like Cymru, and everyone ignores Northern Ireland anyway. They have opportunities to make breakthroughs in all constituencies in Great Britain, in Scotland, in Wales, in England. Anyone ignoring these facts are not politically savvy enough to be earning the type of money that the newsagents are earning. This is their analysis. Effectively, they are propagandists. They're not there to give you accurate analysis. They are there to gaslight you into thinking that Reform is meaningless, the right wing are this whole cohort that basically doesn't exist, and in fact, the way you win elections is by being Labour last election. Which is a ridiculous thing to say, because as I made my point throughout the last few months before we got to the election, voter apathy would win. And voter apathy was at 41%, which outranks every other party that we share. So I was correct. Why is there voter apathy? Because not enough people knew about Reform, or if they did, but they were fed up with the Tories, they simply could not trust that Reform were going to do anything major, and so kept their vote Tory. Or they died, or they that was your option. Moving to the right is definitely the correct thing for the Tories to do if they want improvements on the last election. News agents are money, and they get paid more than me for having this analysis. It's almost like they're not paid for their analysis, but instead for their propaganda.
Not like presenting it as but what they do is one side of the print, making a whole point of the sort of sense of
This is their analysis. This was their analysis of what's the Tory party. They should not be big, they should be normal. Oh, James Cleverly's come through and said skin, as if you're a politician. This is how pathetically these agents are being paid. Democrat talking points will always call it coming weird and hopefully. Has votes in America led to the Democrats actually trying to call Nancy Trump weird? No, it's completely 50-50. And these people don't learn anything. Live in a bubble and are paid to spew whatever propaganda that the world wants to know. It's pathetic. That's all. I'm not being funny. I think it's a massive compliment to say to a politician, I think you are literally an AI-generated politician that is perfectly trying to represent what the Tory vote is. Why? You're trying to win a Tory vote. Why would you not want that? That is a compliment to the moron. Again, the main criticism there is like that's what the AI generated did. But if I was a politician, I'd love to hear that. You think I perfectly encapsulate what the Tory vote is as a Tory leader? Wow, that's a really good compliment. Thank you. Given that I keep an eye on that side of the right, that is absolutely not where she is in the fire. If she listens to the online right, she would never even use the term white in the same sentence as man. The online right have a hissy fit whenever anything remotely identity politics comes up, and everybody's not even doing it. If you think that she is on the conspiratorial right and listens to that side of the internet, you are just a moron.
who clearly doesn't know what's there and he gets pulled up information on BBC Verify. And yes, that is an insult. Anyway, there was all the posts there. I was getting further commentary on Twitter saying not inconsiderable chance that Cleverly is the next Tory leader, who leads the Tories into their next election, taking over the Parliament and whoever wins this contest. This is their mindset at the moment. This is their mindset. Kenny or Robert Jenrick are going to be so bad that they're not going to even last 5 years. It was a disaster. He lost to Theresa May and was kept in for part of a decade. Of course, this opposition is going to be in charge for the next 5 years. There's going to be a lot of influence, don't get me wrong. But there are a bunch of MPs. They are not as strong as they have been for the past. It's getting pretty close to an 1850 disaster by this rate. For example, Cornwall, who were supposed to be totally representable landowner types. You have these big farms where they hire people to do the farming, etc. And yet the Cornwalls, which were keeping them in power, were repealed by the people. And it was a massive infighting and nearly collapsed the party. And then Disraeli came along and renewed it. And that is what the Tories do an awful lot of the time. The Tories I reckon are still about 50 years. Because they're really going to renewal, getting back to what the elected actually wants. This happened with Thatcher, this happened with Churchill, this happened with Dick Cheney. I don't see why it can't happen yet. Now the Jenrick and Kenny Bain not seem like similar types to those that I've just mentioned. Not really, but why should surprises? You know, like Kenny or Jenrick will do a better job renewing them and getting them back as an electoral level. Absolutely, there's no question about that. But these people live in a stupid bubble where all they can do is propagandise because they have no idea how to drop the analyse. In another tweet he said the strategic choice faced by the centre-right parties across the left over the last few years the hard right to embrace them. Every day's contest to the next Conservative leader, which latter views. Nonsense. The hard right don't be campaign. Not even necessarily. Which is a lie. They don't think you don't. The choices between a leader who embraces a populist right hard right agenda, Jenrick, and one who does much the same thing, but with more online alt-right discourse through. Again, Kenny Bain is not that side. Jenrick is much closer to that side. Obviously. These people don't know what people talk about. They don't know what to do. The alt-right has not been a thing for like 5-6 years at this point. It wasn't felt different names now before. They typically have like a right or something like that. Whereas those people keep an eye on them for, they're all commenting on right-wing politics in broadcast. Most right-wingers don't even know who they are by now, so it's absolutely useless bringing them up. This is what Fleming was driving at with his acting normal agenda. Yes, well, the Tories tried acting normal for over a decade, and people don't like it. People don't like the fact that acting normal basically means give some right-wing rhetoric, give some red-wing out, and then do the opposite. If that's acting normal, then yeah, that's just got to be rejected. But this seems to be what the bubble is trying to delete, with Michigan Mar saying it seems incredible for those with the low opinion of this iteration of the Conservative Party that they are actually going to issue. Again, back to apathy is winning when pretty much every party is centre-left, and your biggest threat is coming to the right of you. Of course you're going to move right. But I don't expect these people to even share a brain cell. So I'm kind of glad to see that they're doubling down on clearly the left wing is going to win in Britain, because it is the most untrue statement I can think of. Matthew Stavlin, who is best known for saying that robberies don't happen in London because they haven't happened to him, and when they did happen to him, and he would try to claim that it wasn't a robbery, says Tory MPs have just voted themselves out of power for a decade. Again, it's pretty nuts how this bubble of gaslit themselves into thinking that Starmer was actually a very popular candidate because he was the left of the Tories, when as has to constantly be mentioned, the main reason they're in power is because Reform split the Tory vote. Because people are better than the Tories and want to be different. And if they renew well enough, they might just get back in the next election. Who knows? Still fully backing Reform, by the way. But I am saying that total renewal can give them a new lease on life. Finally, we get on to the more online left. Seems to be somehow even more in the bubble than people just see. Eric Campbell says the most sophisticated electorate in the world has given members a choice between a man who said British special forces didn't murder people because of the vote, isn't true by the way, and a woman given the charge to abolish maternity pay. Again, two complete and utter lies that you can only say in earnest if all you do is read headlines, and even from reading those headlines comes the complete wrong conclusion that the headline will say. I'm not going into detail on why these are wrong, they just are wrong. And Ed Campbell, if you watch my Reacting to Extreme Britain series, whenever anyone says anything on the right wing, you will start with them dishonest questions that are effectively just questions of I hate you. And if anyone says anything on the left wing, he will give them fair questions that get to the point they're making. And this is the type of commentary you will have when you have that mindset. You will just lie about your opponent and pretend that you have it in the bag that your politics will end up winning the day. It's not true. Next up, it was calling personal economist Richard Murphy, saying they've not been generic with those words, with the surprise and decline, leading to the demise of the Tories, both with bad as Truss, if not worse. I don't see how they would probably do this. I really hope they are like Truss, because Truss is slowly being vindicated, and if they are effectively using Truss's rhetoric without openly saying that they agree with it all the time, they'll probably do quite well, because people's memories are short. People didn't know that they have to hate Truss because she upped mortgages. Not even true, by the way. I'm not going to go into detail on that, but you've got to learn how you elect people. Normies, pretty much everyone think Truss is a complete moron who destroyed the economics of the country. They don't understand why, because people don't understand economics. So you pretty much have free roam with whatever you want to do in economics, and if they are Truss-like, they are going to be pretty good. And I actually trust that Cheddar is going down that route. They've not possibly so as well, just not to say. Either way, once again, completely moronic analysis, but I completely expect that from someone who unironically says that the national debt doesn't even exist. Because when you buy a government bond or a gilt in the UK, you end up getting money back on it. Therefore, it's not really a debt, it's just a tax rebate. The man is a moron. I've done videos, I could go on about it forever. Anyway, the final bunch of left-wing activists, SUO, activist is best I can describe him. So choices like between syphilis and herpes, Ian Blunt, another ex-mainstream influencer, says to be fair to Dremrick, he's the only person I've seen most batshit and boring at the same time, so that's got to stand for something. And the Sigma Ballot character says, I see we are guaranteed a utterly unhinged opposition for again. All I can say to all this is that these people have no idea what the average person in Britain thinks. They have no idea what the average voter is like. They've clearly not seen the studies that constantly say that MPs are to the left on pretty much everything for the electorate. And yet they will keep going on. The only reason they say it's unhinged is because at dinner parties in London, they will effectively all say how mental they are, and I know that the Prime Minister and his cabinet took a load of freebies or against things, but against Tories. Tories are mental. That is how these people think, and it is going to be an absolute shock for them the next 3 years, 5 years, more than likely, when they just keep losing all of these by-elections, council elections, and even possibly the Welsh Senate. I mean, it's unlikely that they control it, but you'll probably see reform before the household name. That's going to start being a real threat to Labour, and you might finally see an entire Overton window shift to the right, especially with how the rest of Europe and America is going. There's no way that this current paradigm is going as it is. But that is a paradigm we are in now, one where the gap between normal people and all of these media and political elites are just widening and widening and widening. The gap is so big now that even Sky News, which went very left-wing over the past decade or so, is a completely failing business model. They used to be known as even better than the BBC news, and now no one trusts them because people are moving away from mainstream sources because they realise they are not actually learning anything useful about current events. So now Twitter is a massive news source. There's people on TikTok delivering news. Even like left-wingers, that is more sane than what you see on the television. And that's what these people rely on. They rely on these mainstream narratives put out by that news. And it's just not lasting. It's just not lasting at all. There is a reason that The Spectator
has been pretty much tripling its membership base, subscription base, sorry, for all these years. It's because their analysis is mostly good. They have some really odd bastards. They always go into this like spectator to let anyone say anything. And then when it comes to online media, I mean, it's growing. No doubt about that. My channel's grown quite substantially since I even got it. This paradigm is favourable. It is favourable. And having either Emmy or Jedrick in there that is making them go even more unhinged, I don't see it. But that's all the Tories are useful for. Do they make leftists go unhinged? If yes, fine, I'm fine with that. Realistically, I like Jedrick. If Emmy gets in, I think it's really good because she is untrustworthy. I reckon that out if you haven't already. Anyway, with that is everything I have for you today. So it's chill time yet again. Tonight I am on Proper Horror Show Street to talk about the film. It was grim. That's all I'm saying for now. Find out the rest on the stream. Text exactly the audience and to that. Next Monday we will properly start the history stream about the California War over on the Worcester Pub. So to down below. Do follow us on Twitter, and I will be posting out when it actually goes live on Monday too, so Tuesdays.
Things are getting turbulent. I didn't see these riots coming. It's the philosophy of anti-racism itself that is the problem. One group getting together, but that's actually the most evil thing you can do. The current right-wing political activists who are operating as people like Tommy Robinson, Katie Hopkins, Ken Dankula, I've met most of them, I've met all of them, and they all seem quite nice. There's always the allegation that he's the world's biggest racist, and yet I just don't see any evidence for it. You could classify any critique of any of these minority groups as hatred. The fact that you can go to jail for critiquing Islam or bringing this LGBT ideology. 3,500 people a year go to jail over the things they post on social media. When was the last time a non-white person was put in jail for race hatred? I don't know. Exactly, no one knows. This is most things hit most people. Yeah, and that's what far right is. I'm afraid basically all far right. Since you started streaming all those vendor videos, has authoritarianism crept back in across the West? I mean, the easy answer is just say, well, yes, and then list a series of ways in which the government curtails our freedom, things like that. But it's been like this for a long time, actually. And there's always been a kind of closed atmosphere in Western liberal societies that we weren't really aware of because we had a consensus, popular consensus, and it was very difficult for dissident voices from outside of the consensus to break into it because, of course, the mass media in private internet, social media. But now that social media exists, we're finding a lot of, from both the left and the right, dissident voices interjecting themselves into our discussions, presenting us with uncomfortable truths, which we often would otherwise be blind to. And so it's the current sort of progressive regime in the West lives under sort of international global multi-culti, you know, the sort of thing I'm talking about. That's always had its censorious tendencies, and we are seeing it expand. The fact that you can get, the fact that you can go to jail for critiquing Islam or being against LGBT ideology and things like this. And people say, well, hang on a second, you're not going to jail for that. It's like, no, what you're going to jail for is inciting hatred. But you could classify any critique of any of these minority groups as inciting hatred, and therefore really what you're saying is these are essentially kind of blasphemy law against the ideology or religion or whatever. And so, yes is the answer, but it has always kind of been this way to some degree. Are there examples of people actually going to prison for saying things that aren't inciting violence? Because it's about the interpretation of inciting hatred. See, I didn't say violence. This is a very elastic word to use.
And there are people with punishments all the time. It's just you don't hear about it because they're just not made big song and dance about it, because it's just a part of British life now. Remember, it's like 3,500 people a year go to jail for the things they post on social media. And that's outside of the sort of spike that happened during the South War protests, where lots of people got sent to jail for a lot of things. One chap was sent to jail for waving newspaper at the police. We're in a situation where if the authorities want to fire you, put you into jail, it's actually quite easy to do so, because anything could conceivably be considered an exciting things. You'll notice they've got certain client groups that never fall foul of these. When was the last time a non-white person was put in jail for race hatred?
I don't know.
Exactly, no one knows. Does that not happen? Well, have you ever heard of it happening?
No, I mean, Hamza Yousaf was the most, in my opinion, was blatant example. Yes, a very clearly racist and angrily spoken speech from someone who in that time was serving as First Minister of Scotland. That on white, so aggressive. People have tried to explain that to me, go, no, but he was responding because somebody was talking. I don't care what he was responding about. It was the point he made. So he wasn't arrested. I feel like if I'd gone in the street and said that, black, Jewish, gay, any of those things, I'd be, I don't know, but I was arrested rightfully locked up, but I actually don't know what I think about rightfully or not.
I don't think he should be rightfully. I actually do think he should be able to say the things he wants to say, not the punishment, because I'm quite old-fashioned. But that's exactly the point. Hamza Yousaf, there was a bill in Scotland for the recent past. I can't remember what it was called, but it's essentially an online harms bill variant where it's concerned about hatred and things like that. And he got thousands of complaints about that speech under that bill. Yeah. Obviously, you can't be used retroactively, so that cover it. But people are aware that these laws are used in one direction. They're not omnidirectional, they're not universal rules for everyone. The race hatred is a really clear example of two-tier policing, right? Because for example, grooming, they're all underpinned by a kind of ethnic resentment and contempt. It was done to English girls because they were vulnerable English girls. And a lot of the victims will come out and say to you, yeah, well, they call me a white slap, things like this. There'd be open race hatred involved. There was one case, I can't remember, that she was essentially told to stand in the room and just not look at the ground, because she wanted other people to listen and things like this. So it's very, it's worse than you would think. There's obviously a dimension of race hatred in there, and of course, this is not the crime that they're being convicted on, because these are sort of amplifiers to the sentences that people would otherwise get, but they're not added on. And so these people will be out on 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is, rather than a much longer sentence. If it were an English person doing this thing with the same contempt in their hearts, and so I think people become like, we live in quite a tyrannical society that is actually racialized. It penalizes white people more than it penalizes non-white people for certain things that they say, and that's just self-evident at this point.
Since we're talking all about race, ethnicity, and racism, I wanted to tell you a little bit about today's sponsor, MyHeritage. MyHeritage is the leading global service for family research and DNA testing. I've been a member for years, and it has 19 million members who trust it. It makes building your family tree simple and fun, and you can look up your entire family history. My brother isn't yet here, so look how easy it is to add him. You can search 20 billion historical documents on MyHeritage to find records of your family members. One really strange and beautiful thing was to see photos and information about my grandpa's grandparents. So they had come over from Ukraine. They were these strange, weird people I didn't really know very much about. So to be able to see photos actually of them was very odd for me and wonderful. And I had this intimate moment with my father, and we bonded over this, where he was able to see his dad's grandparents, the people who came over like that. So it was a really beautiful thing for us. You can even use MyHeritage's AI tech to colorize and repair these photos. And look how I've done that with this photo of my great-great-great-grandpa, or one of those greats. I've sort of messed that up. In today's crazy race-divided world, you need to know your family history. So start building your family tree by signing up for a 14-day free trial, or doing a thing with the QR code. That's grabbing the QR code. That's My Heritage. Just get the link in the description there below. You can see it on screen now as well. Or scan the QR code. This is the 2 tiers.
People have an understandable habit of saying, well, look at this institution, look at this institution, look at this institution. So the police, the RAF, the courts, almost anything, you know. But focusing on the institution is a bit of a red herring, because the institutions just operate in the way that the ideology of the people control them. And so the real issue is, why are institutions controlled by an ideology that is against the native white British population and in favour of non-white, non-native foreign populations? This is the schism divided upon which the axis of power will take. And so they were saying the white person doesn't get the grace the non-white person gets. And okay, why should that be? Why are we in this country? Why live in our country? Why should we be treated as second-class citizens by all of the institutions in favour of newly arrived people? I'm not saying they can't have arrived or anything like that. Why do we have to remain essentially subject people on their behalf? It's not fair.
There, of course, many non-white people in different centuries or
yeah, no, I'm not arguing the case on that. I'm suggesting there should be one rule for all.
Yes, yes.
And not that any non-white people who are here should be given legal political advantages over white people.
Does this come from a feeling of in the institution or the ideologies that prop them up, just wanting to not be racist so much that that's the incentive?
Yeah, it's the philosophy of anti-racism itself that is the problem, because you could simply operate merit-based institutions that just say, this guy has great qualifications, we'll hire that guy because he seems good. But the RAF is the best example of this, where they said they were quote useless white male applicants to be pilots. They weren't useless as pilots. What they were useless for is their diversity quotas. They were white men. They couldn't improve the DEI standard that for some reason the RAF has.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, you know my own history with the BBC.
I do.
What's the word? I'm still reading my way.
No, I totally understand. But this is the issue. There is a reigning ideology is intersectionality that manifests in what people recognise as anti-racism, that seeks to abolish any class or distinction between groups of people. But that's actually kind of crazy when you think about it. Why would Hamza Yusuf, white speech is a great example. He is a Pakistani man. His parents go over to Scotland. God only knows what reason. He's born and raised in Scotland, and he looks around and finds that all of the different offices of state in Scotland are filled by Scottish people. Yes, that is what you'd expect. But Hamza Yusuf, it's the spitting heat, white. How dare you not be the multicultural United Colours of Benetton advert that I expected to come in. He was just using it as a cudgel against the people saying, well, we don't hate brown people. It's like, we know you don't hate brown people. Why are we having this conversation? Like, this wasn't an issue, and you knew it wasn't an issue, and this bad faith paper has come in and made it an issue, and then we gave to it.
I often think about going to Argentina, I was over there, and I imagine just saying, well, why aren't there any English even, and there was that, what's his name, Nihal, the radio presenter, was upset that the BBC aren't enough brown people down there.
Constantly.
Well, yeah, firstly, and secondly, like, he wouldn't say he was the only brown person. I was often the only Jewish person. I was also often the only tall person. But none of these things bothered me. I actually quite liked all the differences, and you know. And by the way, being tall, and that is a thing, right? And because I know people say, "Oh, I like you tall." Firstly, every time you nearly banged your head, like by an inch, you know, in that instance, I have banged my head. So there's been a lot of head banging. And then also, when I go to a concert or something, I actually get anxious when people behind me are going to see it. Yeah, I'm blocking their view. And I think there's a point to be made that a lot of people have got obviously not being too tall or whatever it is, but they've got different issues like, I'm a different skin colour, or I'm trans, I need to be a different change and things like that. They want the world to change for them. And I think that's this new, really entitled thing, whereas I think, oh God, I am too tall. Like, that's just life. I am too tall. For people to be able to enjoy a concert if they're sitting behind me, I feel bad. I'm going to hunch my shoulders now and get out of the way. People want everything just to move for them.
That's about being considerate for others, or at least it used to be. The main consideration people had was for other people, and now it's just for themselves. And moved into this kind of very solipsistic position in society where when the one group that's, or coalition groups, they're saying we want all the things that we want. And there's a group that says, I want to be considerate of others. Well, one group gains and the other group loses. It's very obvious that's not the case. And so there are probably a lot of English people out there at the moment thinking, you know what, I'm actually not that concerned for others at this point. I'm not actually interested in showing too much consideration for people who show me no consideration. And it's hard to tell them that's unreasonable, actually. It's hard to say, well, no, you must continue to give good graces to these people who are just going to continue taking and giving nothing in return. There's no compelling argument as to why we should do that.
Yeah, it's so sad with the concept of colourblindness and Martin Luther King's time.
Oh yeah, that's it.
It's such a shame.
Yeah.
When Nihal or Hamza Yousaf, when they pay attention to that, what are we supposed to do other than now think, okay, how many white people are there? How many white people are there? There are a lot more white people in Scotland. Now suddenly I'm thinking about it. It's bizarre. Is it fair to say that something I've been thinking about lately? I mean, I know when I was a kid about classes, it was like, oh, the Nazis. We didn't learn much about the USSR. We didn't learn much about any of it. It was just Nazi. And so while we're looking for Nazis, it's the Bolsheviks that come through the back door.
It's not strictly fair to call them Bolsheviks. But you are right. The hunt for Nazis has been very pathetic and has turned up very little in and of itself as well. But it's not fair to call them Bolsheviks, although they are communists. But they're a very new kind of communists. So the Bolsheviks are from the turn of the 20th century. Lenin decided that communism, it was apparent to the communists in the early 20th century, but the very turn of the 1900s. Communism wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to come about on its own. Yeah, apparently flaws in capitalism, contradictions in capitalism that Marx and Engels expected to naturally flow into communist society weren't going to happen. And so Lenin conceived of something that's come to be known as vanguardism. That is, when the state becomes weak, a vanguard of communist revolutionaries will be able to overthrow it and then bring about communism, and that's how they do it. So that's what Bolshevism is. So, no, it's not fair to call people at the moment who are communists Bolsheviks, because they're not active revolutionaries who are physically trying to overthrow the state and establish a socialist regime. Our socialists are much more like the Fabians. Are you aware of the Fabian Society?
No, I always hear about the Fabian Society.
Right. Well, again, the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the communists were well aware this was working. And so there were three different strands that broke out, ideological strands that broke out of communism. The first one was Fabianism, which was the British, particularly English, method. The intellectuals at the time thought themselves as able to achieve socialism by degrees. We will gradually work our way through institutions, gradually implement socialism, little by little. Finally, we are in the socialist utopia. The second one, by the way, the logo of the Fabian Society, I'm not joking about this, it is literally a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wow. Like, you can look it up, I swear to God. I swear to God. Yes. Look up the Fabian Society's logo. Weirdly, they don't have it on the Twitter bio.
That's interesting.
It's actually a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I was told that once by a 25-year-old female, and she said that she was in sheep's clothing.
Well, that's literally the logo that Fabian Society chose for themselves. The second one was Lenin's vanguardism, and the third one was actually fascism. The fascists, particularly Giovanni Giacomo, recognised that socialism was their doctrine, and so conceived of the next step in socialism, which was essentially a kind of national socialism. Because socialism, up until that point, was conceived of international socialism. workers of the world unite. But of course that didn't happen. And so they're not always. But the thing is, that didn't work either. The Soviet Union, by the sort of late 60s, early 70s, Western intellectuals defended it very rigorously, except it was becoming apparent that it wasn't very different in effect to the Nazi regime. There was millions dead, tremendous tyranny, unbelievable amounts of social repression, censorship, secret police, etc., etc. So the Iron Curtain was down over Europe, and everyone could see it. And so Western intellectuals by the late 60s, early 70s had backed off of defending the Soviet Union. It wasn't how socialism was going to be brought about. And so they were stuck, actually. They were kind of lukewarm, as it were. And they were in Western Europe. And so you had the Frankfurt School, the Hermann Marcuse, Adorno, Horkheim, and a few others, who were philosophically trying to find purpose by which to attack not just capitalist society, but also communist society as well. Because what they'd noticed is that the industrial society itself had managed to kind of lock in the higher civilization, so become totalized, and it flattened everything down to just mass consumer products. And on this regard, the capitalists and communists are basically the same. They're having competition for who could produce the most abundance. And like you can look at Mao's speeches and discussions, where he's constantly comparing steel output of China to England. So we're going to supersede England in productive capacity, because they are both materialist entities. They're both concerned with the material conditions of the people of London, and so it was a competition with both on the same track. And the Frankfurt School realised, well, okay, we may well end up with abundance, but we're not going to end up with quality. We're not going to end up with the sort of liberation from structures of dominion. The ideal of communism, and ultimately the ideal of liberalism, promises. And so they set about constructing what Marcuse calls critical theory in order to start poking holes in democracy. And this manifested or mutated through Harvey Dawson into critical race theory. And in 1989, Kimberly Crenshaw, one of the critical race theorists, coins the term intersectionality, and then for the next 30 years, intersectionality, now colloquially as wokeism, was infiltrated, or that's not the right word, promulgated, but kind of like
accepted.
Kind of, it was like the West was a very large sort of domino game, and they just had to flip the first one down. And eventually, the top institute would become woke, because we had a set of premises all set up. So we should do this, we should do that, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. And intersectionality kind of short-circuited this, and it just caused the whole thing to kind of close until they have no argument in favour of limited people, and they only have arguments in favour of minorities through the lens of anti-racism and critical race theory. But what's important to remember is these people aren't following the same desires and impetus as the Bolsheviks. They were just doing it through far less bloody means, you have to give their credit, but much more in the favour of.
Interesting. That's a short history of where wokeism came.
Yeah, there's a short history of the left, basically, in the 20th century, last 120 odd years. It's one of failure. They themselves.
I wonder to what extent, I'm sort of feeling my way through, as I say, but right and left, I know people saying that they're the same as me, and also that maybe it's irrelevant. I know some people are going to say the Nazis were left or right. Does their monetary policy actually matter? I mean, I know there's societal issues that are attached to those sites.
Well, I mean, they run a command economy, just like fascists. So when you actually look at the actual physical thing that the fascists and the socialists, the Nazi Soviets, fascists, did, it's not terribly similar. They both ran one-party totalitarian states with secret police, controlled media, a command economy. I mean, the fascists were not as heavy on the economy, as the Soviets, what the fascists would do was monopolize, centralize all resources and warehouses, and then pass it out to private businesses. And one of the things that the communists always say is, well, let's privatize those things. Like, there's no such thing as private in a totalitarian system. What they're saying is the Nazi party seized businesses and annexed it to party members, which it did. So in essence, in practice, they're not. In essence, they might call themselves different, but in practice, they are very much the same. And it's because they are all socialists, really. The fascists came out of the favor of 19th century socialism, and they just had a different perspective on how a society might be organised. But the problem with this, and this is where I find myself very widely diverging from honestly anything since the French Revolution onwards, actually, is they have the ability to measure the society in some total and say, right, well, because I can measure the society in some total, I should be able, because I'm a rational and intelligent person, to reorganize it how I see fit, according to a set of principles. But that's actually, if you think about it, the most evil thing that you could do, because what you're doing there is just annexing to yourself the right to take everyone else's property and deal with it as you see fit. And say, hold on a second, it's my property. I didn't agree to this. And so the alternative is what we would have otherwise called a free society, in which people are agents of their own. They have the right to acquire property and dispose of it as they please, and they operate within a set of laws that are for everyone. And this is a non-rational society, because this is not something that's been organised from the top, hierarchically by a managerial elite. This is something that's organic, that grows on its own. People succeed or fail on their own merits. And that's a much more wholesome society, in my opinion. I think actually the rational society is the evil society. It begins with evil principles, it does evil things, and ends up killing millions of people. And the 20th century is just the best proof of this. So actually, and I know this sounds strange to the modern scientific paradigm, but we absolutely want an irrational society. A society that is done by people's desires and their whims, rather than a centralized bureaucratic tyrannical organization that will just tell you what you can do.
Is it fair then to say, this is what I've been thinking recently, that really rather than left and right, we should just be talking, especially about when we're talking about regimes and what might go wrong in that sense again the next time, about authoritarian and libertarian?
I mean, I don't like the terms, because authoritarian stigmatizes almost any exercise of authority. But there are exercises of authority that are legitimate. And so, for example, sometimes there are certain kinds of people who absolutely need to be prevented from trading a certain kind of good on the market, because the market is pretty value neutral when it comes to morality. So there is a justified human reason to prohibit the sale of, say, human beings on the market. But the market will quite happily trade in human beings and have done for thousands of years until the English put a stop to it. So we shouldn't be stigmatizing legitimate use of authority, nor should we fetishize excess amounts of liberty. I mean, there are lots of things you can do that you shouldn't do. You shouldn't drink at 9 o'clock in the morning, for example. But from a libertarian perspective, well, why not? You know, but there are lots of other, again, non-rational, but sentimental, emotional, habitual reasons not to drink at 9 in the morning. But you don't really want the government getting involved in. But you do want to have a moral standard against. So again, I'm very much against like these sorts of terms, because they become, they take on a significance outside of the scope of where they should be appropriately used.
Do you remember, did you read about that town of where the bears ate everyone?
Oh, is this in Iceland?
No, New Hampshire.
Oh,
yeah.
Frankly, no.
I think it was New Hampshire, and it became a sort of, it was a town that was a trial as a totally libertarian town. So they had
and bears ate everyone.
I think I had this debate with Karlin Borisenko.
Right.
She's like really onto the whole libertarian stuff, and I was like learning this stuff, and I was like, interesting, and then I looked up this town with the bears, and it was just like they were loving it, didn't pay taxes, and everyone, you know, you do each other's lawn, you'll be the police person, you make sure, you know, which again just forming another. Just like a town. Yeah, it's a town.
It's just a town.
Except without the state intervention and no nobody thought to ward off the bears, but no one really wants to do that job. And bears would just come into people's homes and eating their pets and stuff, so the whole thing just fell apart.
What do people armed? Well, you think they just shoot bears?
Yeah, but they might not have seen the bears, and the bears went and got their animals and ate their dogs and things like that.
I mean,
yeah, and whenever I put that to libertarian, well, firstly, most people say it's not true, but it is, because you can look at it. I thought, oh God, I've been caught here, and I looked it up and said, no, this really is, this has been reported by several established media or whatever. It's there. But then they said, well, if I was there, I would have been Bear Patrol. It's like, well, but no one was.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, so if they would have been Bear Patrol, fine. But I suppose that's the
well, that's the problem, is that how do you make money being a Bear Patrol?
Yeah.
You don't need the Bear Patrol until the bears are actually on your door, and then it's too late.
Yeah.
It's a preventative measure. But this is why I'm not a libertarian. It's one of the reasons why I'm not. There's good reason for regulation.
You sound too sensible. You're supposed to be Carl Benjamin. You're somewhere. You're supposed to be the Tommy Robinson, or in terms of a scary figure. Well, before I met you the first time,
I've met lots of the people who are stigmatized by the press, and I find it. I haven't found a case yet where it seemed warranted.
Any of them?
Not really. They've all been really nice to me.
What of modern day? Because I mean, Hitler was
Oh no, no. I mean current, like modern day.
It must be about David Duke.
I'm not there.
Yeah,
I mean in Britain.
But now maybe he.
That was a very wide net. So the current right-wing political activists who operate in Britain, people like Tommy Robinson, Keith Hopkins, Count Dankula, all those sorts of people who just get thrown up out of nowhere. I've met lots of them. I've met all of them, and they all seem quite nice. They actually seem half decent, most of them. I'm not saying they haven't done things wrong or made mistakes, but they're not, evil satanic figures, as far as I can tell. Most of them seem to be operating from conviction. Otherwise, you wouldn't get into this. People are like, oh, what about money? It's like, yeah, what about the deplatforming? It becomes difficult to make money sometimes.
I've seen some things with Katie Hopkins where she's sort of celebrated it was somebody being very ill or someone had lost their house.
Right.
And I thought that was very nice. But
I'm not signing off on everything I've ever said or done.
No,
like that.
She would say, well, I think it was full of tears and people giving this person.
Sure. But I'm not trying to defend it, but like, I'm not saying you should invite them to dinner or something. But very few of them, none of them I have met, I felt are like a malevolent evil who must be stopped at all costs. But then maybe I'm just a bad judge of character. I don't know.
I had lunch with Tommy Robinson the other day, and he's just like a bloke.
He's just a lad.
He was really excited to show me and Richard Graham, a narcissist expert, who was showing us around all these places in some I can't say where, somewhere in Spain. All this what's going on over there. And he seemed all right. And he says things I don't agree with. And fine. But the thing is, people would be listening and they'll just hear a word and they'll hear that name. And I would just say to them, like, okay, well, just take a breath and now look up online, because he is the archetypal racist. So he must have said like a million racist things. If he's that racist, he must
think, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So go and look online and spend some time. He's done bad things. He's got in fights with people when he shouldn't have done. There's fraud allegations. There's using a fake passport to go into America, which is insane, or Canada, I don't know. All sorts of things. But look for racism. It isn't about Islam, which is a belief system, and you can criticize Hasidic people. And I couldn't find any. I was looking before.
And he's been to jail for the things he's done wrong, which is appropriate.
Yeah.
So okay, that's those things seem to have been resolved then, don't they? But there's always the allegation that he's the world's biggest racist, and yet I just don't see any evidence for it.
You know what's funny is he said that he was quite matey. I think he said it on the podcast, so I think he said it. But with Stacey Dooley, TV presenter, who does not at all have that reputation, who's from a similar area, and who, as I'm sure you know, she made that documentary for the BBC about the Islam problem in Luton. But people have forgotten that, and she couldn't make that now, could she? What's changed since she made it 10, 12 years ago?
Well, it's the advance of anti-racism in not just institutions, but in people's minds. It's difficult for people to muster a defense of themselves as trying to think of the appropriate terminology. Honesty is an ethnic group. That's the way that things are. It's very difficult for the English in particular to justify themselves, whereas every other ethnic group, and Islam is treated as an ethnic group. Although you'll notice that it's often interchangeably used with the Pakistani community or Bangladeshi community. The Islamic community is harmonises with that quite closely. But the native British ethnic groups have very little in the way of actual advocacy. And you might say, well, what about Plaid Cymru, the Scottish National Party? And I would say, my point proven exactly, because they're internationalist communist parties, just like Sinn Féin has become. Well, it's Ireland for everyone now, it's Scotland for everyone, it's Wales for everyone. It's like, really, I thought they were for the Irish, Scottish and Welsh. But that's only because I grew up when the IRA were bombing cars and things like that. And that was what the slogan was. Things have changed since then. But yeah, no, it really is the advancement in intersectionality, wokeism, that has rendered it wrong, prima facie, to defend yourself if you're part of one of the basic ethnic groups of Britain. That's what's happened.
It's a crazy thing that's happened so fast that I think I don't know Stacey Dooley, so I can't account for her. But a lot of mainstream celebrities have spoken to me and said, I love your show, I watch it, I can't speak about this stuff. And I imagine she must secretly harbour many of the same thoughts and beliefs. It's so strange that they are made to quiet in a sense.
It's not wrong that they should have that anyone should have a decent opinion of themselves if they're decent people and do decent things. And it's not wrong that this is a collective opinion as well. I think very highly of groups of people because on average they overall demonstrate certain virtues and I think are admirable and worthy of being remarked upon. And the woke left will do this all the time, just with various minority groups, some of whom haven't got quite the same virtues, shall we say, as others. They will try to equalise the playing field because that's the overall goal they're aiming for. And if you have one group that's good and one group that isn't so good, then you're a racist.
I quite liked, I read Viktor Frankl's Man Search for Meaning, who's a Holocaust survivor, and he was asked about what made the guards be that way, and he said, well, actually some of the guards were very nice and some horrible. Some of the fellow prisoners were nice and some were horrible as well. They became capos and ruled over the other Jewish and black and gay prisoners. It's almost like, I'm sure everyone listening or watching knows some people who go, yeah, that would be that guy.
Yeah.
And what he said was, in any group you'll find decent and indecent people in any ideology, race and whatever. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, no, that's obviously true. What I find interesting though is the English are currently ruled by their capos. Right? There's that Keir Starmer took the knee, Black Lives Matter. Oh, there are black people rioting. Well, we need to take the knee for them. The police will take the knee for them. The English are rioting and the black people in this country are rioting because someone in another country was killed. The English were rioting because a bunch of English girls were stabbed and murdered, and they didn't think there was going to be redress. And Keir Starmer came down on them with a ton of bricks, and put hundreds of jail, and cleared out a bunch of prisoners who were actual convicts who have actually done something to hurt people, cleared them out to make way for them. We're being ruled by our capos.
So I take issue with, and we had this conversation on your show with Connor, with referring to basically the white populations that the English gets the black people doing this, but do you know what I mean? Most are English.
Well, English is an ethnicity, so you can't just become English.
So that's something that was new to me as a concept.
Yeah, but it's true, right? It's
because you say it's an ethnicity.
Yeah, it's an ethnicity.
Is an ethnicity abstract anyway? Is it good to say Anglo-Saxon is an ethnicity or?
Well, the Anglo-Saxons, we're the ethnicity that is produced by the Anglo-Saxons and the Celts, and that admixture. It's a process called ethnogenesis, where you end up with the English. Because you could say, well, the Angles of East Anglia, they're actually not from East Anglia. The East Anglia, they come from a place of Anglo in Germany. And so you can trace the genesis of their ethnicity back to that place. So that's where their language comes from, that's where their customs come from, because that's where it was created. But English isn't something that they didn't speak what we call English. They are precursor ethnicities to what are modern English. English as a language and as a culture, as an ethnic group, only comes from England. because it's not just that thing. It's literally like making a cake. You know, like you pour the ingredients in the mix all in the oven, and now you have the cake. Okay, the ingredients may have come from the cupboard, but you are getting them out, and you've only got the cake left, so you make a bit more, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same threat with any ethnic identity is like this. And it's something that you inherit from parents, so from previous generations. So that's just what an ethnicity is.
So how many generations back does that have to go?
There's no particular limit.
Only because
it has to be your parents had that as well.
Yeah, but their parents would have to have been here for them to be English or not.
Well, you don't have to be in England to be English. You have to have English parents to be English. This is why when on the decolonisation of India, there was no question of who was getting kicked out. The Indians knew exactly who they were kicking out. They were kicking out the English or the British more broadly. But they weren't like, well, they were born in India. They've been in India for 300 years. Aren't these just Indians? No, they knew they weren't Indians. They knew that they were from Britain. And so they told them to leave. Same with the French in Morocco, by the suitcase, the coffin. They knew, and everyone knows. And this is not complex. It's not a wrong thing to say. It's an objectively true thing that when, say, it comes to the census, the black population of Britain largely identify as Jamaican. That's where their ethnic group is generated. So they're not actually, they don't identify as being Africa because during the process of slavery, the tribal ties were severed. And so they had to essentially create a new tribe of themselves in Jamaica. And the same with the blacks in America. They call themselves blacks, but that's an American ethnic subgroup. That's not an African subgroup. Because the African subgroups have tribal names. Anyways, I'm going. Okay, but the point is, it is different ethnic groups. And
what about a black kid that is adopted by an English white family? Is that black kid ethnically English?
No, you can't change your ethnicity. Because your ethnicity is not just your biology, it's also the history, the heritage, the language, the culture, the habits, the laws.
Those aren't passed down genetically. They're passed down through.
They're passed down culturally.
Yeah, so I'm saying the parents that adopted this kid will be passing down culturally those.
Yeah, and you can say that someone is culturally English, that's fine. But to say that someone is English implies the entire ethnic suite of attributes.
So lineage.
A lineage.
Some people look that up because you have to do a blood test or a swab and stuff, and then found out they didn't go back 1,000 years.
I'm not saying there's no like time limit on it. But you have to. Well, if you don't have this, then you're not this. And this is the problem with sort of the rational view of the world. Is that right now I'm looking for criteria in which to, and if you fall outside of that, then I'm just going to tell you you're outside that. So that's not what identity is about. Identity is a very vague concept that's very fuzzy and is not rationally determined. It is irrationally determined. As in, I didn't choose, no one sat down and planned that I would inherit my lineage from my father, inherited from his father and his father. Who knows how far back it goes? And it doesn't really matter because it's a felt experience. You feel as if you belong to the same group. And that's why when it comes to the census, the Black Caribbean in the country, look, Black Caribbean is everything. Because that's what they feel that they belong to, that's what they feel that they come from. And that's not right, not it's just the way that things are. And English is part of English.
So self-identity, it's this almost, is it fair to say that you're suggesting that ethnicity is somewhat subjective and self-identifying?
It's in some ways yes, but in other ways no. For example, it does have objective criteria. So you can do a genetic test on someone and find out exactly what ethnic groups their genes come from. Most people have big genetic heritage because the world is big and history is long and people got married and had children for a long time without any concern about any thing like this. But it's just the way that things are. It's just how things are. There are objective criteria, but there are also very subjective criteria. And the way we feel about the ethnic heritage is also very subjective. It's very personal, and it's not rational. There are no criteria that you can lay down and say, well, I'm on this side of it, therefore. It's about how you feel.
So my family goes back, I think, to like late 1800s. We were right then, like however great grandparent, from Eastern Europe, Jewish, I feel probably more English than Jewish. It's Jewish ethnicity.
But what if I'm honest? That's why we've been tested with DNA test.
That's what I said to them. We say that you can't. I'm 95% Ashkenazi Jewish. Right. 5% was like Iberian. What the hell is that from? I don't know where that's from. That's not I understood that.
Oh yeah, I get it. How you got that?
Yeah, but I don't sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a total mongoose.
Are you?
Oh yeah. My granddad was also Hanina on my dad's side, and he married an English woman, which is how I'm English. My mum is from the Rhondda Valleys, so like I'm halfway. I'm actually a very small percentage of me genetically English.
What are you ethnically?
Well, the ethnic group I identify with is English.
I identify with that. I feel very proud of England and I own the football team, so I'm not supporting like Israel.
The genetic component is only one layer of a very complex phenomenon, right? So it's the sort of, I guess you say basic phenomenon, but if you for hundreds of years your family is born and raised in England, I don't see why you can't have a claim to Englishness. I don't see why you can't say I feel English, because what else have you done?
And if I learn Jewish, if I was a Pakistani of origin or whatever, but the same kind of English, I also say ethnically I'm English.
Well, the thing is, ethnically, the Pakistanis in this country don't identify as English, because I don't think they do feel.
But if they wanted to, I'm saying
it's completely possible. I mean, there was this one Pakistani guy with the DNA. I would happily accept it.
He's English.
Yeah. So but the thing is, it's not to say that the genetic heritage part doesn't matter, because it is about lineal descent as well. So the thing is, what we're in the realm of podcast tribes, right? We're talking about we're not talking about the categories thing. We're talking about people who have a relationship with a group and how the group relates to that person. So essentially, this is what almost all human history was. And I mean, if you go back to the ancient world, there are a lot of times where you get two tribes who, for political reasons, are going to form a kind of merger. And so what they would do is one man would take a wife from the other tribe and vice versa, in order to ensure that their children have the inheritance from both tribes. They would become a new tribe. They would find a new name for themselves. This happened in Paraguay in the 19th century as well, where the dictator there just forbid Spanish men from marrying Spanish women. So they had to marry a native woman, which gets rid of the colonial tier of Spaniards above, because after a generation or two, there's just mestizos, which is the name for the mixed race.
What a thing to order.
But the thing is, people in the past have been well aware that lineage and inheritance are important to people, and how this is passed on is a kind of force that operates in society. And so it was something people were aware it had to be dealt with. And there were ways of dealing with it like this. And in the modern era, the very liberal era, we're like, well, okay, I mean, what if our lineage actually don't matter? We'd be self-made autonomous men. It's like, okay, that's not real. No one's a self-made autonomous man. You're from somewhere, you've inherited a bunch of attributes from that place, you've inherited cultural norms, you've inherited a history. You are that thing before you're a rational adult, whether you know it or not. And you can't get rid of it. It's actually kind of a part of you, you're kind of stuck with it. And this, again, the liberal mindset, it's, oh, well, I didn't choose it. It's like, no, you didn't choose it. That doesn't make it bad. It just means that it was something that was given to you without your consent. It's like, it's like your height, like your eye colour, like your hair colour, like your good looks. You don't have a choice over a lot of things in life. Oh, what? No, good. You don't have a choice about a lot of things in life, and you just have to deal with it. And ethnicity is also one of these things. But that's not to say that a person can't join the tribe. They can't be well-meaning and sympathetic, they can't marry an English person, marry a French person, whatever, they can join their tribe. But it means that you've got to essentially make some sacrifices on your side to gain the benefits of the other side. And this, again, until the 20th century was well understood by everyone all over the world. And it's only in the 20th century, which is the century of liberalism, that where we're suddenly, what does this mean? No, it doesn't mean bad for not being English or something like that. It doesn't mean you can't come in, sit at the table, join the tribe, have Christmas dinner or something. It doesn't mean any of those things. It just means that there has to be just a small amount of understanding that there are people here who have a sense of self that you want to be a part of, and that's fine.
I think, it's something I might have said to you before, again, about when I've lived abroad. If I want to speak to maybe very good people here about that kind of issue, I'll start by talking about English people going abroad and saying, gosh, when I was living in Colombia, all the other English Americans didn't even learn the language, they weren't interested in the local news, they didn't have friends from Colombia, all of those things, and your typical white person will agree that that's terrible, it's the worst thing ever. And isn't it a shame when other people come to this country and don't do those things? Suddenly they're caught. No, you can't say that. Checkmate. You can't. They can't get out of that, except unless they wanted to go to the bigotry and expectations, like, oh yes, but this or something. They shouldn't learn your language.
But that exactly encompasses everything that I'm saying. They recognise that in, say, Colombia, there is an ethnic group that has a long history and a tradition and a way of doing things that you rightly expect foreigners who come there, again, they don't have to be exclusive or anything like that, but you should sacrifice something in order to learn the language. And when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. But the white people will not recognise that here because that puts obligations on the minority groups that have arrived. So you've got to follow the customs, you've got to learn the language, you've got to be ultimately what we would want to do is marry English people and intermarry and join our families as cousins. That would be the best thing to do. And that's there have been foreign groups that come to England and have done exactly that. And just hundreds of years later, because their lineal descent is partially English, they become English as well. Like Nigel Farage is descended from Huguenots from like the 17th century or something. His name is Farage, it's obviously a very French name, but he's obviously a very English man. And it's just the way ethnicity works.
It is a tricky, as I think you say, it's quite abstract and ambiguous, and you've got to go, okay, well, it's not one exact thing or this.
It's many things.
One way that I sort of really used in an extraordinary way is in Argentina, because they didn't have the mixed thing going on. It was just go and kill the indigenous, and that's why Argentina was white. Yeah, there's white, they just killed that one. They talk about that.
Lots of German immigration.
Well, there's that as well now, yeah. As well. Well, they do though. They did. There were loads of Nazis moved to Argentina.
No, I'm not saying there's a connection there.
but they are very white now. But they don't talk about pastors like the Spanish came and killed all of us. They'll say us. And I'm like, but no, you're the Spanish who killed everyone.
You're like 90% European.
You were them. Yeah. You're their grandkids. Yeah. But somehow they've got the story is the Spanish they killed all our guns, and we're all dead now. But you're not.
So yeah, where did you come from?
It's extraordinary. I suppose people are concerned in the 20th century. They're concerned because of how that kind of thinking was used by the Nazis.
This is the problem with rationalisation of things that are right? Because all of the things that I'm saying are the natural product of human interaction. So most things that a person does during their day aren't really rational. I mean, what do you have for breakfast this morning? Yogurt, more wine.
It just seems like not that fascinating or anything. It just seems healthy.
Yeah, it seems alright. Yeah. But it's not like you sat down with a chart and planned out what you're going to do, right? You just were like, yeah, I'm probably going to have that. So it's kind of a habitual thing.
I mean, for me specifically, it is quite.
Okay, for me, you
wanted me to say I did. I didn't say.
Yeah, well, probably with bottled syrup. But like most people just have whatever's in the fridge, whatever they feel. Right? You don't think about what am I going to have for that meal. Okay. Yeah, if you're watching the way, that's a bad example. What am I going to watch on TV? I don't know. I'm just going to watch something that's on, right? Most of your life is not rationally planned or ordered. Most of it's just habitual. You relax when you feel like relaxing, when you get to work, when you have to get to work. It's not that you thought about it or planned it. It wasn't that there was a set of a priori propositions that you were like, right, now I'm going to do this thing now because I've established it with the rules. You just did it because you could. Right? That's what most of human history is. And what the 20th century was the century of ideology. Now, ideologies are all rationalistic, as in they begin from a set of propositions, a closed set of propositions, and they come to necessary conclusions out of those propositions. And that means that you end up with people who ignore a great deal of the human experience that are around the propositions. You've got a very narrow set of things that you concluded from the propositions, but there's a lot of room inside of the human experience that you're ignoring. This is why there's a documentary with the BBC called something like The Unbearable Lightness of Nazism or something like that. Have you seen it?
No, I've read the Lightness of Being book, Kundera's book.
Right, but this was video footage of the Nazi prison camp guards who were just like laughing around and playing around and just, they were, there's a lot of tomfoolery apparently that went on. And I was watching this like, this is crazy, because of course they're killing thousands of people every day. The reason that can be done is because if you take an ideological view, you have arrived at what is, for you, the thing that matters. You blow that out of all proportion, and that becomes the only thing that you think about. And this is why Keir Starmer sounded like such a villain when he said, well, what if one of your relatives was dying and needed NHS treatment, was on the waiting list and couldn't get them? Would you go private? He just said no. It's like, no, you'd let your mother die rather than use private healthcare, kid. That's evil, and that's because of an ideological precept in the arts that says thou must not use private healthcare. Private healthcare is not universal, and therefore it's bad. That's Keir Starmer's social belief. It's a sacred belief. That's Keir Starmer's socialist sacred beliefs. And that's the kind of thinking the Nazis had. Well, they're Jews, therefore what I'm doing is okay. Therefore I don't have to look at the human sufferings all outside of the very narrow precepts of the ideology of Nazism. And it's in this view that the communists have actually managed to essentially win everything. Because they can just say, well, look, we can be ideological for equality because you haven't stigmatized what the Soviet Union is that hard enough. And therefore, I can say, well, you don't want to be a Nazi, do you? It's like, no, I don't want to kill Nazis. That's correct. And so they kind of slip it under like that. And so, no, so we have to have equality, don't we? But actually, equality itself, most of the time, it's an evil thing. Very rarely is it a good thing to have absolute equality. But the only thing I can actually think of that would be good to have absolute equality for is legal. In the legal sphere, which is where you want one rule for everyone in society. But in almost no other case is absolute equality a good thing.
What about healthcare?
What about healthcare?
Shouldn't everybody, if you're born, you can't afford to sort out your child, you can't pay for your brain tumours to be sorted out, or whatever?
Healthcare is a scarce good.
But didn't you say before that you have to have some government intrusion, like you don't want body parts?
Sure.
And that, I feel like that would be a nice place to go. Hey, look, this is a child who's done nothing wrong, who's got a brain tumour and can't afford an operation. Maybe this can be taxpayer, maybe this can be...
Sure, I'm not saying it can't. But that's not a case of absolute equality. In fact, you're privileging that particular person over other people in treatment. And I agree, that would be the correct thing to do. This child is a much more serious case than, I don't know, someone who's broken their ankle or something. Don't get me wrong, it sucks to have your ankle broken, but it's not going to kill you. Whereas this person needs more treatment now. Again, the kind of absolute equality is not correct. And you can't have absolute equality when you have a scarce good either. And this is why the NHS is currently failing. They're trying to provide a universal level of treatment to people who are well outside the realm of who should be able to access the NHS. As in, people born overseas shouldn't have free access to the NHS. Now we're providing an international health service, not a national health service. And this is why the NHS failed. This is why there are 7.5 million people or whatever it was. No, was it 11 million people, I think, actually? They're on waiting lists or something like that. It's crazy.
But they pay taxes. If they work and pay taxes, those taxes contribute to the NHS. Why shouldn't they be able to use it?
Well, I mean, how much taxes do they pay?
The same as the rest of us, presumably. Now we're doing...
Well, I mean, if they arrived last year and paid 1 year's worth of tax and get a £200,000 treatment, are they paying for it? No.
I suppose you could work under the idea of
you would have to calculate.
Country they were in, they were probably paying, and then if you're in the UK, you go to another country, you might be able to,
Well, maybe, but you take out health insurance if you are on holiday, right? Because a lot of countries don't have net insurance.
Yeah, but if we were to emigrate... go to emigrate. I mean, I've
A lot of countries don't have a national health service.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Maybe it's sort
Well,
of,
hang on, it's not. There are ways of doing these things that aren't just the state does it. Now, I'm not personally against the NHS if it were restricted to people who were born in Britain. If you're born in Britain, then you get free treatment on the NHS. Otherwise, you just got to pay for it. That's how I would do it. And because, honestly, for sustainability's sake, I think that's how it's going to have to be run at some point in the future. But the point is, very few places in life is absolute equality actually a good thing. Most of the time, things are done on quality. So, are you this or are you that? And you get, a different level of grace, should we call it, depending on what you want. And that's just the way most human interactions work and should work.
we had that debate last time. Do you remember about?
I think probably did, yeah.
And I said, look, just what I said about being born in the
Because
that's fair. Because you said there's no, people aren't. It's not unfair that people are born into different. And I thought, well, that is unfair because you have given no choice and you could be born in a bin.
But just you're given no choice about a lot of things. Like there's not a lot you can do about a lot of things.
No, I didn't say much you can do about it. Nor that you should.
But there are a lot of people who begin from that premise and go, right, okay, that's a premise. Now I can draw things. Now I can steal things from you.
But I'm not saying that. I wasn't saying.
You personally might well. And the thing is that this is what I mean about there being a huge amount of human reign outside of the closed premise of the propositional logic of an ideology. Because, yeah, you're right, okay, it's not fair, on a sort of cosmic level. So you should give to a charity. And so you will make a moral decision, I'm going to give this money to a charity, or I'm going to go volunteer over here, or something like that. I'm personally going to take action and do something in order to sort of, try and balance the cosmos. That's fine. Because this happens outside the closed logic of the propositional ideology. You are not causing injustice through your action. In fact, so that's a good thing. Whereas an ideology like communism comes and says, okay, we're just going to level everything. There's a lot of injustice involved.
Yeah. Well, that's it, isn't it? It's that, as you say, things are unfair. They're unfair, and equality is not necessarily a good thing. And I actually agree. When you start trying to interfere too much, you create some form of authoritarianism that goes a bit too far.
It's not that it's that you do wrong to people. Like a lot of people, like we said last time, if a person has justly earned wealth and built wealth and made prudent decisions, worked hard, paid their taxes, legitimately got what they got, and then decided, right, I mean, I'm one of these examples. I send my son to a private school, so that's what I do with the money I earn. I don't drive a flashy car. And I didn't cheat anyone, I didn't steal, I paid my taxes, I worked hard, I deserved what I had. It was warranted that I had. No one else has got a claim to it but me. And so if some communist comes along and goes, in fact, Keir Starmer's a great example, where he's like, right, I want to make private schools more expensive by making them VAT now. So, thanks, Keir. That's going to make me and my wife struggle. And I appreciate that, actually, Keir, because of your dogmatic adherence to this universalist ideology that's penalising me for working hard and wanting the best for my children.
I suppose on microcosm of this, you might be out for a walk and you'd be like going for a walk, but your friend has bad leg, so you've got to go slower now.
Yeah,
it's not great because you've got a great healthy body, you haven't walked fast, and now you've got to go slow.
Yeah, but I mean, in that situation, because your friend walks slower, right? But
I suppose the state isn't forcing you to choose it.
Exactly. Because again, this is outside of the realm of ideological experience. So you're the very narrow realm of ideology. But there are lots of different things that you can consider. Again, not rationally, but sentimentally, emotionally, habitually, just things you would just do and think about. There are lots of ways of thinking and experiencing the world that aren't purely cold, mechanical, and rationalistic. And the world used to be a lot more like that. Well, I mean, if you read a Charles Dickens novel, what he's expressing is this kind of sentimental atmosphere, not necessarily a particularly logical one.
It's a really hard one. Like my brain explodes thinking about it. But I'm just trying to think. I get what you're saying, and I still think, but some people are born in such bad, parents.
Then we can help them. There's nothing stopping us helping
individuals giving charity. But then isn't that?
Yeah, but why can't we have charitable foundations that do help these people? Why does the government have to steal something from someone?
do we know that there won't be enough charity to help those people?
Well, why don't we get to work on it? You know, like honestly, during the Victorian era, we used to have a very robust civil society which was full of private organisations that would act in these ways. I mean, the NHS began as a charitable foundation in Swindon. It didn't begin as a state enterprise. It was just a good idea and we were working, so the state took over. Which honestly, most of the things the state does began in that way. It began as a private enterprise. It was taken over by the state. There's nothing, and the thing is as well, look what you're looking for. You're looking for certainty. Well, how do we know that's going to be? We don't. Bad things are going to happen. Right? Again, you're in the propositional logic. I've begun with a premise, I've got my second premise, and now I've come to a conclusion. And it's necessary that I write that conclusion. So I'm certain about that conclusion. But life just isn't like that. All of this realm outside of the propositional logic, it's uncertain. We don't know. We just don't know. But what we can do is look around and say, can I see any problems? Can I help with anything? And if everyone does that, then actually the general sort of quality of the civilization will go up. Maybe there'll be one or two cases of injustice. We'll come to that afterwards, and that will be terrible. We should do what we can to rectify that. But there's no point creating a persistent state of injustice because you're afraid of that one or two edge cases. And I just want to be clear, at no time has the Great Levelling ever ended the injustice of the edge cases.
There's a difference between the Great Levelling and just a little bit of helping with social care in some places.
Sure, I'm not saying we can't have social care. I'm not saying we can't have any of these things. The problem is the way that the search for certainty from this ideological mindset goes is you end up never being satisfied. Because you will never reach certainty. Never. You will always be salivating on. There's something just outside. There's something just around. I need more information. I need more. And this is what the data collection of the government is all about. The fear of not having as much information. So I need. And suddenly you become the tyrant that you didn't want to be. You just want to tell people. Now you're an insane tyrant who needs the great level to be certain that these things will be the same. And or you can have a society of people who are autonomous, but well-bred, well-habituated, educated, and taught to be decent to one another and to help when they can, and to not be interfered with and give them the agency and empower them with self-confidence to do these things. And suddenly you just have a civilization that's very nice. I mean, there was a Jewish guy on BBC again. I can't remember what his name was, and he was being interviewed. He was in his 90s, being interviewed. And he was saying, oh, well, when I first came to the wilderness, it was like a magical fairy tale. It's a beautiful place. It was incredible. I've never seen anywhere like it. And the interview was like, oh, what do you think we're doing now? So it's not the same place. It's not the same place. And because it's not the same place, we used to have an England that was a lot more like Tolkien's Shire, rather than the kind of mechanical, sort of Saruman-run government that we've got now. And when you allow people to take ownership of their own little space and their own little plot of land, you'll find that actually they do better with it than any government intervention.
There is some aspect as well of nostalgia and sort of older people looking back and the Midnight in Paris kind of thing.
Things were better in the past. On a social level, things were definitely better in the past.
Would you go and live there if you could?
I would live after the creation of anesthetic. Because you could fall and break your leg and that'd be a painful thing. I've seen the early 20th century. I've seen Victorian hospitals and they're rough.
Okay, so you'd live on like 19. You don't be during the Great Depression.
No, I mean the 50s, 60s, 70s were pretty good.
That's where you go.
Socially, yeah, because it's just you've got just think of your parents and grandparents. Like they didn't have kind of intellectual vacuity that we have. And I'm not saying they were smart necessarily in that, but there was a much more warm feeling to the country that's drained away. The country feels a lot more cold in person, right? Your neighbours knew one another, and they would speak to each other on a daily basis, and they would look out for them, right? That kind of warmth is only possible in a non-ideological society. And this is one of the things that the Eastern Europeans are still struggling with now. That you can see the difference in West Germany and East Germany because of the Soviets occupation of East Germany, because what the Soviets would do is essentially destroy every kind of private association that was something, just the Cub Scouts or something like that, or the bowling club or something like that. And they would have what they call palaces of culture, where everything was centralized and organized by the state. But that means it's all very artificial and robotic, and it's being watched by some administrator from the government, and it's just, that's not good. Whereas in the West, we have much more rich human culture, where it's just people just being themselves, being free to do what they wanted, and it produced a wonderful place that people flee the Soviet Union to come to here.
But there were issues around homophobia.
I'm not saying there weren't issues. I'm not saying
There were big issues. Gay people, that's like 1 in how many people? 20 people or something.
No, it's like 1 in 150 people.
Check that.
Most people are gay.
Or maybe in this room. Percentage of gay. Google will tell me. 3%.
Right. So 97% of people don't have that issue.
Yeah, but that 3%. That is shit. Come on, that is the bit of shit. You can't just.
So what should we do?
Not go back to the 50s.
Well, I'm not saying we should what did they do to the urine? Sterilise it.
It's chemical castration.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should do that. I'm saying we shouldn't do anything with gay people, actually.
Yeah, but if you go back to what I'm saying in my method, in my sort of imaginary.
I'm not saying we need to sterilise gay people. What I'm saying is, if we had a more warm and human society, then we would have far fewer of the social problems that we have now. The problems that we have now, because the kind of warmth of society has been drained out. We've got rights for 3% of the population. Okay, great, but we've got kids stabbing each other now. There's an unintended consequence of that, and it's because we've gone all one way and none of the other. It shouldn't be that this is the way. And the thing is, in traditional British culture, there's always been a place for these people as well. There's always been marginal areas in entertainment and things like the arts and things like that for outsiders. And one of the things that the progressive left have done deliberately is to make them the mainstream. What was her name? From the margins to Kimberly Crenshaw's essay was called "From the Margins to the Centre" in 1993, which was the one that essentially was the proper codification and sectionality. So it's mapping the margins and then from the margins to the centre. So it's been a conscious attempt to make these people the central focus of society. But the thing is, they're not the central focus of society, right? And it's a hard truth. But gay people cannot produce the next generation, so they can't continue our civilization. So if we censor them and we make that the dominant paradigm, well, it's the same with childless women now. You've got Kamala Harris on the abortionist women. It's sorry, you're not continuing on society. So you're only here for a very temporary period of time. Your priorities are not the priorities of the majority. You are not just for the future, but for now. Right? It's crazy how non-child friendly the world is at the moment. When I was growing up, McDonald's used to have kids' play zones and stuff like this, right? You don't get that. McDonald's looks like it's a Soviet building.
No, I haven't been in one for years.
Look at McDonald's like some past it. Right, exactly, because it was a civilization that expected it was curating itself for the future, and that just doesn't exist anymore. We've turned into a very much sort of now civilization, which is not good. We should have a family-friendly civilization where kids are essentially the centerpiece of public life, like it wasn't like McDonald's. Not just to encourage it, but to be the whole human civilization. Because I'll tell you what, there's one thing you're not going to be as rational with your kids. Kids, they do a lot of things, and very, very little that is well thought out. It's not that these people. I'm not saying we should persecute anyone or anything like that. But there's a way of living that is not this kind of cold, thin, ideological, propositional way of doing things, which is how we've arrived at Keir Starmer ruining the country and being evil. He's 100% purely propositional. It's not good.
One of the things I've been thinking about recently, I was shocked after he came out and said that
the far right thugs need to all be sent to prison and get all the prisoners out so that anyone who said anything on Facebook can go to prison instead, and all this stuff.
Actual criminals out, people who don't like children being stabbed in.
Yeah, and so I saw the Guardian obviously agreed with him. That wasn't a surprise. But at the time, the Daily Mail and the more sort of centre right or whatever they were all agreeing as well, and it felt like a collusion. And I thought back to when I was at the Sun, my first job when I was 21, and every meeting was mentioned. Oh gosh, where's our online share? We're losing it to the Daily Mail or to someone else. And that's what they're worried about the bottom line. Now they'll be looking at the fact that social media is now is 30% of where people get their news from. So that's quite a high number. So is that a concern going forward? These companies are going to be in cahoots with the government because they want to keep their newspapers running.
It's interesting how the Daily Mail has revealed itself to be a purely conservative outlet, right? It's for the Conservative Party. Right? It's interesting how it's firmly aligned with the Conservative Party because it used to look like quite a dissident outlet because it would say things that were quite outside the monarchy, because it's quite populist, right? It looks populist, but we're definitely in a changing political paradigm. And this is one of the things that we talk about a lot on low6.com, which is we're doing a sort of step back analysis. And you can see that there is a narrowing of the establishment and a contraction of it into itself, right? I think the growth is
Thanks to Spoke Post for sponsoring today's video.
That's the positive aspect here, that
I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic.
An entire podcast devoted to like how anti-Semitic I am, apparently, from my former podcast co-host.
Ethan explicitly said, I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic, but Hassan does the character assassination anyway. People can watch Hassan do to Ethan the same thing he did to me.
where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills in California? Where's she gonna go?
Has Ethan ever complained that his wife wouldn't have a place to live? What are we even talking about? What's the correlation? Because she's Jewish, she wants to go live in Israel forever, even though she's American. Like, exactly. Like this actually it's crazy.
I don't understand why you wouldn't care if he's out there tweeting images of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be averted if he wants. Oh, show me where that person is Jewish.
He's not going to say that, right?
It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike.
He said it!
I despise all of you.
Look at the mental gymnastics you're going here. Again, when is it ever acceptable to put people on empty pikes? When your wife is in the IDF, basically a Nazi.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a f***ing river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a f***. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing.
What the?
And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
All right, there it was. That was the initial take. What are your thoughts on that very wild statement by Mr. Gold?
Well, where do you want to go? Because you can break this down in like 4 or 5 different ways of...
All right. So the hard part to say out loud is that someone else was saying this, is they say we would agree that like a bad culture was American culture early on when we had slaves. That our culture now is superior to the culture that we had at the start of America, correct?
Sure. Okay, so then let's zoom out, and let's think about this for a second. It's a hard one, and it's annoying, and you're already getting canceled at this level. But can a culture be better than another culture? So, from some objective point of view, no. You would have to say, like, with respect to a particular thing, right? So, if we were to say this culture is better than this culture with respect to their scientific research output, sure, or this culture is better than this culture with respect to their overall literacy rates or their child reproduction, right? So, with respect to certain things, we would probably say one culture it outperforms some other or is better than another.
Yeah,
right?
it's not subjective. Like this wine tastes better than this wine.
Yeah. The issue that you run into is when people say culture is better or worse than another culture, generally they're talking with respect to some categories. Like it'll be like health and civil rights. Like people will say shorthand, this culture, that's usually what they mean.
Yeah.
So an issue that people run into, there's two ways that this can be looked at, and one is probably okay, and then the other way is probably unacceptable. Well, and then there's a third way that's also probably unacceptable. So there's three ways to look at this. Okay, so on one side, okay, you have an issue where some people will say, oh, my culture is better than that other culture, and it's usually with respect to some subjective thing that they value, that they're overvaluing, and then the moral implications of what they're saying are oftentimes really catastrophic for the other side, and sometimes the analysis isn't even that good. So an example might be, oh, Western culture is superior to X culture. Therefore, one, I might not even know anything about X culture, and two, we should kill all those people. And three, we're better than those people, like almost intrinsically. Usually there'll be like an ethnic or racial element tied into it, right? Probably not okay.
Yeah.
And Asman kind of feels like it could lean in that direction, especially with his audience, which is where the main problem comes from. You've got a second way of looking at it, though, that I think is equally bad, which comes from, I'll say, the left. But an equally bad one is when people say, oh, no culture can be better or worse than any other culture ever. When people say that, they are always dog whistling to the idea that Western culture can never be better than any other culture. Because when they hear somebody say, well, this culture might be better than this one, with some regards to some particular facets, what they hear is white people being racist to the West, and they want to push back against that as hard as possible. This position is equally stupid, because we can very clearly say there are some societies we'd rather live in than others. People on the left will never admit that. That's why you have dipshits, terrorist supporters like Hassan, who say things like, Iran is actually really great for trans people, which is unbelievably white and retarded.
So you know why they say that?
Like why or what the policy is?
The fun part is, so if you get caught being gay, they force you to transition.
Sure, yeah, then that's their way of being pro-trans.
That's the pro-trans part of it.
Yeah.
If you're gay in Iran, they make you transition.
Yeah.
They're so progressive.
Yeah, and so then the middle thing is, wait, I said there were two problems. So the middle thing is, we should be able to talk about cultures and analyze aspects of cultures and say, these are probably things that are okay, these are probably things that aren't okay. Sure. We have to be able to do that, because definitionally, we're always trying to, especially if you're progressive, you're trying to change your culture, which implies you're trying to make it better, right? Progress. Yes, progressive, right? If I were to ask you, is our country better with gay marriage or worse or worse with gay marriage, right? We would say, well, it's better. Okay, so the culture is different. If I were to copy and paste it and, create a different GitHub branch, right? And one has you fork it, and we fork one, and one has the gay marriage merger, and the other one doesn't. We would say that the gay marriage merger is a better fork.
I'm gonna start contributing to that one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So by definition, you must be able to say some cultures are better or worse than other cultures, right?
Yeah.
So so Asman's statement, I think, probably leans a little bit too far off in one direction, but all of the people attacking him are coming from the more retarded direction than Asman goes, which is to say, oh, actually nothing about Western culture is better than anything about Middle Eastern culture, blah, 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 and like type from my iPhone 15X, right? Like,
I think, that's exactly it. He went too unhinged, saying he doesn't care that people are getting genocided. That's obviously, you should care regardless, because people, and you have to remember, even the dipshit fucking Yemenis, fucking teenager terrorist, whatever, like, they only know the cards they've been dealt with their life. I can't really fault them for, like, if your entire life, if you were born in Gaza and all you've ever known is that the Jew is the devil and that they want to destroy you, and you've only pictured them with horns in your head, like, I don't know if I fault this.
So if you and I were talking, I would agree, but you can't say that when you're somebody on the other side who never gives that same excuse to people on the other side, right? If you want to say some Israelis have only known violence or they've only known like fighting, or a lot of them,
that'll never be.
Hey, that would never happen. For somebody to say like, because there's a lot of people like, oh, well, what about 48? What about the wars? What about this? I was like, okay, what about the Second Intifada? That doesn't count. They should have actually known that this is in the context of more violence. That blah blah blah. So they'll never get that same like granting that on the other side.
So we don't grant that then.
No, you shouldn't grant that. No, not to them. Yeah.
All right. So they're bad people. Well, I mean, it is the case. I said this before, and someone was like, "Well, actually, Cyprus." But like, if you're gay and you're in Israel, like, you got to go like 1,500 miles before you're not like put in prison or killed in like any direction. And someone's like, "Well, technically, there's an island to go to, but
what, Cyprus?
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
I know, like a civil war.
It's like, but be careful. Right? If you're gay, outside of that little oasis in the desert of Israel, because it's not going to be too poggers for you, any direction you go.
Yeah. The one thing I will say, though, is that I don't know if I would trust Asmon's take on this in the context of his audience without a whole bunch of qualifying. Because that audience is very radical now.
They're not enlightened like DGT.
Well, good one. It's not about being it's not about being enlightened. Asmonville seems like a lot of his channel right now is based on rage porn about woke people. So his audience there are probably a lot of people in his audience that are like the bad version of what I said. Like, oh, Western culture is superior to Eastern culture. We should just genocide them all. Fuck it all. Right?
They probably are like, you should just blaspheme.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting.
I think that's an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how he would have been if he just left out the genocide parts and more like, I don't care about these people because they share none of my values and I think they're bad people.
I mean, that's a pretty hard statement to make about a whole society full of people. Although people have no problem saying the same about Israel, including their babies.
Well, they do say that about Israel and the babies.
Yes, his son was in the chat, like clapping on when on the D program.
I saw that.
Yeah, when second thought, was that his name?
Yeah.
Was talking about how like there are settler babies. And then Hassan agreed to that statement with Ethan on Leftovers about, well, they're all settlers, including the babies. So
even though they like,
it's kind of weird to talk about settler babies as being an okay term, but also, by the way, people who were at that rave were also all greenlit to be genocided by Hassan. Yeah, because they're next to the gun. Yeah, so Hassan.
It's like, if you're next to a prison, you do something. Like if you're in an apartment next to a prison complex, or you're fair game because you're supporting the American industrial prison complex.
Pretty cringe.
It is pretty cringe. Pretty wild. All right, so that's the original take that he did. So then we have our buddy, Hamas hiker, who wanted to...
Asman said that their culture is worse instead of them killing gay people as the reason why. So was that raging against wokeness in that rant? No, I didn't say he was raging against wokeness in that rant. I'm saying that in the context of his audience, I would be very careful making statements like that, because his audience, a lot of his audience is probably genuinely far right and has like really abhorrent beliefs about comparing one culture to another. But go to the new window, play this.
I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, Charlemagne, or Charlemagne.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This kid is like, he was like 19 at the time when I talked, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he's
genocide by who? I feel like the duck. By who? Who's doing the genocide? By who?
So I actually don't know this offhand. How many people is it claimed that Saudi Arabia has killed even in the coalition strikes against the Houthis?
Oh my God, I was guessing that Arabs were killing themselves. Thank God, I thought you were about to say.
Well, no, but they'll say Saudi Arabia is an American ally, so they basically become white by proxy. Everybody becomes white by proxy when you are, because the Houthis have been killing like hundreds of thousands of people in Yemen.
And their own people.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the other people, they're not, Houthis don't kill the Houthis, but
the Houthis kill the
other people in
what are the other ones?
It's a conglomeration of different types of Muslim groups. The Houthi family and what they control like represents the largest faction in northern Yemen.
What was it in Rwanda? There was two groups. There was the
I don't fucking remember.
That was like a big one, right?
Sure.
I think one started with a H.
You have no idea? If I saw it, the Hutu and the Tutsi.
Yes, that's it. The Hutus and the Tutsi. There you go. So that's kind of like the situation they have in But what's the other group that's getting like the shit kicked out of them by the Houthis?
The Southern Yemenis official government or whatever.
Oh, so they have like an official government.
Well, it's like, well, yeah, they do it in Lebanon and Pakistan, half basically.
Oh, interesting.
But that they've been fighting for like centuries. Like, Yemen is just a shit show. It's always been a shit show.
So they're just like genociding themselves.
I don't know the term genocide. I think it's fucking retarded. But I'm just saying that
thematically,
they've been at war for constantly for like this last century. Yeah, this idea that the only people dying in Yemen are like dying because of Saudi Arabia or the West is beyond fucking stupid. But I wouldn't be surprised if Hassan says it or thinks it because one, it's good propaganda, and two, he doesn't know anything about the region at all. So he might actually even believe this because he's so stupid. Okay.
He is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to Anne Frank, basically.
Wow. That's another one, huh? You remember Anne Frank when she had on fatigues and an AK on her back?
Yeah, that's why she was hiding in the attic, so she had a good vantage point, right?
Yeah, like the same thing, like pretty much exactly the same thing, right? Like this guy minding his own business, and then someone came, and yeah, I mean the similarities are like so they're just wild.
How the f did this piece of shit say this? It's an unbelievable statement. He also he did nothing for this. It's like such disgusting behavior. Yeah, and look at all the different positions that he tries to inhabit, right? So right now, the reason why that guy can be radicalized is because of all of the experiences that he's lived through in his 19 years. But then later on, he'll go on to say that, like, well, he's not even a Houthi warrior. He's not even a freedom fighter. He's not even whatever. He's just a random normal kid. Well, wait, well, then why were you making excuses before saying he was radicalized? Why did you say, oh, he was never involved in anything, right? And not to mention, all of this is contradictory to when he brought him on stream. Because, of course, we're talking to a Houthi fighter, guys, but I'm a journalist. But, yeah, of course, they always want to have it everywhere.
This whole situation is so fucking frustrating. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Like, and actually gets me really angry.
This is like the equivalent of the Trump stuff, where Trump will say something insane, and you're looking around the media environment, and it's like, how are none of you guys saying anything about this? And this is like Hassan over the past week has said worse stuff than Fuentes has ever said on Twitch, or any neo-Nazi or whatever has ever said on Twitch, because I get banned so much quicker. These are just a collection.
I've said this before. I think I unironically appreciate and like the far right more than this. Because when you talk with a Nazi or a Goyper or whoever it is, you know what? They're going to be like, I don't like Jews because they all work together and they're trying to suppress my Christian values. All right, I got it. I know where you stand. I know where we stand. You can have a conversation based off of that. You talk with these fuckers and they're like, oh, we're better than you.
And also because these guys are so like endeared by the kind of like the mainstreamish editor boards and everything else, because they have that protection, like people on the right will say things like, yeah, well, I think in some cases, like maybe, you know, fighting back might be justified, but I would put out, and then on the left, like, yeah, you should be able to kill all these people because they're evil. I think that you should be able to fight against Israel, and I do think that they rigged themselves, the regs aren't real, and it was the Hannibal Doctrine that caused all the people to die, you know, on October 7th, and yeah, they're just like so much more mask off in some ways about it. But then they also have like these insane standards around Gitful and everything else. I really hope, because I was on Pod Save America last week, yeah, I know, I'm very disappointed in that. I really hope that we have the clip in here of Hassan talking about the phone call that he got from FD Signifier. Did you see that?
I probably did.
I hate this guy so much.
It's one of those moments where FD Signifier says, always, I texted him this morning. It's one of those moments where FD Signifier is like, remember, you're not white in the eyes of a lot of people.
He calls Hassan, or he's texting Hassan, and Hassan was recalling the text messages with him later on in stream. And Hassan is like, yeah, FD Signifier was texting me earlier, and yeah, he reminded me, they don't see you as white. And that's why they've got all this pressure on you. And I'm like, bro, are you actually being serious, dude? My God. My God. Yeah, it's so crazy. Nobody gives a you were the least Turkish, least Muslim, least anything. I'm like, nobody views you that way, little bro. Nobody's thinking like, oh yeah, Hassan, the Middle Easterners you. Nobody thinks of you that way. Yeah. God, it's so cringe. But anyway,
it's actually infuriating to a little bit. Like I don't feel like I probably get angry at things. Sometimes I let chat messages get to me and I get a little carried away. Right? That's normal. One guide, if you will. This is actually this week with the shit that's going on has been unironically, I would say, eye-opening for me, and also made me like a fucking activist. Just this shit alone, like how far this gone. I haven't really said shit about any of this stuff, mostly just because I don't have like that deep of a connection with Israel. But seeing this shit, and then I guess thinking a lot about the quotes of, first they came for X and I didn't do anything. And, I'm in an interesting position where I don't have much to lose, right? So, I mean, I should call out bad shit. This is bad shit. This is unbelievable that this is going on, comparing terrorists to Anne Frank on Twitch, and the CEO jerks off to this guy.
Yeah. And remember, the focus is like, what he's saying is bad, but the worst part, the most insane part about it is that he has like official blanket coverage and protection from the CEO. That's insane. All of it is just.
I can't believe I played D&D with this guy. I feel disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank.
I gotta move that. I can't. I'm sorry.
Wait, we got an asexual thing. You finish it.
Oh god, it's just so.
In real time. That's all he's known is death and destruction.
Nice. Now, there's so many of these too. Do you remember when Ethan was talking about it being in Israel, and his son was like, yeah, when I was younger, I lived through constant terrorist attacks too, because he was in Turkey. Do you know who the biggest attacks in Turkey were against? They were against fucking Jews. Like, there are these two temples that have like these massive like iron reinforced doors, because they were getting fucking terrorist attacks.
Talking about Jews live like perfectly fine lives in Yemen and Afghanistan.
Yeah, the one guy that's left in Yemen being permanently tortured.
It's funny. It's like there's like 4 countries. It's like Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, and maybe Iraq. And it was like 14 Jews total, and half of them.
We could take every single Jew in all 4 of those countries to dinner and pay for it.
We could. It's just mental. And it's like, oh, dude, what are you talking about? Like, these guys, they're fine. They're having a great time. They love it out there. And it was pretty funny, though, that the last few Jews in Afghanistan hated each other and didn't talk to each other. Anyways, all right, let's play.
And you know what else is disgusting? That people in the West that enjoy more privileges and freedom than anywhere else in the world romanticize their behavior or their lifestyle as anything other than barbaric.
That sounds puzzling.
This is what people think you say about Israel. I know.
Da Vinci Resolve.
The most animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands.
Come on, real quick. He's gonna say, stop. Shit. Hold on.
He goes so fast, I wait for it. Hold on. Okay, pause.
Somebody's going to say, Hassan isn't talking about every Israeli. He's just talking about the fighting force, the IDF. But they constantly remind you that every single Israeli person has to serve in the IDF, and therefore they're all worthy of being killed. So that cope right there, that I know somebody was about to type, that cope is absolutely bullshit.
You premature.
Oh wait, somebody did say it.
This dance. Yeah, but he may have done it.
He means the military. Yep, see ya.
Oh.
You're gone for 14 days.
Ooh, the timing there. He may have done it on purpose just to be the sole survivor.
Animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands. Look at me, look at how proper I am. Yes, I put a suit on so you don't think I'm an animal. But I am a barbaric piece of shit. That was already expected barbaric behavior from Israel regardless. It is brutal, it is barbaric, certainly. Even people in the Western world feel against this barbaric monstrosity of a fucking apartheid regime. I never really thought that they would be this barbaric. What a fucking barbaric and completely
He's getting white in his beard. Your days of being boy toy are over. Jesus, welcome to the club, old man. Could be a while now.
Utterly psychotic thing to do. They wear suits to present themselves as anything but barbaric. That is the animalistic, barbaric structure. And act like they are the civilized party here. There is nothing civilized about Israel's actions. It is barbaric.
These guys right here, I'm always like, this is like a wild spot to be.
No, not for that guy. That's Ryan Grimm. He probably agrees with every single thing.
Sorry, take it back. I was just saying.
But I know, yeah, sometimes they're just like,
hey,
yeah.
I thought we were gonna play video games. What's that? What's that, brother? What's that?
And also keep in mind, because all the people that I know are coping with, well, he just means the military. They already think that since they all have to serve in the IDF, they're all worth it. And also, even if we imagine that he did only mean the military, right? If you said any of this about Hamas or anything else, they would say that you're generalizing all Palestinians. They would say that Hamas is a reason to fight their resistance fighters. They would never, ever, ever let you say this about the other side. It's ridiculous. True.
At the barbaric nature of the Israeli apartheid regime, Israel's a murderous, bandit, genocide, and barbaric state.
Oh my god, I have not watched this clip. I pre-laughed.
Didn't you just say Dimitri was all like you were the one that edited it?
No, but I did not edit this. I'm just saying I know the text. Oh. But I that was a pre-capture on the laugh. Okay. I knew that was coming. Because this is like probably the worst country in the world for killing its own civilians, right?
No, Hassan wouldn't say so. A lot of people that are far, far, far left think that a lot of the stuff about North Korea is over-exaggerated, and the living conditions are much better than what we portray it as in the West.
So like hoggers.
We do it in the West as a giant hope so that we can pretend that socialist regimes and stuff aren't as successful as they actually are.
Okay. All right, we got it.
700,000 likes.
That is depressing. Hassan crashing out.
By the way, just want to point out to LSF,
Twitter does it.
the LSF crowd. Once again, I just saw this. Wonderful stuff. Admin Gold and I have a 4-hour conversation. Hassan says the Houthi he talked to is like Anne Frank. First of all, he was not a fucking Houthi.
Oh,
secondly,
well, pause. Right, so do you see what I mean? Where it says like sometimes he says that they're not a Houthi, and sometimes he says that he is a Houthi who's been radicalized because he lives different ideas. He wants to have it both ways. So which is it? This is always a key you have to listen to. It could be in personal relationships, it could be from coworkers, it could be in online debates. Whenever somebody is justifying something that they later on say isn't happening, it's always a good indicator that the person is a subhuman, barbaric, fucking liar.
Oh,
that's right. Imagine confronting somebody and be like, "Hey, I just saw that your kid, came to school with 100 bruises," and they're like, "Yeah, he's fucking annoying. He screams every night. I can't think of another way to shut him up." And then later on, you're like, "I mean, it's not like I hit him. You don't have any proof, but I didn't hit him." It's like, wait, why did you just justify it then 5 minutes earlier? You can't justify a thing that you later go on to say doesn't exist because it's like you're just lying. You're lying. Yeah.
Schrodinger's movie.
Yeah. Like, he withstood genocide. That is correct. Like, you can't fucking materialize a appropriate warfare, whatever the this Destiny writer account is.
Oh, that's you.
But 4 hours
That's also pause too.
That's the one thing you got.
He does this thing as well where he's always like every single person that criticizes him is Destiny. I noticed that like the Trumples do this and also Hassan does it too. I won't let people do this anymore. And I'll permaban you in my community if you say it. Like any of these like obsessed comments or TDS comments, you're always getting permaban for it. The fact that these people can elude so much criticism by just calling people obsessed, saying, "Oh, don't come to Destiny," is bullshit. You're the largest political commentator in the world. You're an avowed terrorist supporter. Like everybody should hold you to account for it. Just like everybody should ask Tim Pool, "Hey, why haven't you been anything about all the money that you took from Russia?" That's big. Every single program Tim goes on, he should be harassed for that. Hassan should be harassed for this in every single show that he goes on. If you see him going on a show, you should email the people and say, like, "Hey, you should ask Hassan about him like supporting terrorists and shit," and saying that all the roots were fake, and saying that all the death were actually caused by an animal directed by Israel. He should be like bothered by this over and over and over again. And him just saying like, "Oh, it's all Destiny's community," is the biggest coke bullshit in the world. That's so cock, Kim.
That's awesome. That is fucking dope, dude. Ellison is so insane. And Franks was just like Luffy. Is this the really best that Twitch politics has to offer? These two idiots embarrassing. The guy was a part of a terrorist organization who beats women for going to school and execute gay men on a weekly basis, and Hassan invited bombos. Yeah, that guy literally got detained by the fucking Houthis, by the way. Check OP's
like pause.
I don't.
Do you think that he would ever admit that the Houthis don't have a great track record when it comes to journalistic freedom? They execute people.
That's just because of Western imperialist invasion. That's all they've known. If you would just let them exist as a society without America constantly interfering in their elections and constantly trying to go in there and provide aid, they would have solved this already. But America just keeps bombing them and funding all this type of stuff. And
Yeah. They're not great on women's rights. They're not great on LGBT. So, like, what does he think these places are like? Like, it's such an unbelievable. Like, would he ever admit that? Like, okay, yeah, maybe they're not as progressive. It's like, it's so crazy.
To check it. But again, 4-hour conversation. 4-hour conversation. Is Destiny still interested in doing World War I research?
Yeah, I just like watching Twitter clips. That's so fucking boring, bro. The guy who had like 7 mentions of Palestine total on his Twitter feed before October 7th.
Little fucking hermits, dude. Oh my god. Get a life. Get a grip. Get a fucking grip, you animals. Holy shit. Also, everything else is deemed political for LSF. Meanwhile, this is like, you know, this is fine.
Hold on, just pause. This is why, where is Stale? You gotta do.
No, stop.
I'm not allowed to call for.
Stop.
This is a DGG.
Just stop.
I don't like that I can't.
He left us.
Yeah, I know, but like this, the fact that the politics ban allows Hassan to avoid even more accountability. God, he's such a soft fucking loser. He's so soft.
It's okay. It's okay to be soft.
Not that soft.
Well, yeah.
But his job is politics, and he's this soft. And he's a terrorist supporter.
Oh yeah, like cats are soft. You know.
So fucking annoying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wonder why the subreddit is dying. Exactly. Like, what do you think? You can put like normal shit that's going on a day-to-day basis on in the Twitch. Just if you do this kind of thing, you're gonna turn it back into fucking Stormfront again.
What the? He is Stormfront. Does he not recognize that he is Stormfront just from the other side?
No, he doesn't. Like, you know the media bias chart. He's InfoWars. That's what he is. This motherfucker. He's InfoWars on the other side. Like, you have InfoWars all the way over here. He is labeled as that. His far left and to the bottom. Fake news. A far left fucking extremist terrorist support. That's it. They're like, you can't go. It's like it started bouncing off the corner like a DVD logo. You know? Okay. I love fun.
What do you mean, homophobia in general?
Yeah,
I think that religious social conditioning plays a role in uplifting bigoted attitudes towards people that are I know, but it's no different. The problem here is that aspect of it is reactionary conservatism. It's no different in Palestine as it is in the United States of America. The only reason why it manifests, the only reason why it can be dealt with by those in terms of like the civil governance or anything like that. Specifically, it is specifically a direct consequence of being a victim of colonial domination.
Like,
what a fucking word salad of. It's like Trump speaking.
Except it actually makes sense what he's saying, which makes it even worse. So homophobia in the Middle East comes from Western colonial domination?
Of course. What is he saying?
That's what he's saying. He's saying that the reason why they're still homophobic is because of Western colonial domination.
If it wasn't for us, they would all be gay.
It's such an unbelievable, like they would have rainbow colored burqas if just not for Israel. It's like every single bad thing. Every single bad thing that's ever happened is because of America.
Oh my god. I can't believe that this shit is allowed. I understand that Dan Clancy is the CEO. DanClancySucks.com. But still, even though he sucks at Sonic, okay, and watches 18-year-old girls in bathtubs all day, more flips.
And now you have clips. Okay? Suppose you want to check out the story to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in the stories. Okay? Okay. That's very nice. That's also where I'm reading.
Oh, the funniest shit. Have you ever seen it? Dan Clancy pulls up his Twitch app and it's nothing but Coomer content in Hassan. Anyways, I understand that, but there's got to be someone else. Is like this truly a ship on autopilot and Dan Clancy is up there at the fucking front and there's two screens and there's fucking like titty content in Hassan and that's it? And he's just driving straight and no one's there to say, hey, retard, maybe you shouldn't be doing this?
Yep, it's pretty crazy. Pretty wacky.
And those guys are the ones that happen to be fighting back against Israel tooth and nail. But once again, it doesn't matter. Just like I celebrate the American accomplishments in World War II, it doesn't change that dynamic. And under no circumstance would I ever advocate or say like, well, America is an inferior culture, and that's why like. Well, I think that occupied. You understand, right? Like it's what Israel can just look like when you are occupied. That's why I gave the example of the Westboro Baptist Church. Those guys are not doing ISIS-style executions of gay people because they live in America. If they were born and living in another part of the world, and if they were living in America, I guess like post-nuclear Holocaust or something, they would absolutely be doing that. It's entirely about what your immediate surroundings look like. That's the point.
Why? First of all, you can't a small percentage of the how many members are in Westboro Baptist Church? You can't do it. It's not the mainstream culture of the United States.
I just realized something. This is Rob Noor, basically. It's like, but it's more retarded.
Yeah, it's Rob Noor. Yeah,
it's more retarded, and you just say words like colonialism and apartheid and U.S. imperialism, and it makes you think that you're better or something. It just makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid. He must know it sounds stupid when he does it too. That's why he says and he's just like throws an imperial in there every once in a while or something.
Yeah, I think you're just supposed to kind of know what he's thinking, and then he just like throws out. He does the weave like Trump a little bit. Yeah, he just brings up a buzzword. You just kind of like know what's going on. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to colonize this video. Let me finish.
They're exhibiting the same kind of religious fundamentalism. The only difference is there is no like greater outside force that is like destroy the United States of America in its entirety, and therefore they can just like fulfill their violent desires whichever way they see fit.
There's a link that's getting spammed to me a lot. I'm just gonna watch it real quick.
They unblocked Sneeko like last week. Now, this week, they unbanned Fresh and Fit.
What? Yeah, their outfits are amazing. Why can't we look like that?
Well, husband and wife.
Fuck. Like I think like we dress good, but then like other people like they have like nice green screen background and everything. Yeah, but they have a whole team. You know, our show like green screen background. I think real studios are nice. That's true. Ours is better. It's nice that they're trying though.
What? Wait, what? Yeah, and these are like the only openly anti-Semitic creators, maybe online. That doesn't make any sense. They're both like Holocaust-denying anti-Semites. So they both getting unbanned while simultaneously like stuff like showing terrorist propaganda on Twitch is not being punished. What the fuck is going on there? I'm gonna say it. I think Dan Clancy, the CEO, I think he hates Jewish people.
It's not a fucking joke. Unironically, at this point, there's no other explanation to it. The fact that he wished Hassan happy birthday, the fact that he seems to somehow be personally involved with the fact that Hassan has no punishment whatsoever for causing great pain to Jewish people on the site and off of it. I think he's an anti-Semite. I think he actually might be like a neo-Nazi or one of these leftist agendas. How else would you explain what it is?
This is the culturally popular thing right now.
So you think he's just like so fucking dick-sucking, hoping to be in OTK and get more 18-year-olds like on his fucking...
This is the popular culture right now, and they're obviously probably... Yeah, it's like the popular culture right now.
He's still a fucking Nazi, I think. Oh, right at the end.
like the same result.
It might be the same result, but it's, I don't think he hates Jews. I think that this is just
Like,
the
he just gets there a different way.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, click this link in chat real quick. Or actually, wait, finish this. 20 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds.
Anyway, so I mean, Twitch has always been a shit show with its moderation. Also, I looked into it, and Fresh and Fit were banned only like a month ago, and it was for possibly the F slur or possibly for saying simp, which is.
If someone got fucking banned for saying simp, and you have Hassan bringing on terrorists and saying crazy shit like that not happening, I think I'm gonna have to develop my new name correct here.
It's a slur on Twitch, which just goes to show how implied. Yeah, that's I'm not sure which one is accurate. I saw both being reported. Obviously,
I'll say this for Ethan. He has morals. He left Twitter. And he had a fuck ton of followers there. They fucking left it and get a huge audience, and he probably took a hit as a result of it. You know what? Yeah, I mean, not
Favorite people?
favorite people.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right, turn that up. Turn trash.
We all know where this is going. What you had to say?
So where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist. Just a joke in my
stand up.
Denims and Krogan are also both people that have tweeted and have on stream that the whole thing on October 7th is completely, totally fake, and that October 7th was justified because it's a resistance and freedom fighting. And yeah, Krogan and Denims have both gone on record saying good that they have official Twitch panels featuring these people, but very nice, yeah.
No pity at all for any soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. military? Who's and who? I hope you get PTSD.
Jesus. Well, we don't care about that. That'll be an unmanageable thing. Who gives a shit?
No?
That's nice. You know, veterans.
I do, the ones I do, the one.
Do you think there's any advertisers on Twitch that just like love shitting on veterans and hoping that they get PTSD? What ads? Class too, you know that. What ads were showing up before and after this? Good question. I'm gonna take a look later. The best part is I don't give. You know, I told them to take away my fucking partner birthday and suck my butthole.
I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know they didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. Over the top, thank you so much for the contend gifted. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like I'm changed. Like fucking imperialism. This you don't deserve PTSD. But like any other military, you're joining them, and you're like, oh my god, I hope my fucking command on your own. Yeah. I hope you get it. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back to America.
Jesus Christ. I like how this is okay. This is okay to say. For some reason. Why is this okay? Can you tell me, Steve? I'm confused. It's anti-American. Oh. So is that, but I thought veterans were a protected class.
You think so, huh?
No, they actually are. Veterans are a protected class, just like, you know, races, everything else. So do we not enforce those rules on Twitch?
I don't actually know if veteran status is called it. It might be.
I mean, veterans are a protected class. You cannot discriminate someone based off of their...
No, I'm asking on the Twitch TOS. It
doesn't matter what they're...
It does matter. When the federal protected class stuff has to do with if you're like an employer or if you're like doing housing renting. You can be racist. That's legal. It's not illegal to be racist, but it's illegal to be racist by discriminating against like housing. Same thing with like veteran status, family status, or whatever, right? But that might be listed in their TOS. You can't make fun of somebody for veteran status. Sure. What is this? Oh, is it done?
No, we got another 3 seconds. Go. Sorry. Just wanted to zero you. Okay. All right, community guidelines. Wait, is that on it? Oh, Hassan Chatter Permaband. Right? This is one?
Yeah, well, I want to see that one too.
This one.
Yeah, so it does have it here. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or tolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition like PTSD, and veteran status. So she hit 2 of them there. This conduct.
Does anyone give a? Hey, Dan Clancy, do you give a? You sucker.
This thing,
Nazi
this part right here, this is why I'm permabanned, by the way, because I said that trans people on Twitter are subhuman. This is the reason why I'm permabanned, is the hateful conduct here. Pretty wild, but
I can't wait to find every f***ing advertiser that sits next to these motherfuckers and send them videos of their shit right next to it. I can't wait. And the best part is I don't care. You guys. Dan Clancy. What a f***ing asshole.
Last one for the Nico Sam link. Yeah, these are tweets that she's just unhinged. She's f***ing insane.
Do you want to read these out loud, Steve?
Yeah, so on October 7th, which by the way is the perfect test to see how deranged somebody is, to see what they tweeted on October 7th. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth that the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. The obvious implication being that the resistance here and all the murdering and raping of the people at the festival was awesome. And then 5 months later, exciting news. Twitch has chosen me to be featured as a legendary woman on the front page. Together for Legendary Women front page carousel, not just for March, but for the entire year. Hashtag Together for Legendary Women. What a legend.
This was an official Twitch production. This thing that happened here.
Well, yeah, it's at TwitchCon.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. We already saw this. Good on you, Ethan. Call him out. Hassan Chatter permaban for saying terrorism is bad. What? Okay, let's see.
I just got banned from a ban in chat for calling Yahya Sinwar a piece of shit. The guy orchestrated a terrorist attack. I'm not pro-Israel. Obviously, the genocide is awful. This doesn't mean I should be banned for calling him a piece of shit. Like, look, the actual fuck mods.
Look at the reactions.
Yeah.
Like, this is a community. A mega wall, you got banned for saying that someone...
I don't even know how this is allowed on Discord. I feel like this is probably a violation of Discord stuff. Okay. You're getting banned from here too, pussy boy. Guys, terrorism is bad. Free Palestine, both can be true. October 7th wasn't chill. Why are people defending it? 13 laugh faces. Okay.
Yep.
And then
banned. Ooh, bye. See ya. October 7th wasn't chill. No, you gotta go. Oh man, this is so funny. This is so funny. This guy that was laughing about it. I've said this before. Okay? The creators are a big part of the problem here. So the people that are owning these Discords and doing this type of thing. But the people that are there, the moderators, they're not immune. Okay? To this. This shit should be paid attention to. Who is doing this? And people should know. That's it at the end of the day.
Sure, but like they don't even care about the content creators.
No, they care
about the...
Well, no, it's about how far you go, how much time you have on your hands. Like,
we're not saying if people don't think that what is done in Denims and
they don't think online
is wrong, then who cares?
These people are too scared to say it in real life. They all have fucking jobs. Like this.
Wait, I don't know what you're implying.
What I'm implying is that like these people, these 11 megalols there, all go to fucking work and they have a Jewish coworker, or they work at a law office, or I mean, if it's
you're talking about. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. It's like their online lives are a little bit different than their real lives.
Sure.
Anyways. Okay, well, you got banned. Sorry. That's not allowed. Aside, right?
Sure. He is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to Anne Frank, basically.
Oh, Samuda hates Arabs as well. Wow, disgusting.
Bro, you can't make that shit up. You can't, bro.
I like that he has a mark.
Bro, you're not comparing.
It is funny.
Okay, I'm out of here, dude. I'm out of here.
Just to be clear, so we can be clear with our language.
I want to be clear.
Hassan was not comparing Anne Frank to the Houthi guy. He was clicking that. That is his name. Yeah.
It is funny. I like, I should take a lesson from Mr. R here on how to handle this. Not with rage, but with humor. I'm gonna try. I don't think I'm gonna get good at
This is a level of politics on the internet. You know what? Let's just talk about something I'm more of an expert on, okay? Fuck that.
Is he not banned? Hassan's not banned for 14 days after saying shit like that? Bro, Twitter's the coach of
The fact that Asna got hit with the immediate 2-week ban as well, that's just so insane to me. It's just unbelievable. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, it's insane, it's not unbelievable. I can't believe this shit is going on. It has to be at the top. There's no explanation for it. It is at the top. There's no way you can run a company and not be aware of this going on. People underestimate this, but company culture is very important. Like, it impacts worker morale, like how you feel about your job, how you get along with your coworkers, what you're comfortable saying to your manager, and like the type of stuff that your company ultimately puts out. Like, I think most successful businesses will tell you, like, and people will say, like, mission statements for companies are actually really important. I think it's really cringe when you're like a McDonald's frontline employee. Like, I don't give a the mission statements of McDonald's and see the videos, it's cringe. But once you start getting like more of a company, you're like really involved in like kind of creative work or more cerebral work, like that, these types of like culture, I think, are really important. I think Twitch has a company culture that just is very far left, right?
Log off the internet, stop reading fucking Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please. I know you can talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake.
Pause.
The tips.
Pause. Him saying, get off Twitch and talk to real people, and then he points to other people that he's like indoctrinated. Like, get off Twitch and go to the real world and talk to these other huge streamers.
Yeah.
Like,
so stupid.
It's so cringe because people like Wake and Tips have been like brainwashed by Hassan's propaganda. It's so crazy. Anyway.
Talk to a human, please. This is like...
You know what the difference, I think, between me now and Hassan is? Is I understand I'm a rich guy in a nice house, but I don't fucking like act like I'm not. He's like he really is. Like, Hassan is one of the darkest brown, most Arab discriminated people in the United States,
living in a
struggling to get by. The only reason he bought that house was because his whole family lives here. He didn't move his mom in there, bro. And he's got a, wait, oh my God, I didn't see the clip of it, but what was the quote? He said he had a lawyer's car. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what I'm talking about? What did he say? I saw a quote of this. I didn't see the video. Did he actually say that? Or a dentist's car? What has Tip said that indicates he fully aligns with Hassan? Hassan is obviously pointing to people that are like on his heart as possible. When he says, go talk to these other people that agree with me fully. What kind of car is it? I don't know. It's a $250,000 Porsche. I don't remember the type. It's just funny. He just constantly says that. I'm upper middle class. I'm like a doctor.
Hold on. Hold on.
Holding.
This is interesting.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know that Twitter let you do this.
Yeah, see hidden replies?
Yeah, hold on. All right, how stupid am I? Stupid enough, I'll just send this over Discord instead of typing it again in chat. That's what I like. Yes. Okay. Click. Yeah, click. There we go. Hidden replies by Twitch. These are the ones that Twitch did not want you to see on this post. What?
Oh, and also real quick. So I said, Destiny, is it just me or does he look darker than before? Has Hassan gotten darker? Now, I'm repeating this. I don't know if this is true. I just see people in chat say it, but I don't watch Hassan's Instagram. People are saying that Hassan Instagram stories about going to tanning booths and shit quite a bit. Does anybody know that's true? There's screenshots of that?
I don't care.
I mean, if that is true, that's
they
fucking
engage
funny.
in this bullshit, lie, conjecture, speculative bullshit against.
How tan would I have to be before I start getting?
You could be.
Can I be like a Cuban?
You could be like from Sudan, pure black as this table, and they would still call you a gusano.
True.
Okay. So here, cool. What horror movie characters would you want to see as a streamer? Hog. By the way, like people like Elgato, these type of people that are commenting on this, they should be like, hey, what's going on here? But these are the hidden replies. So someone from Twitch has gone through and they've gone and they've clicked hide on these tweets. So they're aware that they're here and they've hidden them. This is not like, hey, we're being neutral about it. We've made a post and we've decided that we don't want these things showing up. That's interesting. Do you find that interesting, Steve?
Yeah.
It's actually not that interesting. It's pretty par for the course.
I have an awareness, right?
It's kind of funny. Now that I love this feature. You know, some parts of Elon's Twitter are interesting. They're good. Some parts are good. It's mostly shit, and I'm with you on it as soon as you're ready to go. But that said, don't let these f***ers off the hook. Too often, the outrage cycle lasts like 2 or 3 days, and then we're on to something else. There's something new going on in the world. There's some new drama. Dan Clancy's legitimately like a pretty bad person, isn't he? Like, I don't know any other way to explain it. He's really bad, and his name should be completely associated with what's going on forever.
I want it. Sure, there's still too much. If you really wanted to do something like this, Dan Clancy's not really the relevant party here. You have to associate Amazon with it. It's the more important thing.
Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, people care about their news.
Yeah, but I don't even know Dan can do anything. The real black pill is that this culture runs up into Amazon.
It doesn't matter. He's the CEO. He better make a change.
Sure, but if this is the culture at Amazon, they'll defend the Twitch area.
It's not the culture at Amazon.
It is the culture at Amazon.
I know people that work at Amazon, and no one has said to me that this is like what they.
You should ask those people again. I promise they will tell you that it is the culture. You should ask them. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll do that. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes you target someone who can't necessarily do something or is part of the greater chain, but you got to pick your targets and you got to follow through. Yeah. And that guy is Dan Clancy, and Dan Clancy is the guy that we're going to associate with basically systematic targeting of Jewish people on Twitch. That's going to be him.
Yeah.
He's the one at the fucking top of the food chain over there. I don't give a shit that it's owned by something else. It's run independently. It's not like he has stuff to do, but that's it. At the end of the day, Dan Clancy is, he's calling the shots, and he's deciding what content's allowed on there. And he loves his content. Obviously, evident. So, we should give him more of that content in his feed, and we should let his advertisers know what's there. Don't stop after a day or two with this. The outrage cycle, it takes a toll on you. But remember how fucked up and how stupid that this is existing. You can just say whatever you want about a Jew, as long as you replace the word Jew with Zionist. Like, it's so fucking stupid. I don't even want to go through his Discord because I don't know. I already know they're all fucking.
That's gonna be unhinged.
Holy fucking Christ!
There's a lot of stuff here.
Okay, I'm scrolling slowly through this because I paid for this, but that's kind of fun. Hasn't Bolt's apartment, her house, whatever it is, Is he like legitimately a hoarder or something?
For the level of uncleanliness that he lives in, I would say there has to be some type of mental illness.
I saw a picture of him, and there was like white shit all over his shirt. Was that the design of the shirt? Or was it literally like crumbs all over his shirt?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Sean DeBlack. That's the guy that threatened to beat the shit out of me.
Well, no, he threatened to.
Oh, he was on that said that all slave owner families should have been killed so that people like me and my family didn't exist.
And Larry David. Okay. Because he came from a slave owner. Believe it or not. Sorry, Larry David. I like your humor, but unfortunately, the song fan wants Ethan and Destiny dead.
These types of tweets that are just totally chill and totally cool.
Totally fine.
And hilarious and epic.
Totally fine.
Also, hold on. Such a waste of time. That's the election season. Ludwig, right? The cocksucker who like constantly goes live with his son's cum still leaking out of his asshole and his mouth, right? Had the audacity, being a large streamer, had the audacity to blame me and my community because he had one person tweet or DM him something on an anonymous Twitter account, right? He had one person do this, and that was enough for him to blame my community. Meanwhile, Hassan will have figureheads in his community, the Frogans, the people like this, that will outwardly, while being supported by his community or having moderator positions, make like death threats or like kill yourself jokes and everything else, zero accountability. It's absolutely fucking insane.
Well, you know, Twitch has a very strongly enforced off-site policy.
Yeah, for some people.
Or conduct.
For some people.
Unless you're not a Jew, then it doesn't apply. If you're a Jew or white, then, sorry.
How long did he even get banned for tweeting this? Do you know? Apparently he got Twitch banned for it. Does anybody know how long it was for?
Actually, nothing should be permanent.
these are all the same people who cry, by the way, when you tweet back at them, and they're like, "Oh, like you're harassing me."
Oh, I'm not on that team anymore.
Me neither.
I'm unleash. Anyways, all right. So this guy did this, and the thing is, one of these got 91,000 likes. You know, let me tell you something. When I do a tweet and it gets like 5,000 likes, I can't use Twitter anymore because I can't follow any conversations. That's only 5,000. This is 91,000. When you do that, you can't even use your phone anymore. It's just scrolling past with fucking notifications. It becomes literally unusable. 90,000 likes.
Very wild.
Very wild.
What's going on in the house court over there?
Oh. My bad. I thought y'all were left.
I guess we can center it. You need me to walk? There you go. When it's on the side.
Fuck you!
When it's on the side, the camera's covered up. No, they're not covering it up. Good job, you did it. Okay. Anyway, he linked his tweet. Hilariously epic tweet. We got a lot of Omega Wolves there. My bad. I thought y'all would think it was funny. Put it in the wrong spot. I think you have to be nice to Nazis. Quote, Asmongold. A whole group, they all co-signed it. If Destiny was beefing with you on Twitter, would you clap back or leave it be? Y'all, Ethan Klein posted on IG and sent his goons after me because of the tweet. I'm cooked. That's the banger, to be fair. Ethan didn't feel that way. Thank you. Right, man. Why do I have to explain it to him in a goddamn comedy tweet? A comedy. It's just a joke, lol.
Just a joke. No one actually dies on
Just a joke. I'm still running the Creators for Palestine. Creators for Palestine, Bird, by the way. Which I think might be, is that a Twitch, like, endorsed org, or is that just a Twitch streaming channel? They do, like, they raise money or whatever. I'm not sure if it's Twitch directly endorsed or not, but it's probably personally jerking off into a cup every day and selling it to a fucking birthday. Who knows? Maybe.
While watching fucking movies or
I'm still running the Creators for Palestine stuff, and I got a sinking suspicion that when Ethan talks about he's going to try and drag the charity too. No reason to think that, but okay. This dude's absolutely mental. His fans call me a son clone because we have similar names. LOL. What? These guys want to victimize themselves so bad. Nobody gives a bro. It's the United States of America. We don't even know what the Arab people look like if you're white skinned. We all just call each other white here. Nobody is treating you like a fucking Arab. Nobody gives a bro. Nobody cares. They want to be like black, or they want to be like super dark. They're like, they're so bad, and they're not. You're just white, dude. That's all you will ever be seen as. The crazy Ethan Klein / Destiny stands saying all of the stuff that's just gonna open the whole thing.
Yeah, I know, but zoom in. True. Do it. You know what I was thinking.
The crazy Ethan Klein / Destiny stands saying all Hassans are the same, but clearly haven't seen our size difference. They don't even spell their name the same. What is God? I'm sorry. He almost looks like Vosh there. Hassan does. Can you kind of see it in that right hip? He almost looks like Vosh.
Stop. The face blind.
He's there. It's there. There's a thing. It's like AI Vosh.
Oh, it's gonna be too long.
Why? Scroll no more.
There is no more scroll. That's it. We're at the end.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was that. Ethan responds. Yeah. My man.
All right. Just a cute tweet from my favorite Houthi. The same people telling me to kill myself love this guy. I still can't figure out why they are targeting me. The execution people care about all Zionists.
So the funny part, actually, it's for you, I understand it, because you're a genuinely bad person. But for Ethan, he really actually didn't do anything wrong. From the very start, he was, I don't want to say cucked, but he was cucked for his audience.
Yeah, I think that what Israel's doing is wrong, and that we shouldn't do this, and I feel really bad, and they shouldn't happen. But look, that's not enough. It's not enough.
Way out. Not enough. He actually got, like, the Jordan Peterson thing for him came true. And it was to him, which is kind of funny. He went so far out on the line for the Palestinian people, like, way over the line. And they're like, don't care, Jew. You're still a Jew. You're a killer Jew. And, like, destroyed it because of that. Because nothing else. Just because of that.
That's unhinged. My favorite part about this picture were people trying to defend him, saying that, he was saying Zion right now. I think it's Zionists, not Jews. Even if it was Zionists, when the do we talk about putting people on bikes and killing them for their rectum? What is this ever okay? Like, oh no, we were just talking about bike murdering. What the fuck?
It's so stupid. You know, also, like, I was thinking of this. 90% of Jews in America are Zionists.
90% of Jews worldwide are Zionists.
Worldwide are Zionists. No, probably more than that because they're not in America. We get a lot of self-hating Jews here.
They got them in Israel too, don't worry.
I'm trying to imagine saying a statement that was anything that wasn't a Jew. Like, talking about, like,
I'm talking about like Arabs and Palestinians, like Africa did, it got 2-week ban.
Or like a reservation owning, casino owning reservationist. Or, yeah, like you would get fucking shit canned instantly if you said, oh, I just don't like people who like the Quran. Whoa! That's not like just Muslim people, that anyone who loves the Quran. What the
I mean, look at how people freaked when I said, yeah, I am Islamophobic. I don't like Islam. I'm just saying about Muslims. I'm not saying I hate the Arabs. I just don't like them. I'm also a hardcore atheist. Yeah. I have my own audience that, like, they were making Reddit posts like, Destiny shouldn't say that he's Islamophobic. That's not good for them.
But they don't give a shit. Like, for Jews, it's completely
okay to say, not to say I don't like Zionists, but to say that all Zionists be executed, killed. Taken from their
impaled on a fucking spike. It doesn't matter. You're a baby. You settler baby. You settle killed. Yeah. And I hope that it's painful and you have to watch your mom get in front of you. It's like, what the going on in Twitch to have this happen? Pretty wacky, pretty wild. Not pretty wacky, or pretty wild. And it will fucking change. That I can promise you. Okay, anyways. What else we got here? So now that it's proven real, I suppose we'll see a lot of apologies and corrections. Archive link below. That dude isn't a goofy. Also, the tweet is fake. Like Ethan, you have been duped. Here he is. Casual get up. There's casual get up here. You know?
Remember,
they got a lot of guns.
If there's one Nazi and 10 people at a table, there's 11 Nazis, right?
Yes.
But if you dress up in fucking garb and pretend and LARP or whatever online like a Houthi warrior, well, he's not actually dumb.
Yep. Yeah. Pretty stupid. What else we got here? I thought Ethan said he wasn't a Zionist, right? Zionist. You know what I think I'm going to do? Because I haven't removed my partner status yet on Twitch. I think I'll do a stream, and then what I'll do is I'll just read Hassan's messages, and I'll replace Zionist with Jew. And then we'll see how far I get before my channel goes offline.
Well, but then they would say they're banning you because you actually said Jew, and it's way different than Zionist.
Actually, I'll just say Zionist then.
Sure.
But I'll do this. I'll do this when I say Zionist.
Sure, but if you get banned, it would just be bad. Like, there's nothing to ban.
I don't give a shit.
Okay. But then if Aston was like, yeah, I would talk to you on stream, and then you're like, oh, your games are banned. Now you're just fucking. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I can't stream. I can't do it. No, I can't pay it. Okay, what else we got? Super disappointed in this community. By the way, Ethan, if you're out there, if this gets to you, listen to me. You need to get a hold of your mods on your subreddit. Go through them one by one, okay? Because I can tell you firsthand that people that are your fans get banned from your subreddit, okay? People are like, this is based. I like what Ethan said here. They'll get banned, okay? You have subreddit mods on there that are not loyal to you, okay? They're loyal to other people. It's your community, okay? And I can say this as someone who is a small part of Destiny's community, which is the most active Reddit for a streamer or YouTuber in the world. Well, outside of like Spanish or Korean people, but that doesn't count. So, saying that, you need to get a hold of this shit. You have people that are fans of you getting banned for supporting you. Radical fucking purge. Go through there, get rid of these fucking guys, okay? And it's your community, not Hassan's community, okay? Run it that fucking way. Anyways. This is like the most stressful AE episode. This is not fun or laughs at all. This is just outrage the entire fucking time. Pretty wild. The Houthi pirate responds. Your wife is in the IDF, basically a Nazi. He voluntarily became an Israeli citizen. Really funny. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. By the way, during the Yemen Civil War, one of the recent one, one of the reasons why the UN had to stop delivering aid is because the Houthis were stealing it from people. And many other independent agencies were coming to the same conclusion, that aid was being stolen by the Houthis in order to continue their war. The Save the Children or whatever bullshit international board, I think that their estimate was up to like 60,000 children had died of starvation, which is about as many Arabs. The most recent war adds a lot more. I think probably about as many Arabs that have died in the totality of all Israeli-Arab conflict since the inception of that country. Like, were children dying of starvation in Yemen. Just as a heads up. But I like this NPR spin too. I did not mean the Jews,
But the Zionists.
Yeah.
The Zionists.
You're not confused everyone. I respect every Muslim Jew who stands for the truth and I will do everything. Every Muslim Jew?
Of course. You know, the popular Muslim Jews that are out there, you know them.
There's no way to make that okay. Because what did he mean to say Arab Jew? Because if so, that's the propaganda that all of the Jews in Israel right now,
I don't know.
Europe, which by the way, a majority of them are not Ashkenazi Jews. The majority of them are Sephardic Jews who are
What's the other
Middle
one?
Eastern.
Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and
Mizrahi or something.
yes,
But I don't know if Mizrahi was like a subset of Sephardic. One is, I don't know.
you know what else? It's a secret one that you don't know about.
There's like, I think there's 5 big ones. What?
The mountain
Thanks.
real thing. Yeah. He didn't mean the Jews. Let's get that straight. Just the Muslim Jews are okay. This sounds stupid.
I am Rashad Al-Haddad, Yemeni. I'm a person who speaks the truth and stands with the oppressed. I see all the comments you are writing. I'm very proud of those who stand in solidarity with the truth. Instead of comparing me to Anne Frank, try to be a person who speaks the truth.
He's like, please don't compare me to a Jew. Please, whatever you do. Anything but that.
Okay.
In my interview with his son, what's that one on the right?
He told me that he supports Palestine and stands with the truth. I thank him very much and thank everyone who stands with Palestine.
Oh, okay. And they have the outfits on for the One Piece guys, I'm assuming.
Okay. All right. Hassan and Felix. Oh boy. Wait. Not our goodness. It can't be.
No, it's the one guy.
Thank fucking Christ.
Fuck, what's it called? Chapo Trap House, I think?
Anyways, listen. I just want to let's take a quick happiness break for a second. We will. Guys, we have insane lineup for election night. Okay? It's going to be crazy. How many people we have coming here? A lot of your favorite creators, special guests that you wouldn't even think that these people were going to be here. Okay? It's too special. I can't even say the names. But I can say that it's going to be fun. I'm saying we're working on very cool intros. I have an example of one. I think I can probably pull it up real quick. Let me see. Let's see. Can I do this? Forward to here. Will this work? There's not going to be any audio for this, but I just want to show you that we're taking this seriously because I know you guys got very upset. Okay, before. I need you to pull this up full screen. You guys got very upset before when we weren't prepared, we weren't taking it seriously, so now we are. So, this is going to be one of our many alerts that we have. Alright? Just imagine there's sound for this. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. How good is that? That's fucking sick, right? That's gonna be really cool. We're gonna have a lot of that and more shit. That was actually done by Stardust, by the way. Believe it or not. Right? How cool. Alright, which one do you want to look at?
The one. So Ethan is doing a stream where he's kind of like calling out all the sun and all the crazy shit going on, and then I think this was their response.
You did 3 minutes the full episode, I think, today, where he's talking about. He did an entire podcast episode, I think, to like how I am pro-terrorist, pro-terrorism, and how I let this guy's judge.
So the reason why he's a sub leader, this is fucking.
This is Bizarro. I was gonna say, I could tell this is a Bizarro meme.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what that means, but
like opposite world meme. Severance meme?
How is it opposite world view?
Well, I mean, self-hating Jew that's friends with Hassan.
Aren't you friends with Hassan? Didn't you play D&D before?
Yeah, I changed from fucking 2015. Okay, I said it back then. Okay.
Remember always, for Hassan, you always summarize the opposition against you. You always summarize it in the worst fate possible. Okay, so you never actually address any arguments. You never watch any original material. You always summarize it in the worst fate possible. So that when your fans recall it, they only remember the other person making unhinged comments about you. They never actually see the original critique. And always Hassan's MO when he's dealing with this in between trips to the tanning salons, they him more Middle Eastern credit because his lifestyle sure is good money. It's always like disingenuously summarizing a good position. Also remember, debating and everything is always a joke. You never do it. It's bullshit. Don't do it unless you have the opportunity to debate people that can't debate you back, like 15-year-olds that he drags in from chat, or like content creators that he knows doesn't have the ability to decipher his political bullshit, like Willie Mack or Asmongold, even though he lost the debate against Willie Mack, which is fucking hilarious. But anyway.
All right. What did like the 13-year-olds who watch it, like, what are they thinking? Are they like?
Once again, here, let me decide it up. This is so much bullshit. Okay, Ethan has been a content creator far longer than Hassan. Ethan's average age for his audience is far older than Hassan's. I don't know why this fucking dipshit. I don't know why he's pretending like the average age of a Hassan Zoomer socialist viewer is going to be older than an Ethan viewer. What a deranged, unhinged, stupid fucking assumption to make.
Thinking. Are they like? Can you talk about? Are they like, can you talk about the bald guy again? This sucks.
No, I think that most of it is, and I think it's pre-recorded too and no chat. Wait, oh, it was? I don't think so. But I've told this to Ethan a long time ago. I was like, listen, a lot of your community is very, very, very progressive. Like, it's not me that's like making people upset at you for.
So to be clear, this has nothing to do with progressivism, it has to do with tankyism. Now, they start to bleed in at the edges, I will admit, but the issue right now isn't progressives in Ethan's chats, it's tankies that hate the United States and hate Jews that have infested it from Hassan's community. That's the issue.
For, you know, saying a lot of things that might be damn near identical to like Michael Rappaport about like, oh, I bet queers in Palestine wouldn't have an easy time, or if you were a sex worker in Palestine, you'd get thrown off the roof, like you said to our friend Mohammed here. You know, that sort of stuff is not going to be read positively by your audience, which is going to be very upset at you.
Also remember, for ideological Puritans or whatever, like Hassan, Ethan takes a cucked position. Ethan has a far more cucked position than I do on Israel Palestine, okay?
We love him though.
Ethan has constantly made concessions and carve-outs for the Palestinian people, right? So the fact that Hassan here is trying to say that Ethan's statements, you know, deserve all the ire from the pro-Palestinian people online is because you're either with them 100% or you're worthy of being fucking destroyed. I guess in a way, maybe Hassan is kind of Middle Eastern and Turkish because he's inherited apparently the intrinsic hatred of Jewish people. Maybe that is like the way that he's trying to fit in more with the minority status he constantly tries to claim, but it's insane that he would say that like Ethan deserves all the hate that he's getting when Ethan has a relatively cucked position on Israel-Palestine.
It was old. I mean, he was doing everything he could trying to keep everyone from the beginning.
Yeah.
And which is going to be very upset at you because your audience does not agree with what you're saying. And it's not just like.
I also like how I always say like your audience. It's not his audience. It's Hassan's audience investing and infecting it.
Yeah. Me goading them into, you know, feeling a type of way about you.
Yeah. He had like a whole thing where a lot of YouTube guys tend to do this during the Trump years, where like you know, all their videos from like 2013, when you could do anything, like get recirculated among their new audience, the people who were like, you know, 15 or 16 in 2017, and they're like, oh my god, I would never do that ever again. I would never. My character from 2013, AIDS Man, is retired. He's gone. I'm so sorry. You would think that like after that, and he is, and this is not bigoted, a very nervous man. You could just tell. And you would think after that he'd be like, oh, I shouldn't like talk about my wife's deployment to an illegal settlement that one time. But it defies reason.
This guy, I don't know what this guy's talking about.
I think like anyone who does our general job, and especially someone like him who I only make $3 million a month. I'm middle class.
What? Wait, does Ethan? Now, hold on. To be clear, I don't watch all of Ethan's podcast. I don't watch any content. I don't have time. Does Ethan say things that imply that he's like a middle class person? Because Hassan does this all the time.
Yeah.
Does Ethan ever say shit like this ever?
No, he probably is saying that he's like employing like 30 people. Doesn't he have like another company as well?
Also, not to even do the capitalism thing, but it is funny that if you wanted to do a capitalism for socialism thing, Ethan lives more like a capitalist in terms of employing people than Hassan does. Hassan provides absolutely zero good to anybody around him. Like, he doesn't have any employees, he doesn't hire people, he's too lazy to run YouTube, he doesn't do anything helpful to employ or do anything for people around him. I guess except for the co-podcast people he has with him. Whereas Ethan actually does provide jobs and all that, but
he makes $30 million a month. He's the upper middle class. He's upper middle class.
like, Hassan literally says about himself that he's upper middle class. Like,
and it's like, we won the lottery. Why are you bitching about the trolls all the time?
Hassan's like 80% of what he does on stream is crying about trolls.
I'm pretty sure Hassan makes more money than I do. Like, almost definitely.
I don't get it. Look, it's.
Sorry, somebody said, open these 2 clips in a row. We don't have time for all your.
I am seeing a concerning rise in anti-Semitism and a normalization of it in a way that I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic, but I do think that stuff he does contribute to it. But I know that's a big claim. However, I hope that you will walk. I am seeing.
Okay, well, but once again, Noah, this is the worst day that I could have had Noah and Felix on, considering that there is like an entire podcast dedicated to like how anti-Semitic I am, apparently, from my former podcast co-host.
So after Ethan explicitly said, I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic, I think he just contributes to it. So Ethan takes the cut position, but Hassan does the character assassination anyway. Oh, Ethan just saying I'm anti-Semitic.
To like how anti-Semitic I am, apparently, from my former.
It's worse. I don't think he's like smart enough to be anti-Semitic. I think he just hates Jews just because it's popular. And the second it's not popular, he'll be like, oh yeah, you know, like things change and you have to adapt. Like Jews are based. He's just a pussy sellout cunt that does whatever is popular at the moment, has no principles, has no stances, will do whatever is fucking cool that's the leftist t-shirt that he can sell at the fucking moment. He has nothing. He has a fucking plastic bag blowing in the fucking wind at whatever some Twitter jerk-off says it's cool.
True. Podcast co-host.
Consider me your shield, pal.
It doesn't work that way. They don't give a shit. What? People don't give a shit. That's how Charlie Griffith hates you.
One thing I do like though, okay, selfishly, is now people can watch Hassan do to Ethan the same thing he did to me. The only difference is that when I noticed that half my audience was actually unironically communists, I said it's time to get the fuck out. Yep. You're not gonna have it. Get them. Go watch Hassan, go watch Fox. That's where the early fan bases came from. Get out of my community, go watch these people. Don't ever try to appease these people. You can't do it. It's not worth it.
Jordan Peterson was right when he was talking to Ethan. It sucks. It hurts to say because I think.
Well, everybody. I said things like this earlier. Using crap audiences that will destroy you. They will have like that.
It sucks that he was talking to Ethan. It's like the most famous statement. He was saying it to Ethan, and it happened to Ethan as a result of it.
Genocide. Okay, this is Hassan. Okay, this is Hassan. Is that Anne Frank? Your mother should have swallowed you, you fucking piece of shit.
You think?
Okay.
Do you think that would have gone to danfancysucks.com to get that porn video? Wait, is he a pirate or not?
Girl. 9 months ago, I interviewed a Yemeni teenager who, his entire life, has only known he was being the victim of a genocide.
By who? By who, Hassan? By who?
BBC also interviewed him. New York Times reported.
Oh, also, and I'm going to correct this every time Hassan says it. Nobody is mad that Hassan interviewed the guy. What they're mad about is that he vibed with him and agreed with everything he said. Yeah. That's the issue. That was the issue. So stop saying other people interviewed him as well. They weren't sucking at the same time and comparing him favorably to
I interviewed Hitler by playing facility slappers only on N64.
Yeah.
Okay. And people are still talking about it. We also interviewed him. New York Times reporters reached out to me at the time to get access to this person. Okay. Like, clearly.
Oh my God.
In the meeting.
Hold on. The BBC reached out to you for an email address? Oh, well, that's it. You're a journalist now. You got an email to connect to you.
True.
They're like, hey, can you send us this guy's email? Journalist status. That's it. That's the bar.
Media, journalist, well-decorated and celebrated journalist, reporting like Jeremy Scahill and the like, thought that interview was not only worthwhile but very good. Having said that, beyond that, there is obviously some there is a journalistic purpose to having an interview such as that one.
Stop. What he's saying is true. As a matter of fact, there would be a purpose.
But you're in charge of
There would be a purpose for doing those interviews. I would have to go back and watch it. I don't remember anything of substance that he asked this kid. I feel like I want to say it was like after 5 minutes, he was like, "Oh, I don't know, guys. What should we ask him?" LOL. Like he just wanted to bring him on to circle George and Five about how much they hated villages in America. That's it. Like I don't remember them ever. Like I don't remember hard hitting, full up standard questions ever being asked by Hassan. I don't remember that. But for him saying he's just a critical interview piece, it was what I think.
Did he even say that here? His big claim to fame was journalists emailed me for the dude's contact info after.
Well, should he say here that he like?
There is a journalistic purpose to having an interview such as that one. You might consider it a puff piece. You might consider it to be bad,
yes,
but it is a humanizing conversation to have.
With a parent. It wasn't even humanizing. He didn't even ask like crazy questions like how do you feel that you had to grow up in like this kind of an environment, and do you think it's shaped your worldview in a way that's good or bad, or you hung out with those hostages when Hassan was giggling along at the people
that would be fair. That would be fair. Like
he's actually asking him tough questions.
Like I said that at the start. Like, and you're like, don't do that. Don't do that. But like, you know, this dude's entire life, he'd been told from the day he was a baby until now, every day, that Jews are the cause of all your pain, all your suffering. They have horns, unironically, and they will kill you. Like, asking interesting questions like that's worthwhile. That's worth it. But it's not. He didn't do any of that.
Yeah, what did he ask him? Do you guys have KFC down there? Like, kid, bro.
Someone who has only been a victim of genocide, even if you do not agree with their worldview. Okay, and in that conversation, I asked him if he was a Houthi, if he was a part of the Ansar movement. He said no. There's no reason for me to assume otherwise. I asked him about Jewish people, and he was shocked when he found out that there were anti-Zionists in the United States of America.
Hold on. You tell me that there are Jews in America without horns? You tell big joke. No.
Who were Jewish, who were leading the anti-Zionism movement. It doesn't really matter for a lot of people because they are, once again, running on the relentless fumes and looking at like whatever this 18-year-old or 19-year-old.
He gets young, just like I get older, he gets younger.
Yeah.
I'm like, is the son 2 years younger than me or 3 years younger than me? He called me like almost 40. You're almost 40. Everything like, bro, we're like the same age.
That's how I feel when you make fun of me being old.
Now this kid is degrading in age. There's 16-year-old, 14-year-ld, 12-year-old. Is he getting younger? Like.
Is posting on Twitter like, see, you want everyone to be dead. Like, you want everybody to kill. This is one of the least influential, least powerful people on the planet. It's one of the poorest places on.
He's like, oh, you want to make it so Israel isn't a Jewish homeland? Where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills in California? Where's she gonna go? In the garbage? In the toilet? Do you just want to kill her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she's gonna go where she is now, which is not Israel.
Yeah, this is.
Has Ethan ever complained that his wife wouldn't have a place to live? Like, what are we even talking about? But notice again, what's the correlation? Because she's Jewish, she wants to go live in Israel forever, even though she's Iraqi. Like,
Like this actually just
it's crazy.
It's like not. It's not funny. It's not humorous. Like I don't even like it. It's just like being a rage bait.
If you're coming in here thinking like, oh well, I watched a 2-hour character assassination. I've been following you for years and years, but I'm really shocked at your position on these issues now that I've seen this fucking bot. Or Ethan's coverage over how I let anti-Semitism fester in this community or some shit like that, or I'm giving like mind control powers over to my audience. I'm like constantly signaling to them secretly with secret messages
This is also it's funny. This is the term crazy making.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just kind of what Hassan is doing there too, right? Like you go out with a group of friends, and then somebody comes in, and you're like, huh, wow, here comes Dan, guys, and then you're like, what do you mean by here comes Dan?
Yeah, wait, what do you mean?
And I'm like,
you do that.
And I'm like,
what do you mean?
Nothing. Really. I just say here comes Dan. It's an English sentence. That's it. It's like
you do
crazy
that.
making.
Wait, why are you doing that though?
Because I like to.
Yeah, don't do that anymore. I'll leave that. Okay. Actually, the thing I don't like the most, when you're busy, you got a lot of shit going on, you're very short, you're very curt, I don't like it.
Good. I am short and curt.
I hope you understand that is
short,
and you are being like you're just getting.
It's just like your opinion here.
You're being a sucker. That's it. Not only are you being a sucker, you're being a sucker in a really silly way in the midst of a team genocide. Okay?
Oh, for Christ's sake. I went through the black art, the mixed race art, and God, I'm so glad I'm not black. Now I'm going to the Israel Palestine art. God, I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. I'm glad. I love being white. I just love being white. Because at the end of the day, it's the Boondocks clip. I'm white. I don't care about any of this. If I was Israeli, bro, I would lose my mind. If I was a Jewish person in this environment. Let me, where if you have like frizzy hair or dreadlocks, you're called out as being like a cultural appropriator, racist, slave culture supporter. But if you say, well, let me tell you why when they say death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon all of you, that's not actually anti-Semitic. And it's actually based resistance freedom fighting, and we should support that here. I would lose my mind.
Yeah, it felt real. The anti-Semitism, especially, I would say at the start of the year, was actually like a little scary. I don't remember all of it, but I remember that like every day in London, right, Trafalgar Square, however you say it, they had like the people out there, and it was crazy. And I was like, oh, okay, I have a trip coming out there. And it's like, this is like the center of the UK, like huge anti-Jewish protests, not anti-Israel protests, not anti-Zionist protests, like just fucking, like, it was crazy. Yeah. And people act like it didn't happen, like it wasn't real.
I don't understand why you wouldn't care if he's out there tweeting image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance.
But show me where that person is Jewish.
You're not going to say that, right?
Because it's a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Okay, that's better.
These people have no material power. They cannot touch you. They cannot harm you.
Keep in mind that the people in Yemen were literally trying to blow up ships and currently have hostages from one of those ships. Like, keep in mind that, remember, all the worlds are always existing all at once. So when Hassan was talking here about the Houthis, they have no material power, they can't do anything. But when he's talking to Nick, look at these based videos of them on helicopters taking over ships and shutting down trade to Israel, right? It's yeah.
That's the point. Okay? There are real fucking Nazis in the United States of America.
And I'd be curious, actually, there was like a U.S. poll of Jews. Like, are you worried more about neo-Nazis or pro-Palestine people right now in terms of your safety? I'm so curious what people would say.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike.
Oh, he said it! He actually did it! He did say it! There's no way! How can he do this?
It's Zionist. There's a Zionist on a group, yeah.
Photo, unless I saw something different.
Unless there's a Jewish star.
But also remember, why is anybody on a pike? Since when do we put anybody on a fucking pike?
Oh, this is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic.
Bro, that's true.
It's not a Jewish person. I think it's wrong, bro. Why am I held accountable for some random 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets?
Because you're not a random 19-year-old. You're a guy he brought this guy onto his stream and circle jerked with him for now. Remember, I'm a Nazi because I had Nick Fuentes on my stream and I debated him every single time. Every time I debated him. And I'm held accountable for everything that Fuentes loses apparently. But Hassan can bring on a guy and circle jerk with him and meme with him and laugh and giggle with him and then support him and then make excuses for him. But he's not responsible for anything this guy does.
What is happening? What's happening? How far are we from this situation? How? How is this the conversation that you want to have right now? I fucking despise all of you, dude.
Money doesn't even mean for Jews. He unironically means Jews.
yesterday, like, I urged Ethan
Grow his foreskin back
to Sam Cedar
and become a muscle.
There are very thoughtful, very kind.
God, can I just say, thank God Michael Brooks is dead for the Israel-Palestine shit this past year, because it would have been so insufferable listening to him on top of rest in peace. Okay, for this dipshit, okay, but oh my God, can you imagine how fucking horrible it would be if he was part of these conversations too? He has some of the worst Israel-Palestine takes in the fucking world. Thank God I'm not inundated with his cuck bullshit as well.
DanClancySucks.com. Say something else.
DanClancySucks.com.
Okay, make sure you
very
that
understanding and much less how do I say this? Like much less straightforward anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to, I think, develop a different understanding of these matters. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
A Jew can only think of another Jew.
Yeah.
He needs Sam Cedar. Yeah. He needs Sam Cedar, another Jew, because I know you guys only listen to each other. So let me throw my other Jew friend.
He looks so anti-Semitic, even when he's trying to act like he's not. He's like,
you sound like he's Arab or Turkish.
Yeah, sorry. I need to find one of your people to get through your small ant-connected brains so you guys won't think like a fucking hive-minded Friday night Discord party.
You know what the Kabbalah is?
Yeah, the fucking Muslim thing, right?
Okay, I might have been wrong. What's the name of the thing that connects all the protoss together?
I think it's separate. It's not a Kabbalah.
What's it called?
A Kabbalah is something that's like an Islam. The protoss thing.
Oh, the Kala. What's close to Kabbalah? The Kala. Yeah.
Like the zealots that.
All of the protoss have it. That's what they connect with each other.
All of protoss have it?
Yeah, I think.
No.
Yeah, that's part of what makes them like.
Dragoons have it?
Well, Dragoons are dead. They like put their souls are put back.
What about soccer?
Well, they're inside of suits. You can't see their colors, but they have them.
Archons are used.
Templars. Well, you can't see it because it's glowing. But they all have the Kala, the glory of the Kala. The only people that don't are like Dark Templar. They cut it off. That's why they're dark.
So edgy.
God. I hope I never get so full of myself I can't laugh at my own bullshit.
My last two attempts got canned. I don't know how the chat moderation works. How is the Yemeni kid not connected to the Houthis, and it doesn't even matter if he was? Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not, it would obviously change the dynamic of the interview if he was, but he is not. They turned Galaxy into a fucking tourist destination. Oh, we're about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me.
Wait a second.
Of course I'm about to have a... What do you mean? Excuse me.
Wait.
Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist. Okay? This is journalism. My life.
I'm so confused here. So is he or isn't he?
Depends on who he's talking to, I guess.
Oh, no. Or whatever is convenient at the moment. Or actually, whatever Dan Clancy's dick is sucked.
Thank you, Stale2000, the #1 DGP simp, for killing however many LFF threads you did. Because, God forbid, we do politics here. There's a lot of memes here.
The Hebrew Hammer.
Oh, that's another thing I have to cover. Apparently, Slasher did a lot of...
Oh, wait,
you said something a second ago, like, anti-Semitism doesn't seem too bad on Twitch, and I feel fine, and everything. And all I want you to do is we're going to just watch this clip. This is it. This is the only reason I really do it. We're just going to watch this clip. And I don't even want you to watch the song.
You want to see the chat?
I want you to watch the chat.
Okay, do you see Aiden Ross's chat?
No, stop. That's what I said.
What?
Who the fuck is talking about Aiden Ross?
What? Look at what just happened.
I know.
In trying to defend Hassan, what was your go-to comparison?
Aiden Ross.
Was Aiden Ross. That, one of my favorite things is when people, because intuitively, we do understand comparisons, we understand metaphor, we understand simile, and intuitively, sometimes people will accidentally make a comparison. They ease in on their thought process so much better than they actually truly wanted to admit. What an unbelievable go-to. Like, hold on, what about Aiden Ross's chat?
Oh, God. We're not talking about Karen.
No, I'm totally.
Twitch is okay with anti-Semitism. I just wanted to watch the chat. As Kamala Harris says it's sad that the October 7th rapes happened. I just wanted to watch the chat. Don't you want to watch the chat?
Ross's chat is the same fucking thing. Lil bro, is that your defense?
Who's defending Aiden Ross? You just said that Twitch doesn't.
Also, isn't Aiden Ross still permanent on Twitter or DC Pack as well?
You just said that Twitch doesn't have anti-Semitism.
I do not feel hurt, Rodney.
Yeah, he's a debate tactic, right? You see that, right? I've had people do this to me, I call it out. His son did this to me. Remember, hey, by the way, Dan, you think that it's bad when you rape people? And you're like, well, me personally, as long as the woman's attracted to sex with me, I wouldn't care. That's not a response to what the fuck I just asked. I'm not asking for your personal opinion on how you might feel about a particular thing. What a stupid, and it's such a, you know you're pivoting. You know that you're swarming, okay? You're being held down, and you're being forced to answer a question that you don't want to answer.
I'm being molested.
It's such a disingenuous tactic to not just like own up to answer the question.
They do not feel hurt for being on Twitch. I am not for truth.
Okay, let's
you made the right decisions to feel that way.
Let's watch this video. Because I want you to imagine you're watching Hassan, and then you can tell me if you feel hurt. Yeah, just press
pause randomly here for the chat, or
change.
Well, I mean, sure, if you want that, whatever.
October for to mention the rapes here.
1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
So, I would watch his.
That he's laughing at something. Yeah. Remember, remember when Ethan was crying because, by the way, I don't know if Dan agrees with this or not, okay? And it does sound really cucked and dumb, but seeing dead kids does actually feel, in my opinion at least, it feels worse when you have children. Seeing it dead, because you remember holding your baby, and babies are very fragile. Like when you have your kid for the first couple months, it's scary because you might roll onto them, they might die, you might drop them, they might die, they cough, you don't have to die, it's scary, right? So when Ethan was crying, when he saw that dad holding up a dead baby, that's a painful image, I get it. And then Hassan burned out his crocodile tears because somebody got shot, killed at his funeral. He doesn't even know the person. That was Hassan's go-to. So he's crying because of that. But then when it comes to arguably the mass rape event, okay, that the UN has said, well, has happened, okay? Now it's like a big joke. Now it's hilarious, right?
So, I would watch his cringing face there as well. A
music festival.
No, we don't care about that.
Women were horribly.
I don't care about it.
As I said,
remember, you gotta give it 5 seconds, okay? Because now they've heard it. Now they're typing. I just heard the rapes happen.
I don't like who did Jessica say this. Whoever said cringing face, he's not a cringing face, he's laughing because it's a joke. Because remember, for the pro-Palestinian people, there were no mass rapes that didn't happen. And the majority there may have been might have been one. There might have been one. Might have been one documented. Maybe. And I'm sorry, there were mass rapes, but it was Israelis raping Palestinians.
Oh yeah,
okay.
And the Israelis killed everyone.
Correct. It was the Hannibal Directive. 50% of the dead people at least were killed by Israeli helicopter fire. Okay.
It would.
They've seen Hassan's reaction. Now we're typing. We're typing.
So easy to lie. That's for concentration camp.
Oh my god. This is way not as bad as Aiden's chat.
Repeated posts.
Aiden's chat is all like the fucking Jews.
Sure. Kick does not have in its TOS that that you're responsible for your chat. Twitch does though.
Also, Aiden Ross is a retard. Aiden Ross says that he's a fucking retard, and Aiden Ross's audience knows that he's a retard.
Yeah, but they're
not the preeminent commentator on Twitch.
I don't hold Aiden Ross to the standard. So Aiden, if you're watching this, it's
and Aiden Ross man from Twitch.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with it. This conversation was infuriating.
We need to check out
No, because we would have just ruined a relationship for nothing. I don't care with that.
Non-fans continue to harass him. Poor American white man. This genocide on Palestinians is really hard on him. Race check! Race check! I can't tell under all the fucking makeup, but I'm gonna go ahead and say white. This genocide on Palestinians is really hard on him. I was an H3 fan first. Maybe if you gave an ounce of time talking about Palestine, as you do shitting on your friend, Ethan has, by the way, as you do shitting on your friend who still defends you. What? Yeah, that's a good one. People wouldn't call you out. And anti-Semitism is never okay. LOL. Wait, 16,000 likes.
16,000 likes.
It brings me immense joy knowing I love rent-free typo. Live rent-free in Ethan's head, and my tweets make his day appreciably worse. I think this is a pretty good example of how Ethan sees himself. The Yemeni kid is clearly speaking about Zionists who actually engage in genocide, but because of how Ethan sees himself as an extension of a genocidal state, the justified hatred of the oppressed personally offends him. Look at the mental gymnastics you're going here. Again, when is it ever acceptable to put people on fucking pikes? Give me one movie, one TV show, one book where the good guys are putting their enemies on fucking pikes. Just one! Why does this happen?
It doesn't.
Why does this ever happen?
It doesn't. It doesn't. This is the least humorous episode.
30,000 likes, by the way, 30,000.
Of anything else so far.
Getting mad about a teenage Houthi fighter from one of the poorest countries on earth that just suffered a devastating Saudi genocide. Do you think that's the only reason why that country's fucked up? They probably do. They probably literally do. They think the only reason is because of Saudi Arabia. When your wife was in the IDF, basically a Nazi. Oh, okay, hold on.
No.
So the Houthi fighter is an infinite excuse for whatever. Mandatory military service in Israel makes you a Nazi, though. This is why I said don't ever let them get away with saying I'm only talking about the IDF, because this is what they all think. 22,000 likes, by the way. Every single Israeli person who's a settler, is an IDF soldier, is worthy of being murdered.
The thing is, the tides will change.
Like on your way, yeah, it will change. Let's just hear it, right? When your wife was in the IDF and you willingly became an Israeli citizen. So that's it. Just being an Israeli citizen, that's enough. That's it. Don't fall for any other bullshit. The citizenship, the Israeli is bad. Yeah, that's it. Felt so good making this crybaby dumbass quit Twitter. 10,000 likes. If someone says, I'm going to kill child rapists, and you feel like it was directed toward you, then maybe you got demons in the closet. 25,000 likes. Zionists, by the way, are child rapists.
You know, the thing is, all these people, all these likes, it's all the same group of likes. Probably. It doesn't fucking matter. If there's like 100 tweets and they all have 50,000 likes, it's all from the same virgin, incel.
It's just showing it's how white college kids, basically, yeah. But the fact that it's like corporately defended, I think it's pretty wild.
Well, that's why we're holding Dan Clancy with DanClancySucks.com. Feet to the fire. I want to know, with that video before, what was the one that was really offensive that just came on? It was like really bad. And there's so many. There was one recently. I couldn't believe it.
You're talking about DanClancySucks.com?
No. One of the videos of Hassan. Recently saying something so unhinged, so crazy.
Oh, laughing about the rapes?
Laughing about the rapes. I can't believe that Rivian was advertising against that at the time.
What's Rivian?
Rivian is the largest competitor, I think, to Tesla. And their ads are all over Twitch. You know that right now? If you go and you watch Hassan's channel, you'll see a Rivian ad. How crazy is that?
Pretty crazy. We gotta slash your tweet. Oh. Black people also get a free pass on racism. But he gets a double pass because it's against a Jew and he's black, so he can be infinitely racist. See that?
Oh, why not?
Free Palestine. Thanks, 12 seconds left. This woman was constantly annoying to see at the event today, just non-stop self-pity whining for somebody who doesn't care. It's not a coincidence. Every on-camera interaction you see with an Israeli and normal person comes off insufferable. See,
Why
this
is
is why
I
have a theory.
I have a I got a theory. I don't know what to do here. I'm at a crossroads. I'm at a mental crossroads. You know where I'm at right now. I'm thinking. Why is Slasher saying shit like this?
Because Slasher is friends with his son.
Is he really friends with Hassan, or is he trying to become friends with that group?
Well, he's in with that. Remember, there was a time when he came to my stream, and I don't remember what we were arguing about, but it had to do with things that Hassan and his audience had said about me, and I had to like argue hard with Slasher, like, bro, his audience is unhinged. It's like, no, and I had to make him watch like a ton of shit. Somebody, I don't know if anybody has a link there. I'm not going to watch now, but like, yeah, definitely, he carries water hardcore for his son. Oh, this high X.
It's lonely. It's lonely being the Jew that I guess isn't afraid of the leftists. right? There's nothing, like, for most people, they have to worry about losing their job. They have to worry about, like, getting canceled. They have to worry about losing their income, their family getting harassed, all that shit. Like, there's a million things that happen for all these people. There's, like, no one that can fucking speak up on this side. And these people have free fucking reign. No, true. The tides are gonna fucking turn.
Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty year-old I'm right, you're wrong obsession you cannot get over is the right strategy? Stop pouring yourself over and listen to Hassan. The entire situation is sad. A grown man refusing to come to terms with the fact that he participated in the colonization of stolen land, and instead of realizing and accepting that, he lashes out at the friend that tried educating him about it by calling him anti-Semitic. You're also participating in colonization by being in America, by the way. So I don't know. You retard. You dumb piece of shit.
You know what? There should, if you say colonizer or colonization or any of that shit.
That's all. I always said it's a buzzword for your fucking reason.
Yeah, it's just like, sorry.
Everything
sorry. My bad. I thought I was talking to a person. You're a fucking moron. Okay, let me just move on. I don't have to listen to anything you say. Jesus fucking Christ. This is probably the most stressful episode I've done so far. I thought the J-Rag episode was going to be bad. This is worse. No, this is worse than that episode on my stress level.
Dude has become so unhinged since Leftovers died. Keep in mind, Leftovers didn't die. Ethan killed it because of Hassan's anti-Semitic fan base. But, okay.
Well, what's the aftermath? Go down. Click the aftermath.
Thank you for this.
I paid good money for this.
Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not.
Click, right click, left click, middle click.
Okay,
Click faster. What are you doing? No. Can you start from the beginning, please? Left click. Hello? Yes,
chat monitoring works. I don't know how the chat monitoring works. How is the any kid not connected with Houthis and doesn't even matter if he was? Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not, it would obviously change the dynamic of the interview if he was. But he is not. They turned Galaxy into a fucking tourist destination. Oh, we're about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Oh, excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. Rip. Graveyard. Also, remember, too, there's such a trick that's being played here, and it's hard to talk about it because people don't understand how the tools and everything work. But I wish that you guys would just remember this, okay? One of the things Hassan says about LSM, about my audience brigading, and that little thing that they post all the time, showing the similar subreddit crossover things, the reason why Hassan's community gets away with saying that is because they don't have a home base on Reddit. You can't see crossover. Nobody posts in Hassan Piker's subreddit because they don't post, they don't care. They're active on Discord. That's why whenever my community posts somewhere, people go, oh, look at the crossover from the Destiny subreddit. Yeah, because my people have a subreddit they post on. So Hassan's home for his audience is investing and infecting, okay? Like cockroaches, all right? Other people's subreddits. That's why he can get away with saying, like, oh, no, that's your organic fan base. These guys don't even cross-post our subreddit. Yeah, because you don't have a subreddit, right? Fuck, Eddie gets you 100 subs, and I go, I'm so sorry, fuck, I don't have my events thing for, okay, right now. But thank you, I love you, buddy. There should be a way to get Patreon subs. I didn't see a fucking penny of that. Let's carry out comfortable with language. Okay, and then last one, Tanky Admin. Look, the insane randomness is time to purge Jews from leftist circles. Oh, shit. The server this is from is still not confirmed. Wow. Alright, collapse all this. Alright, there we go. Topic 1 down. 19 more to go.
Yeah, what about them?
I don't know all the ins and outs and the details, but I'm just telling you that I know that it is.
You said your brother has type 2 diabetes, right? So there could be another world with no ACA where his feet are falling off and you don't give... You're not even thinking about it because you're obsessed about trans surgeries in California. What's wrong with you?
Do you honestly believe that COVID was what they said it was?
A pandemic, a virus? Yes.
Well, it's funny we didn't have any flu that year.
Why do you think we didn't have? Why do you think we didn't have much flu that year? No, he should trust you when you talk about restricting the vote because that's all you want to do is keep people from voting when you don't.
Right? Trump lose the 2020 election?
No, he did not. I don't have evidence. I do believe that there is a global cabal that is running this country and running many other Western countries. I also believe.
I assume that you're supporting Donald Trump, and so, well, can you talk a little bit about the election and who you prefer in the
Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that free speech is the cornerstone of our democracy. My parents left communism, and the first thing that communists or fascists, though there are not as many fascists as there used to be, I think the only places where there is fascism is in parts of Africa and in certain countries in Asia where they've had coups. And the fact is that free speech is the antidote to all tyranny. And then,
can you give me just real quick? So, wait, if free speech is the major concern that you have, when Donald Trump makes statements like the press is the enemy of the people,
absolutely they are the enemy of the people because they all censor on both sides.
If you think the press is the enemy of the people, when you say free speech, what are you talking about?
All right, that's a great question. And here's it's simple. Both sides censor the inconvenient narrative or news that they have on either side. If you listen to Fox News or Newsmax or One American News Network, you're going to get the side that makes the right look better.
Well, hold on. I'm not talking about like individual. I'm just saying from an administrative point of view. What did Biden's administration do to like censor free speech?
Thank you for saying that. Twitter files. We had two former Democrats by the name of Michael Shellenberger and Matt Taibbi from the Rolling Stones. They were both voted for Biden.
Yep. So, and I don't need the background. So on the Twitter files, so I read these. What part of that behavior was censorship to you?
That's a great question again. Who is this that I'm speaking to?
That's somebody who's probably going to disagree with every single thing you're about to say. So
wow, that's great.
We know about this very
I'm going to follow you. I respect what your question. Your line of questioning is very valid.
We're trying to get to the point. Like,
what is the what in the Twitter files? Yeah, what in the Twitter files do you feel like was censorship?
Here are the answers. During COVID, and during the Hunter Biden laptop situation, what happened is that the government told Mark Zuckerberg and, in this case, Ken Dorsey, who was in charge of Twitter before Elon Musk got it, to censor certain sides of the argument because they knew better. And now
real quick. So for the Twitter files, right? We saw those emails, we saw their deliberations. There was never an explicit demand from anybody to say you have to censor this, right?
Really? So when Anthony Blinken had his chain letter with the 51 people from the military, from the intel, a month before it was the last debate.
Real quick. I understand what you're saying. So if they were telling them to censor it, the letter that you're describing wouldn't exist. They would have just told them, hey, censor it. There would be no reason to release a letter like that publicly, right?
No, that was a PR campaign to convince the voters to vote for it.
Why do they have to do a PR campaign for anything, though? Why wouldn't they just secretly tell them?
Because the voters, the youthful fools, will listen to what they think is an authoritative, group of people who led our intel services. I mean,
they have a right to free speech too, right? They have a right to free speech. Do you agree?
That is not free speech because
it's not free speech for these people. These are former intel officials, right?
It is not.
They're former, right? They're
not free speech to lie when you. It is not free speech to lie. It is not free speech to lie in front of a nation in a debate where it is. It turned out to be the complete opposite. The conspiratorial narrative turned out to be the truth. And now we have two convictions against Hunter Biden. And I'm wrong.
Wait, real quick. Yeah, the Hunter Biden stuff has literally nothing to do with that, okay? But just
It has everything to do with it because
on the Twitter stuff, okay? There was none of the Twitter people said, and we were reading their deliberations about like the laptop story, for instance, there was nothing in there about them saying we have to do this, or the FBI is going to come down on us, or the government's going to like come down on us. We feel a lot of pressure, right? Twitter was Twitter was deliberately, like in their own communication, trying to figure out what the right thing to do with what the story was, right? And it was legitimately it was a hard question. Do you acknowledge that, or do you think that this is a super easy thing?
That's a disingenuous statement on your part.
What's a disingenuous statement?
By presumption, if you have the former CIA director, John Brennan, the former head of intelligence, Clapper, they can get and Adam Schiff, who had the evidence to prove that Trump wasn't just an unhinged person. I'll give you that he was unhinged, and he has a different mentality about the world.
Go back. Go back. I'm just saying. No, go back. I'm just saying that when the Twitter files leaked and we saw their internal communications, none of that was a reference to anything in the government. It seemed like they legitimately didn't know what to do with that New York Post story. And can you acknowledge the legitimacy, or legitimately it's probably a tough call to make?
Okay, give me a second now.
Yeah, I just want to say,
I'm running great point. I'm out of battery. Okay, I don't get a cord. Someone else can come back in.
Yeah, look, we have Matt here waiting. Well, I'll get to Matt in a second. I just want to put out there a couple of facts. Fact number one: Matt Taibbi in the Twitter file, the very first Twitter file, said there is no evidence of government involvement in the censorship of the laptop story. Number two: the laptop story was censored and then uncensored prior to the 51 former Intel officials releasing their letter. That's just a matter of record. And so it can't be the case that this open letter, which was published after the decision was made, is influencing letter. That's how linear time works. And so on all accounts, your own people that you're studying, Matt Taibbi himself says there is no evidence of government efforts involvement in censorship of the laptop story. So you're wrong, sir.
I am not wrong about this. The fact is the Mueller investigation was a farce. $25 million was spent on a false...
We're not talking about Mueller. We're not talking about Mueller.
No, it's the same thing.
We're not talking about Mueller, sir.
Wait, hold on, wait. When you jump around on topics, it makes it sound like you're not able to ground the one topic. So just very specifically...
All right, I'm going to ground the wrong topic.
Just very specifically, you acknowledge that in the email leaks, at the very least, there was no explicit or direct pressure ever mentioned about the government, right?
I completely disagree. That's why I went all the way to the Supreme Court and they did eventually 5-4.
Okay, hold on. Wait. For the Twitter files, then, what part of their communications did they ever reference the government?
All right, here's the simple one. They took people out like Alex Berenson, okay, and Mercury, what's his name? Mark.
I'm sorry. Wait. Can you repeat the question I just asked you?
Okay, here's the view.
Wait,
because
are you real? Wait, am I speaking to an AI? Wait, are you real?
I am real.
What is the weather? Wait. What is the weather outside right now?
The weather is beautiful. I'm in Maryland, and
okay. You're a real person. You heard the weather. Okay. What I'm asking you in the Twitter files, okay, for the New York Post story, what was the reference that was ever made to government pressure?
The fact was that people that we're supposed to trust to protect us lied on a letter.
Do you acknowledge that you just do you understand the question I'm asking you?
Okay, repeat, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking you, in the New York Post story that was censored for a day on Twitter, when the Twitter files came out, we saw those email deliberations. They didn't make any reference at all to any kind of government intrusion at all, right?
Of course, because when somebody lies, they keep it as a secret. A fool, the useful fool.
So then are you saying that when Twitter was deliberating internally about what to do with the story, they were lying to themselves?
I'm not blaming Jack Dorsey, but am I living in delusion, or did Mark Zuckerberg?
Wait, I can't. Wait, stop. I can't tell if you're. I truly right now I don't know if you're like schizophrenic. Okay, I'm just trying to have a very.
I'm faster than the next person, and I'm very grounded.
I'm asking you. No. It's not about slowing down. Okay, it's about jumping to totally disconnected topics. Okay, like you're having an episode. All right.
I'm not having an episode. I'm smarter than that.
Okay. Okay. You can't outsmart.
I won't be manipulated.
Okay. I'm asking you really simple questions. Okay.
All right, I'll listen.
Yeah, okay. It's not okay. It's just a very simple question. Okay. In the Twitter files, then the emails leaked, okay, or they came out because of the investigations by Taibbi.
No, they came out because this guy by the name of Elon Musk spent $42 million to show the corruptness.
Sure, okay, that's fine, okay, but what
No, wait, that's not fine.
No, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're having an episode.
That's the only reason we know I don't talk down to me.
I'm asking you very simply.
I can just get out of this.
I'm asking you very simply. I'm asking you so simply. In the emails that leaked, there were no references whatsoever to government pressure.
Absolutely not. And you know what? Here, can you give me?
No, you're going to ramble again. No, wait. Can you give me an example? What was the government pressure that they mentioned when it came to the New York Post?
Actually told X, or in this case Twitter and Facebook, who they should censor and shadow ban and complete an individual.
You know that Matt Taibbi himself, I'm pretty sure maybe you can still find the tweets. Matt Taibbi himself said that there was not a single reference in the New York Post story about them ever saying that the government pressured them to do it. I think there might even be something you can find the tweet. I think there's a specific tweet where he says that, right?
Yeah, I don't live in delusion. I put together pieces of a puzzle.
Wait, why are you rambling again right now? Why are you rambling? You're having an episode. I'm not talking about Zuckerberg. I'm not talking about Zuckerberg. You are having an episode. You're having an episode. You're having an episode. You're having an episode. You can't follow. No, I'm not listening to you right now. You're having.
Screw you. Okay. You don't want the truth to come out.
Goodbye.
You don't want the truth to come out.
It's not. It's just I can't. I don't know if you're legitimately schizophrenic, sir. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Can't think as fast. Hey,
it's not about thinking fast. It's that I don't know if you're experiencing mental illness or if this is deliberate propaganda or if you're an AI.
You can't think as fast as me. Now,
Okay, I found the tweet by Hakeem.
I removed the dude, sorry. But you can, link to the tweet if you want.
So number 22 in this thread was, although several sources recalled hearing about general warning from federal law enforcement that summer about possible foreign hacks, there's no evidence that I've seen of any government involvement in the laptop story. In fact, that might have been a problem.
Yeah.
Oof. Crazy.
That's the guy that, by the way, just to be clear, that guy who was not answering Stephen's questions, that's the guy who cited. The guy who cited and saying it's a problem they weren't involved. Because what they were asking for, absurdly, and it's a total double standard whenever it's on the other shoe, is for the FBI to comment on the authenticity of reported leaks, which they didn't even have access to that hard drive. They had a different laptop. So yes, completely wrong, completely fake.
Okay, hey, I got a few things too that I'd like to talk about, and I've made a lot of notes. So we're here to talk about Obama versus Kamala, correct? Is that what we're doing?
Trump versus Kamala, right?
I mean, Trump, I'm sorry. Trump versus Kamala. Okay, so some of the things that I wanted to talk about was California. I think it's somebody in California or a city or something, a county, I don't know. Anyway, they were trying to clean up their voter rolls, and so they're being sued because they're cleaning up their voter rolls. So what's the deal with that? And they're being sued by Newsom. Okay, I think you're right. So Newsom is suing because they're cleaning up their voter rolls.
Anything about California? No, Virginia is being sued by the Department of Justice because they're quote unquote cleaning out their voter rolls 90 days before an election, which is in violation of the law.
Well, I think they've been doing that for over a year. So
looking at the California one, let's focus on California. If you read out California, okay? So this lawsuit was filed by the Judicial Watch and the Libertarian Party of California. What is your issue with this lawsuit?
Well, I'm just saying they're, I mean, I don't even know all the ins and outs. I'm just saying they are suing because somebody is cleaning up their voter rolls, and they're cleaning up their voter rolls, and they're saying, hey, these people should not be allowed to vote. I mean, I don't see why there should be a problem with that.
Well, okay, but it is a lawsuit. It's a lawsuit
by Judicial Watch,
and by the Libertarian Party of California, right?
It's
right. So it's somebody on the liberal side that doesn't think they should be able to.
No. This is right wingers. Judicial Watch is right wingers.
Also libertarian.
Okay.
Yeah, libertarian is one liberal.
Okay. Whatever. I'm not up on all those terms, and I'm just kind of voicing my opinion here, and I've got a ton of other things. Okay.
I can't. I gotta find a country.
The cost of insulin earlier when I first got on.
I need to start the country shock. We'll do that after you election. We do country shock, guys. I need the.
Started on Trump's last session, so he started that. Yes,
No,
it
it
did.
did. With all
So
due
you
respect,
might want to
no.
go back and look.
No,
Well,
the issue.
okay, my brother is on insulin, and I know.
I understand. I understand. So wait a
But
minute.
anyway, he got it started.
You offered this, and I'm fact checking. You should just read the sentence.
Okay.
So under Trump, there's an executive order for a voluntary program in Medicare Part D.
Correct. Okay.
Right.
I'm right. I agree with that.
So right. Well, and so what President Biden, Vice President Harris has done is expanded for Medicare as a whole, not one part, not voluntary.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I understand that, but it starts somewhere, and it started on Trump's session.
No, well, hang on. It's not a.
But anyway, that's okay.
It's not
Whether it was an idea, whether it was an idea, or whether it got started, or whether it started investigating, or whatever. But anyway.
You support it? Yeah, you support it, and will you give Biden and Harris credit for it, given that they've done much more than Trump to expand insulin at $35?
Well, he did that at the very end of his session. So, yes, I definitely give them credit for carrying that on.
No, hold on. No. They didn't carry it on. They massively expanded it.
Yeah, that's.
Well, but I'm saying it was investigating.
We're disconnected.
Investigating it at the end of his session, and then they took it on. So wasting more time on that.
Sure. Wait. But I just be clear. So we're all under the same. So you agree that the Biden and Harris administration expanded it significantly, right?
I agree that they did expand that, yes. Okay. And that's good that they did do that. But they also killed a lot of other things.
Like what?
Anyway,
Wait. Tell me. Wait. As part of the healthcare
I
stuff?
don't want to go there. So
Wait. As part of the healthcare stuff?
I want to talk about it in California.
Wait. As part of the healthcare stuff?
What?
What did they do? They killed a bunch of other stuff. We killed a bunch of other what?
They killed a bunch of other deals that Trump had going. So
for the healthcare stuff?
Okay, I've listened to you argue at a lot of people, and I'm not going to argue. I just want to get my points across.
All right, let's get into space. Yeah, get your point.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, like Kisco, if she's just here just to speak at us and not engage.
Yeah.
No. I want to engage. I want to know your. I want to know.
She's gonna engage. She's gonna engage.
I just don't want to spend my whole time on one.
Her list. Okay.
Yes. Okay, so
Okay,
and
give me
I
this
would agree, Biden and Harris, as far as I know, they have expanded on the insulin deal. That's fine, and that's great. Okay, but I do know that initiative started on the Trump administration. Anyway, okay, so now in California, there is a murderer that was in prison that was in prison for killing somebody and murder. And the woman was, I don't know what she was the prosecutor, whatever. But anyway, he got a law change that allowed that transgender person to have a sex change surgery. Okay, and she got that law change in California. Now, is that true?
I have no idea. How important is this? Is this like an important thing for the...
So this is all over the news, and you don't know about it?
It is what I can't think of very few things that I care less about than if a transgender prisoner got a whatever, like they're...
I don't think you as a taxpayer should have to pay for a transgender surgery.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, hold on. Are you in California?
No, I'm not in California.
Wait, then what does that have to do with you? It's in California.
Well, if probably gets the presidency, it'll probably be everywhere.
Is that how the state laws work? All of the state laws are going to change because the president...
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know about all that. That is my, I have that question. I mean, I'm asking you that question, and if you don't know about it, then you can answer my question.
Well, I don't think that the president can make all the states pay for transgender operations in prisons.
Well, I mean, I know that if she gets in, then she can, she can get things on their way. But anyway,
what do you think is more important? Do you think like the major tax cuts that occurred under Donald Trump that were way more money in the federal budget? Like, do you think that is more of a risk to the American people's financial health, or let's let a transgender surgery?
Tax cuts for the rich to even go there.
You know how much they cost? They cost billions of dollars.
The economy is bad. Millions of illegals have come in. Everybody knows the economy is bad. Crime is bad.
And what ways is the economy bad?
Well, I don't know all the ins and outs and the details, but I'm just telling you that I know that it is. When I go to the store and I pay $3 for a dozen of eggs, then I know that that's too much. You also talk about oil production, and you talk about the oil production being more, but there's also a thing, and I don't say that I know everything about it, but the oil production it may be more, but are we not paying overseas for oil? And is our reserve not the lowest?
We need to take this one.
Wait, we don't have, hold on, hold on. I just have a quick question. Do you give credit to Obama for the pre-existing condition part of the ACA, of the Affordable Care Act?
I'm not going to say that I give him credit for that, because I'll tell you what, my whole entire life I have paid for insurance, and I've barely used insurance.
That's great.
Now,
You said you're. Did you say you're?
Now I'm to the point to where I am retired, and I have to use insurance.
Okay.
And
You said your brother. Did you say your brother had type 2 diabetes?
Yes.
Okay. You don't think that the pre-existing part of the Democrats' Obama's Affordable Care Act, you don't think that mattered at all?
Well, I'm telling you that I'm paying for that Affordable Care Act right now.
It's not about paying. It's about whether or not an insurance company can basically say, "Sorry, you've got diabetes. We're not going to cover you."
I've never had an insurance company tell me that.
Well, no.
I've never had.
I'm not asking about you. You brought up your brother. You said he had type 2 diabetes.
Well, I don't want to get off on some other tangent.
Okay, you understand that you're like an evil, selfish piece of shit. You said that your brother has type 2 diabetes.
So,
and you don't think other people that suffer with diabetes?
No, so you are the piece of shit.
No, you are literally a piece of shit. You said your brother has type 2 diabetes, right? So there could be another world with no ACA where his feet are falling off, and you don't give a about it. You're not even thinking about it because you're obsessed about trans surgeries in California. What the f- wrong with you?
Yeah, so if you don't agree with you, then you're kicked off. So you kick my ass off.
No one's talking about kicking off. I'm just pointing out that you're an idiot and you're evil. I don't understand how you can't acknowledge. How can you not acknowledge that the pre-existing condition exemption? How can you not acknowledge? You're the one that brought it up. With all due respect, ma'am, honey, you're the one that brought it up. You said that your brother has type 2 diabetes. You said no, sweetheart, we'll sit here and talk. No, that's all right, sweetheart, we'll sit here and talk. You said your brother has type 2 diabetes, and I'm asking you if it's nice because of Obama's Affordable Care Act that he can go and get insurance in another place and not get denied for having a pre-existing condition.
I was never denied for a pre-existing.
Are you your brother? Are you the transgender? What did you get what, 8 years ago? 6 years ago?
So why are you changing everything around?
I'm not changing anything around. It sounds like you had a significant change, ma'am.
No, sounds like you have. I mean, you don't want to stick to my questions. You want to go off on something.
You brought up that your brother had type 2 diabetes. Yes.
No, I didn't even tell you type 2. You said that.
If it's type 1, it only hurts my argument even more. You said your brother had diabetes and needed insulin. I'm asking you if you were grateful.
I said that my brother was a diabetic and that he knew about that. I didn't say anything else about it.
I'm sorry, I thought you were bringing up the Medicare Part D. I'm sorry, is he a diabetic who doesn't take insulin?
I don't care. So you don't want to talk about the economy? Is that what you're doing?
You don't want to talk about the economy. You wanted to talk about trans Californian prisons.
No, I just paid $4 for a dozen of eggs. And you think the economy's not bad?
Oh, okay. Well, after you said that you're retiring now, what are you paying for those dozens of eggs for? With the Social Security that Republicans want to cut?
What about credit cards being the highest that people have ever used credit cards in our history?
Do you support cutting Social Security?
No, absolutely not. And Trump is not going to do that. So why do you act like he is?
Who do you think is talking more about cutting Social Security benefits, Republicans or Democrats? Who's talking about privatizing it more?
I think Democrats have talked more about Trump cutting Social Security.
Well, I don't even know if that was an answer to, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, so have more people dipped into their 401k than ever before? Are people dipping into their 401k to survive today?
I don't know if they are, but if they are, do you acknowledge that the stock market is higher today than it ever has been?
Well, do you watch the money people saying that because of all the crypto and all that, and all the AI. But that's why the stock market's so high.
Did you know that crypto and AI is predominantly worked on by trans women in San Francisco?
Well, I could care less what trans women do. If that's what they want to do, that's fine. But I don't want my kids learning about it in school.
About cryptocurrency or trans women?
Trans women.
What state did you say you're from again?
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like from the state you are from, kids don't learn much at all in school, so you'll be okay.
There you go. Assuming a bunch of bullshit again. Okay, so do you agree that people are using credit cards more? It's actually the highest in our history.
Sure.
They're using those to survive today because they can't survive because of the economy. And is our tax dollar paying for these illegals that are coming over? There's so much information out there about these illegals that are being paid to come in, that they're given money, that they're given places to stay, that they're given. I mean, I've actually been beside someone that had a card that they walked in and got money off of that card. And so are our tax dollars being paid for these illegals that are coming in?
I hope so.
Is the crime in Aurora, Springfield, Indiana, Texas, all these other places? Is that crime really happening, or is that in everybody's imagination?
No, I think it's really happening, for sure. And you know it's happening because you see it on Twitter headlines every single day, for sure. Yes, absolutely really happening.
Well, no, I see real people talking about it.
Yeah, on Twitter. Yes, I'm sure you do.
So why is that crime happening?
I don't know, probably...
People do crime. I mean, like, you're acting as though Biden or Kamala Harris are being permanent here supporting crime, or not enforcing.
The border being wide open has thing to do
When you say
with
the
our
border is
crime
open,
rate.
what do you mean, ma'am?
She means illegal immigrants are coming to California prisons to get free transgender surgeries and they can eat dogs in Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, you're real smart at it.
Ma'am, what do you mean by the border is open?
Do what?
What do you mean when you say the border is open?
Well, I mean, if any and everybody's coming over. Anybody and everybody.
Does the fact that people are coming over mean the border is open?
The fact that people who are good people could come over would be great. But we have too many illegals that are criminals.
Was the border open under Donald Trump's watch?
The border was open. Well, it wasn't open. I mean, but you could come in.
Okay, well, the border's been open.
Under Trump, it was like the screen door was open. Now it's like the screen door and the front door open.
Okay.
So, ma'am, under your definition, the word border is open.
You can spin it however you want.
No.
This is a
Hang on, ma'am.
spin session, then I won't be back.
No.
You know, when you said you wanted a conversation, that's not what you want.
It's a very simple point. This is the point. If what you're saying is the border has been open for all of U.S. history, then it's not really significant to say the border is open because you're saying no more, no less.
More criminals come over in the past 3.5 years. How's that?
We had more people come over the past 3 years. But again, just because something has happened doesn't mean that Biden or Harris are encouraging it. And in fact, Biden and Harris...
They are encouraging it. It didn't happen 4 years before.
You had thousands and thousands of people coming over under Trump.
It didn't happen during Obama.
There were thousands and thousands of people coming over.
There was thousands and thousands, but there wasn't millions, and there wasn't a ton of them criminals.
We've had millions of illegal immigrants for years.
If they're illegal immigrants and they're coming over through a wide open border, how do we know how many murderers are coming over?
You're starting the issue, that's fine.
Wait, I'm just curious. How do we know how many murderers are coming over if the border's wide open and they're coming legally?
That's fine. That's fine. You're starting the issue, that's okay.
No, I'm just asking. Sweetheart, I'm just asking. Excuse me, sweetheart, I'm just asking. How do you know who a border? How do you know who a murderer is if they're coming over legally through an open border?
Well, that is what the Border Patrol is supposed to do. And because there's so many coming through, they can't do their job.
No, you didn't answer the question. I'm asking you. Can you please answer, sweetheart? Okay. How do you know if somebody's coming over? How do you know they're a murderer if they're coming over through an open, unregulated border?
Well, it's open and unregulated. How do we know?
That's what I'm asking you.
No.
Well, okay. I mean, that's why we have all this.
But you're the one that you said
is getting at is you are claiming you are
Okay, you're just mincing words. Everybody else on this section knows what I'm saying. There's too many illegal people coming across the border. Too many of them are murderers. It's great if people want to come over.
Did you support the bipartisan bill?
Let them join our great
Support the bill.
America.
Support the immigration bill that was bipartisan in nature, was proposed by James Langford and supported by the Border Patrol. Did you support that bill?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I didn't see the bill. They didn't all see the bill.
They did see the bill. They tried to vote on it. Donald Trump told them not to.
No, and you don't know that.
Bless you.
You know that.
No, you don't.
Okay, well,
We know that because
Okay,
we know that
somebody
because
talked
Republicans have
about-
said that.
Somebody talked about.
Man, no, this, you said you wanted to dialogue. It seems like you're very selective about what you want to dialogue.
I'm not the one calling people names, and I'm not the one talking over.
I haven't called you name. I haven't been hang on. So we know that Trump killed the bipartisan border bill because Republican politicians aligned with Trump admitted it. Lindsey Graham, who is a Trump supporter, admitted.
Well, that's fine. I don't trust all of them either, especially the
Do you trust Trump?
Yes, I do. I mean, not 100%. Not 100%. No, I haven't trusted any of them 100%. So no.
Nor should you. So wait, if you don't trust Trump, then why are you supporting Trump?
Because Trump, I feel, is the lesser of two evils, and I've been there under Trump. I know what he did. I know what he did.
Wait, really?
What did Trump do?
Well, I know my money went further under Trump. And I know that there was a lot of lies told. I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs about COVID and all that bull crap, but I do know that here we are, how many years later, and he's still being blamed for all that when all that was Democrats. What about all the Russian stuff?
Wait, what do you mean?
None of that turned out to be true.
Ma'am,
What about all this stuff?
Wait, man, don't filibust. You said he was blamed for all of it, but it was all because of Democrats. What do you mean all of it? And
Well,
what was all
I just-
Democrats?
Do you honestly believe that COVID was what they said it was?
Pandemic more than a million
Virus?
Yes.
Well, it's funny, we didn't have any flu that year.
Why do you think we didn't have? Why do you think we didn't have much flu that year?
Well, that's their reporting.
Well, wait. Isn't that because we were social distancing and masking and cutting down a lot on contact socially? Isn't that why flu infections fell a lot?
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
We'll just agree to disagree.
What do we agree to disagree on? No, wait. What do we agree to disagree on? What do we agree to disagree on?
Okay. So anyway, there's a couple of
Wait. What part of what I just said? What part of what I just said is not true? What part of what I just said is not true? What part of what I just said? What part? I'm curious. Okay. Have you ever hurt yourself running into the padded walls at full speed, or you sit around in there all day drooling on yourself, or what? What?
What about this? What about the student loans? Why should I pay for someone's student loans?
So that somebody can take care of you, okay, when they gotta come and give you your medication, okay, when you're rolling around in your padded cell all day. What?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm glad all your listeners are hearing all this.
Me too. Yeah. All the listeners in here and all the ones in your head, apparently.
What's happening is it's actually disrespectful for us trying to engage with the point that you're saying, right? You're stating things.
She's not here to engage with the point. She's here to just repeat what she read off the last Facebook post. This person is lost to reality.
Yeah, I'm fucking nerd. Sorry. Yeah, but you have to
I'm really tired of you.
Okay, all right.
That's okay. Don't worry. Sean Hannity's broadcasting tomorrow. They're all here. Yep, they're all here. Yeah, good luck.
Hey there. I just wanted to come on and let U.S. woman know, and maybe you guys, if you don't already know, Judicial Watch, the Libertarian Party, are actually suing California to clean up their voter rolls, not because voter rolls are being cleaned up. So this is a lawsuit that is like trying to demand, hey, follow the law and clean up your damn voter rolls. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was no confusion on that.
Yeah, I think that it's like, if people want the law to be enforced, like I'll have to look at the individual case to assess whether I think it's good faith, bad faith, whatever, based on Judicial Watch's track record. I don't typically like the laws they bring up. I think they're often frivolous. But to be clear, I don't in principle have a problem with someone withstanding suing to make sure the law is being enforced, whether it's getting rid of people on ballots or putting people on, on ballots on. I think it's enforcing the law and upholding the right to vote. That's fine. And I think that we should read into that illegality to happen.
And so I don't think that we could read from that lawsuit that therefore illegal immigrants are voting, which I think is kind of the flavor of why that was being brought up.
Well, I missed that part. But I mean, I live in California, so I'm aware of. I'm here for the weather. We'll just say that. Do I like California politics? Absolutely not. I'm grounded here. I was born here. I was raised here. All my family's here, and I'm going to stay here and try to push some change here. But with that being said, you know, they mass middle out of ballots, and it's insane. You can get on the website and register to vote, and you can actually check boxes that say I don't have an ID, I don't have a social security number, and continue. And I'm not trying to claim here that this means that illegals are voting or this is happening or happening. I'm on here saying it looks shady, it smells shady.
Can I ask you, wait, can I listen? You're going to find more agreement with me on this. Can I ask you one question? Okay, because listen, all right, Europeans, a lot of these people use ID to vote. A lot of people start voting stuff and they say, wow, American, you can vote in elections with no ID. That's kind of fucking weird. Okay, I agree with you. Why are you not inflamed that Republicans don't just say, hey, listen, this is what we want to do. We're going to spend this much money and we're going to create a federal identification program. So every single person in the United States with a social security number is entitled to a federal ID. I feel like if you do that, boom, all of the arguments for, well, I don't want voter ID because black people can't get IDs and blah, blah, blah. I feel like all those arguments disappear. Why don't Republicans just suggest this?
I don't know why. I don't like Republicans either. I don't trust it.
But the point is like, there are barriers to getting some of these IDs. 100%. Not every American citizen, I have to tell you, necessarily has a social security number. There could be good reasons why.
Well, hold careful with that, right? They might not have access to it by definition, doesn't it? The citizen have a social security number?
Some ongoing exclusions that persist. I think like Mennonites or whoever the groups are that are excluded, there's certain people who have like kind of grandfather policies. I think that's true. But if there's even one category of U.S. citizen who's entitled to vote who doesn't have a social security number, then you would agree that there's that field to be there, right, ma'am?
I don't think I followed through saying I apologize. I won't.
It was shady to have kind of a drop-down menu where you can pick either that you don't have a social security number or you do have a social security number, right? So that was a little shady. That's what I thought.
That you can check those boxes and still continue on to register. Yes, absolutely.
Well, there's two legitimate reasons why that could be there. One is it could be weeding non-citizens out, right? It could be a way for example, there are.
I agree with you.
When Hunter Biden came off the forum and wrote that he wasn't a drug addict, one of the reasons is if we do those things to weed certain people out, right? And the other reason there could be a category of U.S. citizen that actually legitimately doesn't have a social security number because it's under some grandfather policy or some exception under the Social Security Act. So that could be a reason.
What would you say that is?
So for example, there are, it's probably a small amount of people, right? But even any person, they need to have an ability to vote, fair? Because they have a right to vote. It's like
the right to vote for a U.S. citizen, yeah.
So there's certain religious groups that don't believe in these kinds of plans. They don't believe in the government. And they've been grandfathered in, like certain Amish groups, communities.
Right.
So but they're American citizens, right?
Yeah.
So they should have the right to vote. So if there's any kind of U.S. citizen who legitimately doesn't have a social security number, then they have to have that field available, or it makes sense to have that field available, or as just an internal check to make sure, hey, if people have social security numbers, let's see what's going on here. And let's see if we can verify if they're actually U.S. citizens. So those could be two legitimate reasons why it would not be sketchy if you have an option for I don't have a social security number. Or they don't know it, right? There could be people who don't know their social security number.
The hell doesn't know their social security?
People whose parents have, like, never gave them their card, never gave them the number. It's possible.
It is very possible, especially with the younger generation. But anyways, no, my whole point to that is that it doesn't give a good feel, you know? It doesn't give a good feel like if I read here.
Wait, I agree. What about our feelings? Okay, because listen, when somebody, here's what I'm saying. Okay, when Donald Trump spoke about mail-in ballots for 1 year, he talked about how insecure they were or unsecure they were. I didn't hear a single people's suggestion how to improve them just to get rid of them. Don't you think that when people listen to rhetoric like that, they think, wow, this guy doesn't seem like he wants to make voting more secure. Seems like he just wants to keep people that he doesn't like from voting. Don't you think that's a valid feeling to have?
I mean, any feeling that you feel is a valid feeling to have. Do I agree with that? No, not at all.
Why is it not why is it not something that like a reasonable person says, oh, it kind of feels like this person just wants people not to vote?
I think that he just wants the states to stop mass mailing out unsolicited ballots. That's what I think.
Wait, if I could verify 100% that the ballot was being mailed to a U.S. citizen with a social security number and everything else, would that be okay to mail the ballot out?
No.
Why?
Not if it's unsolicited, then no. I believe that you need to request your ballot.
Wait, why should you have to request it over making it unsolicited? Why?
Because you need to request a ballot. You're gonna want to vote or work to vote. Like I don't want 8 ballots on some. I apologize. I don't mean to cuss.
You can cuss if you want.
Like to go to one house and now the wife or the husband is filling out all 8 of those ballots and people are just signing off on it. I think that's
they can do that. They can do that. If they do that if they request them.
Yeah, you have to go through that process.
That's the exact same problem that you just brought up. Couldn't that have people request the ballots?
And I believe it could. It absolutely could.
So then what you just said makes no sense. It doesn't prevent anything. So why does it matter?
It makes complete sense. Because right now, they're mailing out millions of unsolicited ballots to people that would never vote in the first place. And now those ballots are being filled out by people other than themselves, even though they might be signing off on them, which is perfectly legit. These are people that I never would have voted. Like, I don't want those people voting. I don't want people going down.
Okay, there it is. That's fine. I got you. Okay. Yes, you don't want them voting because they would vote contrary to your interests. That's just say that next time. Don't waste our time. Just say, I don't want these voting. What you just said is why nobody trusts you. And nobody should trust you. Nobody should trust you when you talk about restricting the vote because that's all you want to do is keep people from voting when you're vote. That's it. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
You're rude as hell. I can't believe I'm talking about
True. Yeah, true. And I talked to you as well. Dude, I'm so glad you're an actor. Oh my God. Oh, you're stable. So, look, I'm going to go with 20 California voters tomorrow. I'm going to show them how to request a fucking yes.
Request a ballot, dumbass. California is automatically fucking mailed to
then I'm going to go to their house and fill it out for them. I'm going to run through all the apartment buildings. I'm going to wait for the USPS guy to come in. I'm going to say, oh, is that valid for Pedro? And I'm going to oh, that's my friend. I'm going to fill it out for him. Oh, it's going to be so good. Oh my God. All those votes for Kamala. Oh my God, yes. I'm going to go to the most Republican apartments ever. I'm going to find all the ones with the Trump flags. And I'm going to take all the ballots and fill them out.
But not all, you guys. I mean, about the optical substantive point here, right? So Stephen just said, isn't that revealing of your hand? If the case of what you're saying is, I don't want low information voters to vote, that's what you said, right? That sounds like your policy goals with quote-unquote ballot integrity have more to do with the composition of eligible voter as opposed to whether or not they're eligible. Did that make sense what I just said?
It makes complete sense. It's not exactly where I stand. I truly believe, like, I want to go back to pre-2018 in California. Like, I don't even actually think that you need to have an ID. I think you need to walk into your polling place, and I'm fully amenable to having some early voting at the same time. Open it up to like a week of voting for you. But walk in, go up, tell them who you are, they check your address, they check you on, you sign the thing, vote.
What about
I would love to have that.
Uniform.
Then they request an absentee ballot, which has always been available.
So you're okay with mail-in voting so long as it's requested?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, if that's the case, then you're okay with mail-in voting.
Well, I'm actually, I should revise that slightly. I'm okay with them requesting a ballot for good reason, and I don't think their reason should they have to be overseas, or maybe they're disabled and can't get to the polling, or maybe they're older and can't stand in line.
Disabled thing isn't fair because then MAGA would have a huge advantage in mail-in voting because they're all retarded.
Whoa. We're trying to do that. Look.
My God, I thought it was made of metal.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries, I kind of expected it listening to this thing, so.
How does it make you feel when people say things like that to you?
People say whatever the hell they want to me. I'm a very hard shell. I don't really get offended.
Well, that's good, because I think that there's a substantive point there as well, which is like, is it up to us to decide who are good voters and who are bad voters? Shouldn't the whole like kind of structure here be about letting people do what they're going to do? It's not democracy.
So I'm not saying good voters versus bad voters. I'm saying uninformed voters, people that just go in and check the boxes. And if they want to make an effort to go down and register and then go to their polling place and check whatever box, A, B, C, D, and whatever, then that's fine. You know, at least they've done that.
Common ground here. I think there's some common ground. Here's my common ground. I also definitely don't want ill-informed people to vote. In terms of my subjective want and desire, I don't want people who like just randomly select will be informed voters. That said, I wouldn't trust the government to decide who is informed and who is not informed. Right? If you don't trust these government actors to like enforce good principles of who's informed and who's not informed, like, why would you want them in charge of policies where it could skew to your detriment, right? So wouldn't it make sense to just have a policy that is neutral to whether you're informed or not informed, and just tries to enable and encourage voting in a way that's accessible to most people?
So I don't understand where you're picking up on what I'm saying, that I think the government chooses, you know, good versus bad or informed versus uninformed voters. I don't know where you're getting there.
You're saying that the policy rationale for not wanting unsolicited mail-in ballots has to do with a preference on whether a voter is quote informed or uninformed. That seems to be what you're suggesting. That the policy itself, that the justification for it would be based in some preference for informed voters as opposed to uninformed voters.
Right, but that's only a piece of it.
What's the other piece?
The fact that it can have all kinds of fraud.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just not trustworthy in my opinion. It's not trustworthy to mail out a bunch of ballots. Like it doesn't. It's not trustworthy. It takes away public trust, and that's obvious. It's obvious that happens based on what we've seen, right?
No,
he did not.
He won it?
Well, technically, yes, he did, because Biden's president.
Because Biden what?
Because Biden is president. So technically, yes, he lost the 2020 election.
Who was the actual winner of the electoral vote? In terms of like, who should have won it based on if it were fairly counted?
Trump, in my belief.
And what's your evidence of that?
I don't have evidence of that other than everything that I saw while I was watching that election go down in real time. And my heart of hearts, that's what I believed. If I had proof, then I would take it to the court. I don't, but that is my heart of hearts. And so that's not something.
I your honesty. I just think that's. Imagine if someone were to say that to you, like, I think Trump lost 2016 in my heart of hearts. How would you accept that?
Well, I would accept that what they think, yeah.
Well, I accept that that's what you think, but would you think that's a good thing, a good disposition to have?
Hillary Clinton had it. She still does.
True. Okay, well, is there any last comment you want to give it, Natalie? I do appreciate I think there's some honesty here, and that's something that I.
Well, yeah. Also, I'm just curious on all the issues that you'd be looking at this upcoming election. How big of an issue would you rank like chemtrails?
You've been looking at